What is going on, everybody? I go by Philly Mike, and this is the Philly Talk Podcast. Kinda, we back with two of the three members of the Battle Birds podcast. Hopefully, we get the third member in shortly or later in this stream. But here we are, day two of the NFL, the 2021 NFL Draft, and I can say myself as an Eagle fan, I think everybody in the chat and my guy to my right or my left, I should say, your left, my right. We all excited after round one. We see what's on the board in round two. A lot of ways you can attack. Better players that fit us more, so many different ways. But with that being said, shout out to everybody in the chat who rocked out with us last night. And Gate, man, how you feel about this board in round two?
I love this board, man. Like, this is a really, really good board to fall into for round two, guys. Mike and I were kind of talking backstage, and we're talking about some of the guys that are available still. And it's a heck of a situation to kind of stumble ourselves into right now, guys, because we still got Trevin Moehrig, who I recently heard the Eagles actually have some pretty serious interest, but Trevin Moehrig would have to make it past Jacksonville, who also needs safety play. So, I'm not sure how likely it is to happen, right? JOK, still on the board. That could be a difference maker in your defense, right? Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher from Georgia. Hey, this was a guy that a lot of people felt like was a late first-round pick. A lot of people really felt like he gained a ton of momentum heading into this draft. Rondale Moore still on the board. Tevin Jenkins, the tackle. Sante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore. I can't say this man's name. Levi Onwuzurike, the dude from Washington, bro. Elijah Moore still on the board. Richie Grant, Terrence Marshall Jr., Tyson Campbell, Javonte Williams, Ifeatu Melifonwu, Davion Nixon, the defensive tackle from Iowa, Carlos Basham Jr., edge rusher from Wake Forest, Kelvin Johnson, Aaron Robinson. Man, there's some good players still on this board, Mike.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question. So, I was talking about in my video about receivers, and I got a couple comments like, why are we talking receiver? I'm only mentioning the good receivers because it's important for the simple fact that, say one of these four teams that are ahead of us, like receiver, we know we don't want receiver, but if it went a little deep run early in the second, that's more of a chance that the JOKs, the Sante Samuel Juniors, whoever you want or whoever the Eagles want, or the best player available, I should say, will be there. And that's why I wanted to mention the Elijah Moore, the Terrence Marshall Jr., the Rondale Moore and them guys, for the simple fact that, okay, say Jacksonville, they just got Trevor Lawrence, they just got a running back. Maybe they want to go receiver and get a nice little three-piece. Well, if Jacksonville takes a wide receiver, well, that's a better chance for us now, four more picks, and we're up on the board. So I think the receivers that are there early in the second are going to be tempted to a team like maybe Jacksonville. Who's next? The Jets will be one of these picks. I know they went heavy with Denzel Mims and them guys, so maybe they don't do it. But hey, take as many receivers you want because I don't think we're going to be messing with that. Maybe a little bit later in the draft, you can throw a little dart somewhere, but that's why I was really mentioning them. And when you mentioned them, I just wanted to clarify that as well. You got to say all the good players on the board because we're not the only ones picking. Yeah,
dude, it's crazy because JOK, guys, just a preliminary scouting report on this young man. This is a guy that flips his hips and can run with receivers like he's a defensive back at 6'1", 6 foot, 220 pounds. Like physical enough to come up and play the run. I wouldn't say that's a specialty, but he's not going to be a box, like not necessarily a box safety. He could play that role like a roving linebacker / box safety. They're really interchangeable terms, to be quite honest. He could play that role, but he's not going to be a stacked linebacker. That's not what he is. He can't stack and shed blocks like that. But just the flexibility, the versatility of a guy like that. A lot of you guys were asking me like why the a lot of people kept chiming in when we did the mock drafts. So when we did 2.0, you guys remember we traded up to go get JOK. And a lot of people are like, well, after you got JOK, then why did you go, Jamin Davis? I'm like, well, because the dude was there in like the third round after we traded back, he was still there. But I kept trying to tell people, like, I had to support you guys in the chat because JOK is not just a linebacker. That's a really bad way of looking at it. JOK is a rover. He's really a safety, to be honest with you. But he's physical enough to play down in the box, not to be considered a linebacker. But
yeah,
I like the talent on this in this draft pool, man. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, Mike. Like there's a lot of guys that could drastically help us defensively. And I'm gonna ask you a question, Mike. It should be. I'm assuming this is a layup. Would you agree? It's a 99.999% possible. Like definitive answer here. We're going defense.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we didn't go defense, I'd be totally shocked because when you look at the board, what's standing out on the board, except for a couple of receivers, is defense. You got some offensive tackles, but you got the linebackers, even the linebacker out of Georgia. I can't say his name, the outside linebacker. You just got talent on the defensive side. But real quick, shout out to my guy, Ari Starwin, with the $5 super chat. He said NFC East is about to become savage. And listen, this was a division that's always used to be dominant. You know, the Eagles are winners in the last decade or so, or the last 20 years. The Cowboys had their fits. The Giants went on 2 Super Bowl runs in the last 20 years. So, you know, we're normally competitive. I'm tired of this NFC lead, so let's get it. But the Jaguars are on the clock, and they were showing your boy, Trevon Moehrig. Hopefully they don't take him.
I think that's a high possibility, to be honest, Mike, just because they do need safety help there. And I think it just depends on the organization you talk to. Early on in the draft process, Trevon Moehrig was like believed to be the hands down favorite, the best safety in the class. And then people backed off as they started watching tape. I think a lot of people saw Ardarius start popping on film when they were watching TCU. And then I think people really started paying attention to guys like Cisco and Grant. And they started saying like, hey man, like this draft class may not have the crazy depth at safety that other classes have had, but I do think there's a couple of really good mid-tier players in this one. I'll tell you another one I really like a lot, and this is not going to be any secret to anyone in this community here because you guys were the ones that kept saying his name to the point I went to go watch his film. Nasir Al-Din, the safety from Florida State, man. Another one of these weird guys that could be a rover. He could play a Malcolm Jenkins role. He could be a roving kind of linebacker / safety hybrid type. Like, there's a couple of interesting ones in this one. He's not a second round value, but yeah, it's more of a third, fourth round guy. Probably more of a fourth round guy, to be honest. Yeah, I like it, Mike. I mean, Nick Bolton's still on the board. I think that's a guy we could be looking at in the third round. Where are you at with this, Mike? I mean, are you corner or bust at this pick?
The only thing that would deter me from taking a corner is if JOK is on the board. I think even if the D tackle from Alabama is on the board, I think you got to go corner. And they can say there's going to be corners in the third round, but remember 37-70, unless we move up, 37-70, and a guy like Kelvin Joseph, who might be there closer to 70, or sure, there's going to be some good guys at 70, but that's still a big chance. I don't want to risk it because at any time the guy that you're trying to bank to save for at around 70 could go off. So if JOK's there because of the outstanding talent, the chip on the shoulder, I'm definitely going to go JOK if he's there. If he's not there, I think, you can look at the offensive because there's going to be offensive linemen that are probably graded higher than some cornerbacks. There's going to be Christian Barmore that's graded higher than some cornerbacks. But there are 2 cornerbacks that I think are right up there with everybody else, and I think that's Asante Samuel Jr. and Tyson Campbell. I think that they're rated up there. Then you got the Kelvin Josephs. You got the
they're all pretty high, actually.
The Syracuse guy is good too.
Yeah, Ifeatu Melifonwu, Kelvin Joseph, Tyson Campbell, and Asante Samuel Jr. all rated top 50, depending on the publication, but most of the publications have them as top 50 prospects. Asante Samuel Jr. is the highest rated player. I love Asante Samuel Jr. I do, but he's got limitations. Like I do worry about him in red zone reps, but in terms of reading and breaking on the ball, the only other person you can put in his class is Adebo. Adebo's the only one that can read and react to football.
Stanford, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Adebo got burned a lot by the one thing I will say is Asante doesn't get taken by double moves. True. Adebo got beat a lot by double moves. I mean, it's a tough one because Tyson Campbell got beat really bad. Tyson Campbell got beat like a redheaded stepson, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. But the thing is that, physically, everything's there. Like if you really believe in your coaching staff, then you take a guy like Tyson Campbell, right? I mean, he's a guy that physically has all the traits you want. He's a high, profile prospect. He's played match and mirror because he's played in Georgia. So he's going to run a lot of concepts that are going to be similar to our defense because they run match and mirror at Georgia. I just think that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think a guy like that, you know what I mean? He makes sense. But here's my question, Mike. If you're sitting there and you're thinking about an Ifeatu Melifonwu, or you're thinking about like a Tyson Campbell, would that be a situation where you would maybe consider trading back a little bit to get the value to make a little more sense? Or would you just say, you know what?
Tyson Campbell's off the board to Jacksonville.
Really? First
pick of day 2. Tyson Campbell. You were just talking about how he got beat
I didn't even get into the scenario before they picked him. So the scenario I was going to present, guys, is that if we're sitting there at 37 and those guys are still on the board, should we trade back for compensation? But seeing how Tyson Campbell came off that we would have definitely lost Tyson Campbell.
and see real quick. Shout out to Sharif Collins. Listen, both of us on the panel, both Philly Mike and Gate City Steve Hyder, are big on Rodarius Williams as a
Love
sleeper.
Rodarius Williams. Yeah.
A little bit later. Listen, I had him on my channel. Maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago. I brought him and a couple other prospects on, and Rodarius Williams is definitely a guy that I'm looking forward to seeing if we're in that position to get him later in the draft. I won't take him now, of course, but he has a lot to prove, and I like his game. And for the people who are asking about Philly Fresh, listen, we still are live on 3 channels. We are live on the Philly Talk podcast with your boy Philly Mike. We are live on Gate City Sports Channel, Steve Hyder, and we are also live on Philly Fresh's channel. He's not here at the moment, but he did text us and say he's trying to get here. He's trying to get here. So with that being said, the Jaguars must believe in what you said. You can't teach speed, size, and ability. Now, he was getting beat, but you can sure that up in some technicality thing, and that's where I think Gannon is going to come in good. Look at a guy like Xavier Rhodes. Now, we know he knew how to play, but he had that one season where he was getting destroyed. Went to Gannon and the Colts, where he was the secondaries coach, and it kind of revived him with this scheme and just playing to his player strengths. So, I would have loved to see it.
The other prospect here is that, all these safeties are in play. And I heard it through the grapevine that the Eagles are really into Trayvon Moehrig as well. They like Asante Samuel Jr. a lot. They like Trayvon Moehrig a lot. I mean, there's no guarantee those guys are there, but I think right now on the board, I think the Jets might go wide receiver. They could use a corner as well, but I think the Jets really need playmakers. I think Denzel Mims came on at the end of the year for them, but I still think that they need playmakers there. I mean, you just went out and got your franchise quarterback. You better get playmakers around him.
True. So Joey Z said, what about Aaron Robinson?
Aaron Robinson is very highly rated, guys, but let me take a look. I don't think he's top 50 rated, but yes, he's second round value. Aaron Robinson has a second round grade on him.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. So the Jets are on the clock. Everybody in the chat is saying the Jets are thinking about going running back. I can see it. Listen, shout out to the Jets for securing up their offensive line.
Mike, real quick, guys, just let me update what I just said. He is top 50, but he's 48. He's like right on the cusp. Aaron Robinson. I just want to make sure that I put that out there accurately, guys. So that's the Jets did go O-line?
Well, no, they went. Oh no, they didn't go. Yeah, I'm saying they got Vera Tucker in the draft yesterday, and then of course before that they got Kyle Beckham. You know what I mean? So listen, that left side of the Jets. That left side of the Jets line is solid. Now they got Zach Wilson. You know about their offensive line because my brother always trying to tell me that the Jets are good. As you guys know, the people who follow me faithfully know that my brother fell far from the tree. He's a Jets fan. I don't know why. What's wrong with the guy?
He said he fell far from the tree.
He fell far from the tree, and he
hit the ground and rolled.
He hit the ground and rolled, but at least he went to the New York team that don't mess with my Eagles. You know what I mean? I couldn't stand if my brother somehow became a Giants fan. I would definitely have to ask my mom for a DNA test. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Can't be related to her. But
what do you think the Jets are going to go here, man?
That's tough. Running back, Mike.
What about Terrace Marshall?
They could sure up that, yeah. You don't think Denzel? Yeah, Denzel Mims started coming on at the end, but I don't think they're.
Yeah, but you could play Marshall. Marshall really hasn't played too much X, believe it or not. He was actually a tall slot for them last year, and he was a Z the year prior. But He's playing, outside, inside. You can play an outside, like a guy Terrence Marshall size. You can play him outside anywhere you want, whether it's a Z or an X.
So chat real quick as me and Gate decide. Hort Dog said the
Rondell
pick
Moore.
is in.
Rondell Moore still on the board.
Let me know in the chat section, who do you think the Jets will take? Now remember, after the Jets, there's only 2 more picks, and it's Philly. We just need to hear JOK not be
here it
called
is.
for
Pick is
2
in. What
more
we get, bro? Come on. What'd they get?
The pick is in, but I didn't see nobody walking out yet.
Yeah, I know. Come on, let's go. Now it's the
I
pick.
know, right? I'm hyped.
Man, I'm hoping to go something we're not looking.
Here it is.
Rondell Moore would make sense for them. He's a good slot guy. I mean, he would make a lot of sense. I like Rondell Moore a lot, man. I mean, dude was a beast his rookie year.
Elijah Moore. So you were right with the receiver in the slot. Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore's a good one too. I was pretty high on him. I drafted him myself when we did our first mock. Well, I didn't draft him. You guys did technically, but still.
But you know what's crazy? When I did my mock draft like 3 weeks ago, I took Terrence Marshall Jr. at 37, right?
Yeah.
I had JC Horn at 12. So I got my corner, and then I got Terrence Marshall Jr. in the 37. And everybody was telling me there's no way he's going to pass the end of the first round. And now look at Terrence Marshall Jr. sitting there wide open.
Hey, I mean, we're looking at Atlanta. They might go Trayvon Moehrig. I mean, that makes sense for them, but they could also go Asante Samuel Jr. here. They need corner help.
So shout out to everybody in the chat that was starting to name wide receivers. But listen,
they could use the edge rusher. They could use a corner. They could use this. They need defense. All 3 levels of the defense, basically. But
so wait, it's Falcons, and then who's next?
Miami, I believe, and then us.
Listen, Falcons, Miami. Please don't take JOK. Don't take JOK. Oh my goodness.
Gettleman's on the phone right now.
Exactly. Gettleman is probably on the phone.
Still eat it from yesterday.
Yo, right now, if the Giants are looking, look, I think the Giants wanted 2 players. They wanted Devontae Smith, and they would have been cool with Micah Parsons too. So they said, not only did the Eagles and Cowboys team up against me, they took the 2 players I wanted. So Gettleman's probably thinking, oh, JOK, I might have to call up, but he better not. But let me just say this real quick. Falcons, Miami. I'm either going to love you guys or hate you guys for a long time. Do not take JOK.
So, Vic, I agree with you that there's a very strong possibility those 2 players can come off the board here. And I also say, though, edge rusher, too. I'd watch out for an edge rusher here as well. They really need a lot of defensive help. Atlanta does.
Yeah, listen, Atlanta does need defensive help. They just couldn't pass up Kyle Pitts if he's going to be that rare breed talent, you know what I mean, at that position. Especially with the
Sharif, how you doing, buddy?
With the trade talk.
Jamar Johnson, really good coverage safety. Not the best tackler at this point. He's got a little development to do in his tackling.
Denver's on the clock now.
He looks the part. You know what I'm saying? He looks the part, but like he hasn't played to the physicality that he kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like he presents himself to be. So I think that, he's got to get that part of his game's got to develop, man. But he's a good coverage safety. He's a really good coverage safety.
They traded
Carolina's on the board. To Denver or Carolina?
No. Atlanta Falcons just traded the pick to the Denver Broncos. And I think the Broncos always trying to buff up that defense.
That's great. Well, I guess Atlanta's not falling that far down the board, but
yeah, it's not that bad.
So I wonder, who are they trying to jump in front of, Miami or us?
That's scary, man. JOK is so close, 2 picks away. And I don't like when a team trades up because they got 1 player in mind, and it's normally a BPA type of player. You don't trade up for a guy who's 6 on the 6 on the BPA normally, unless you're starting to hear rumors. So this is scary. The Broncos got the pick in. Wow.
Well, I guess they knew exactly who they wanted.
Yeah.
Trayvon Moehrig could be JOK. I mean, there's a few guys that would make sense there. No, Denver's got good safety play, though, actually. Yeah. Now I think about it. They have really good safety play. I don't think they would go safety.
I like Moehrig, but at this point, with JOK so close, the way you can use him as like a hybrid, like you can use him like you wanted to use Isaiah Simmons last year.
Yeah. Yeah, but sorry, Arizona had no clue how to use them, man. Arizona
Correct.
really messed that up.
The pick is in. Hurry up.
I know, man.
I just saw Atlanta's clock ticking down and then boom. I saw trade in the chat. Money Mitchell saying RB. They went RB.
Who they jump? Well, I mean, I would always suspect the Eagles at running back. I'll give them that. Like, we already know that the Eagles have a infatuation with second round running backs. They do. But I mean, we had the chance to get J.K. Dobbins last year. We were interested. We chose not to. So, I mean, I don't know if it was really worth jumping us for. Everybody thinks it's Javonte Williams, or have they announced it?
They're thinking, I guess. Yeah. Here he goes. Here we go. Here we go. The guys are at the podium. Denver Broncos traded up to the Atlanta Falcons pick. 2 picks before the Eagles.
I hope it's not Gainwell, guys. Gainwell's a good player. Whew, this would be really high for Gainwell.
Come on, my guy.
Maybe it's because I got, weird disillusionment of getting a player that good in the
Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams, running back out of North Carolina. There's one more team ahead of the Eagles for JOK. Dolphins don't do me like this.
Mike, we got a lot of talent here, man. We got JOK on the board. Trayvon Moorig's on the board. Grant's on the board at safety. You got Cisco still on the board at safety. I mean, I don't know how the Eagles board looks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how they had these guys rated. I can only go off of the publications and how they think. I mean, I have guys rated differently than even the publications do, to be quite honest. Like I said,
it's going to be funny. I'm not going to be mad at this pick too, but it's going to be, they're not going to take JOK. They're not going to take Asante Samuels. And then their Eagles going to get on the clock, and I'm going to be ready to hear JOK, and they're going to take Asante Samuels. And I'm not going to be mad at it, but I'm just going to be like, whoop, there it is.
I wouldn't rule out offensive lineman either, though. I mean, I think it's going to be defense. I'm going to be honest with you, but the Eagles, man, you just never know, man. Like, you never know.
That's rough.
I mean, that's why I'm eyeing this best available list really hard, because I'm like, yo, where could the what are you doing happen at? You know what I mean?
So listen, chat. There's one team ahead of us, and there's still Asante Samuel Jr. on the board, JOK. There's still Trevon Moehrig. There's still Christian Barmore. There's one more pick ahead of us. So I just named 4 players that are good. We're going to get one of them. Unless they go offensive line, like Gates said.
Dude, that would anger me. I understand the need. I get it. I do. But, like, man, we have so many needs that can make immediate impact right now. Like, man, this dude better be a perennial Pro Bowler you select. Like, just straightforward. I will say this, though, Mike. When you look at the draft needs,
Dolphins pick in quick.
Yeah, and you look at the Eagles, who do you think would have an immediate chance to start here out of these guys that we're talking about?
JOK, Asante Samuels, Moehrig, maybe no.
That's what I was thinking too. Is that Moehrig, unless you play a lot of, like, big nickel or something, like, then he could be the third safety in that rotation. But K'Von Wallace. I'm not saying K'Von Wallace is something to write home about, guys. But I mean, he's been in the league now for a year. I mean, he's got some snaps underneath his belt. Like, you know what I mean?
Here we go. They're walking over to the guy sitting in the chair, Miami Dolphins. So again, this is how we stand right now. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in. They're walking to the podium very slowly. But JOK, Trevon Moehrig, Asante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore, there's all offensive tackles all on the board. Miami's taking one of these players. That means the other players I said are going to be available for the Eagles. Whether the Eagles decide to go corner, linebacker, we're about to find out. But the Dolphins pick is here it goes. I just want all of them on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So we can decide.
I'll tell you a sneaky pick I think is going to happen today, man, is Dwayne Eskridge. I didn't get a chance to do a video on him, Mike, but man, he's explosive out of the slot. Not for the Eagles, guys. I think the Eagles, if we go slot, it's going to be a lot later.
Javon Holland. So that
Wow,
means
really?
right here, the Eagles are on the clock, and everybody we've been screaming
Wow.
is on the
Like
clock.
we got straight first round talent on the board.
First round talent on the board. Let's go.
Javon Holland was the first safety, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Bro, they want Javon Holland over Trayvon Moore. Remember, I told you that some teams didn't have Morg as the number one safety.
Oh my God. So listen, we've been talking about it. And I remember the Eagles were big on Christian Barmore. Christian Barmore, listen, I don't know where I stand at this point. I'm kind of
I don't
back
know
and forth.
Eagles. I don't know if the Eagles were, Mike. It might be more so Gate was.
Okay. Well, there was a couple articles, but then at the end of the day, it could have been a smoke screen. I don't know. Quetty Pay, Christian Barmore, Devontae Smith was an article how we were high on him. But here's my guys. Trevon Moehrig. Well, let me go in order. JOK, Asante Samuel Jr., Trevon Moehrig, Christian Barmore. Who else is there?
You say who else is there? You want me to name them again?
I mean, the Syracuse guys there and all that too. But I think
I'll give you. Let me give you the name. Let me give you the names of people, Mike. Since you let me know if they pick though, because I'm not gonna be able to see. I'm gonna be flying blind here.
Pick is in.
All right. Come on, hurry up, thing.
No, go ahead. They're gonna take a couple minutes.
JOK, Trayvon Moehrig, Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher from Georgia, Rondell Moore, Jenkins, Asante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore, Levi Onwusoriki, the kid from Washington, guys. I'm butchering his name. Joseph Asai, whatever his name is, the edge rusher from Texas.
They went to commercial break.
He's
they went to commercial break because they knew you. They went to commercial break because they knew you were reading the names off.
My guys, they knew what was going on. Richie Grant, safety from. I like Richie Grant a lot. He's still on the board. Terrace Marshall Jr. still on the board. Tyson Campbell came off. Sorry, guys. Wyatt Davis, guard from Ohio State's on the board. Ifeatu Melifonwu, Davion Nixon, defensive tackle from Iowa. Carlos Basham Jr., edge rusher from Wake Forest. Kelvin Joseph, cornerback from Kentucky. Aaron Robinson, cornerback from UCF. Jalen Mayfield, tackle/guard from Michigan. Jackson Carman. I like Jackson Carman a lot. He's going to be a butcher on the interior.
How do you guys know that we took them already? Y'all going off of Twitter? Or see, y'all ruining it.
Dwayne Eskridge, Creed Humphrey, Dylan Redunds, and then that's Andrew Cisco and Cosmi, Elijah Molden, Davis Mills, all those guys. Nasir Al-Din. Those are like your next tier guys. Furmouth is still there, the tight end, but I think he's going to be later. What's everybody saying is going to get picked, Mike?
I don't even want to look anymore. Oh, wait. It's about to come back on. Dang.
From Delaware Community College.
People are going off.
Don't knock the community colleges in Delaware, man.
Why do you have to look at? Why do the people have to look at Twitter, man? We're watching it together on TV. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not looking at Twitter, guys. Yeah.
Why did they go
linebacker, man? There's a chance to go linebacker here. I think corner's the bigger need. Don't get me wrong, but I think there is a chance to go linebacker here. I'm just interested on who the Eagles have on their board because this is a fairly wide open board. Like, if you're truly going best player available, this should really be revealing of how you stacked your board. You know what I mean?
True.
You got any gut instinct about looking at Twitter? Don't look at Twitter. You got any gut instinct?
But for the people that are saying I'm behind, I'm watching it on RCN cable. Like, YouTube is a little slower. When I snap my finger, 10 seconds later or 20 seconds later, y'all see it. But again, of course, the beat writers get it right away, and in the second round, they do that stuff. They used to do it in the first round too. However, they said they weren't allowing it this time. So look,
I think it might be Asante Samuel Jr. But
real quick, this is what they have. So on the TV screen, I see our three needs: our quarterback,
power forward. You're funny, Eric.
Quarterback, cornerback, and linebacker. That's what it says on Mel's needs. Mel Kipp's needs is the Eagles need a quarterback, a cornerback, a DB, and a linebacker. Let's see what they do. Now I see what the chat was saying, but I'm gonna throw up.
Chat, you're killing me. I said it could be offensive line. I hope that's not true, guys.
I know. I'm hoping not true too.
because he's got a knee issue too, so he won't even play in this year. He's probably be. I mean, we still got Kelsey. I get why they would make the pick, but whew, boy, that's 2 offensive players. We got a lot of needs defensively. I like the player, guys. I don't want to confuse something.
37th pick in the NFL draft, Howie Roseman started at the top. And I want to see where oh my God. And I said in my video, I was slowly coming back to Howie Roseman. Everybody knows we need defense. Please, God, don't let it be true.
All right,
let him be like, you're trolling.
Ready to go, bro, because we're going to have to do the reaction. Y'all get to see the reaction live.
A guard from Alabama. Y'all killed me in the chat. Dickerson is now the Eagles picked at 37 with we couldn't stop any receiver in the National Football League last year. If Slade wasn't around the receiver, Avonte Maddox was getting cooked. Nickel Roby-Coleman was getting cooked. Cravion LeBlanc was getting cooked when he played. We had rookie free agent players getting cooked. And you have a chance to get a top 40 corner, a top 40 linebacker. Eric Wilson is nice and covered.
Pick in the 2021 NFL draft. The rumors were true that we heard earlier in the day that the Eagles did really like Landon Dickerson. The 37th pick, the Eagles took interior guard, Alabama, Landon Dickerson. Love the player, guys. Please, I don't want to get this misunderstood. Man, it's a tough pill to swallow because we have a lot of needs defensively. I'm not going to lie. This is a guy that has, I believe, a knee or leg issue, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we even play defense?
I don't even know when he'll be available to play. Oh my Lord, I don't know what to make of this, man. This is
football's make it take it. I'm done,
man. We know. Look, we know that we love offensive linemen. We love that. We know that we love the interior. We heard the interviews last night with Howie Roseman, and he did caution and warn people to that they had not abandoned their beliefs and building the interior. Building from the trenches. Only time will tell, man. I said just before I hit the record button here, everybody in the chat probably will remember this one. I said that if you pick an offensive lineman here, he had better be a perennial Pro Bowler. I get center is a hugely important position, and I get that Kelsey is probably not back after this year. This is not the pick I expected. I don't want to knock someone before they even have a chance to prove themselves. They got to give a guy a chance to prove themselves. I generally do believe in building from the trenches, but oh my Lord, man, this is not what I was expecting, man. It's, I'm about to join my brethren here, Mike, in a drink because, yeah, I don't know what to say here, guys. Other than
I bet you the Patriots take JOK. I bet you the Patriots take JOK or Asante Samuel Jr.
Mike, chat, what just happened?
Listen, wait, real quick. The Bengals traded their pick to the Patriots. I bet you the Patriots take JOK or Samuels. Christian Barmore, I lied. Christian Barmore. Real quick, shout out to Vic3 with the $5 super chat. He said, we just like to send from Alabama.
Yeah, you're right.
Shout out to Snipes 88VA with the $5 super chat. He said nothing because what can you say? Listen, shout out to Jalen Williams. He said he loves the pick, and I heard Gate City in the background saying this guy is going to be probably a long-term successful piece for the Eagles. But when you know that football's not make it, take it, when you know that we have no DBs other than Slay, when you know that we put a guy in there who allowed 9 straight catches for like almost 180 yards on him because we were stuck with that guy. You got to get depth there.
Chrissy, what's good? Everybody, what's good? Some of y'all chiming in. We picked Landon Dickerson, the center/interior guard. He's really a versatile lineman. He can pretty much play every single alignment, but
can he play defense?
The infatuation with Alabama continues. I think, Mike, I think you made a really good point here, Mike. You said it. Another Alabama player. And I didn't really think about that, man, but it's a good point. It's 2 Alabama players back to back. You remember a lot of beat reporters were criticizing Andy for like, hey man, Alabama's putting a lot of NFL talent.
Yep.
And now we got 2 Alabama players back
It
to
was
back.
140. It was 156 consecutive picks that we went away from Alabama. 156 consecutive picks. Shout out to Mental Cash.
Picks to two in a row. To 2 in a row, man. Like,
shout out to Mental Cash.
I don't want to knock the kid. I know you're the same way, Mike. We don't want to knock the kid, but because we got to cheer for this guy because he's going to be an Eagle. But yeah, I got to tell you, I question the. I don't know, man. I just hope we find guys at corner. I hope we find guys at linebacker. My guy Vic 3, Tay Gowan might be on the clock for us now, buddy.
Yeah, at 70. I'll pull it right there.
Yeah.
Real quick, shout out to Mental Cash with a $2 super chat. I don't want to even believe this, but he said the Giants will take JOK if he drops. Sad face. Shout out to my guy Mental Cash, man. This was upsetting. I'm like, we got Sante Samuel Jr., we got JOK, Trevin Moehrig, even Christian Barmore. I just wanted somebody on the defensive side of the ball because it's not make it, take it. And even when we scored 28 points, we still lost.
Yeah.
Shout out to Joey Z. $5 super chat. He said Kelsey is going to be gone next year. Great replacement, great player. He's a first round talent, in my opinion. He's nasty. I'm happy. But again, him replacing Kelsey when you have a guy on your staff that has been able to turn guys like, listen, when Kelsey came out, he was a 6th round. Who are you? Kelsey was a who are you? Jordan Mailata is a who are you? Driscoll was a who are you? You know what I mean? These are who are yous that played pretty well under Jeff Stoutland. So listen, I don't discredit this, but here's the thing. Right now, the most unproven thing on this team is our secondary, is our defense. We're going to have games where we score 28, but we lose 28-34. I understand. Listen, long term, by the time the season's starting, I'll be over it. But right now, I just can't be over it.
So what happens interior wise though, man? Like that's the thing I'm looking at is I kept saying that like I didn't feel comfortable with saying guys were certain locks on this roster. Yes, we can look at a guy like Andre Dillard could be a potential trade target if guys don't get who they want in this draft. But I think it's deeper than that, man. You guys remember I said that I called out Lane Johnson as a potential guy at the trade deadline if we're not very good, or even as a camp cutdown if they really just think Jack Driscoll is the real deal. But I got to tell you, man, when they didn't restructure his contract, Mike, when they said that they didn't need to sit down and negotiate with Lane Johnson for further cap savings, I had to scratch my head, man, because I was like, news to me.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Mike. I'm wondering, man, like, it's not a guaranteed. I'm not saying that, guys like block this in 100% it's happening, but like, eventually you got to walk out there with only 9 or 10 guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it, Dickerson's a good interior offensive lineman. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. I think that's the concern here. He's a good interior lineman, though. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Jalen Williams definitely likes this guy. I mean, Jalen Williams is a former collegiate offensive lineman, guys. I mean, if he says that he feels like this is one fine for the Eagles, then I got to give it the benefit of the doubt until I'm proven otherwise, because I know Jalen knows offensive line play. But, man, it is concerning that the defense still hasn't been addressed yet.
Let me just talk about these people, and that's what the people in chat, they're agreeing with Jalen Williams, and I agree. Shout out to Bryson Briggs. He said, shaking my head real quick. Shout out to our guy, channel member, Primetime Stephen Joy, said they will get their corners tomorrow. Hopefully today still with the 70th overall pick. But let me say this. A lot of people are saying it's a good pick. Some people are saying, Philly Mike, you're right. Stoutland is great. So what do you think he can do with a guy like this? I agree. And there's somebody who said, what happens if Kelsey gets injured? Okay. What happens when anybody in our secondary gets injured? If Slay goes down? I think the offensive line can survive without Kelsey more than the secondary can survive without Slay.
Yeah, you still got Herbig back there that can be a plug-and-play guy. You got Silmalo, who's more than capable of playing center. Like, yeah, guys. I mean, I think what this boils down to me, though, Mike, and mind you, maybe we're misreading it because we haven't seen where they're going to line up Dickerson, to be honest. Maybe he's not going to line up at center. I don't know. That's where most people project him. But maybe they wanted to keep Seumalo at left guard. Maybe that's where they like him.
Yeah, let me just get my final statement now because I think people listen. First of all, if you guys were watching my videos all season, I was okay with a possible Penny Sewell at 6 or at like in the first round with our first round pick. Maybe not 6 after everything kind of transpired, but I'm cool with the offensive line. I know deep down that is a very important position. But listen, I just think the secondary is so overwhelmingly bad right here and right now. And maybe, as Jalen Williams said, he's the best player available. And I'll never knock a solid offensive lineman because that's how you win. You win from the trenches. But when you have an aged leg and you got Nick, I don't even know if Nicole Roby Coleman's coming back. I don't know if Crevion LeBlanc's coming back because I believe they're both free agents. We got rookie. Not rookie free agents who were getting busted up. We got Graylin Arnold. We got Marcus Epps, who had to play cornerback last year. Avonte Maddox was getting beat up like crazy on the field and off the field. He's injured, and when he's healthy, he's getting cooked on the outside. So my only thing is, with defense being very important, I just thought maybe you would prioritize that. Again, I'm all about the offensive line because if you don't think I like offensive line, you haven't been paying attention to my videos. But it's just demoralizing for the simple fact that you got to stop.
I definitely thought we were going to go offensive line. I felt we were going to go offensive line at some point. I just didn't think it'd be this high in the draft. I want to pull up Dalton. If you see Dalton's chat too, after we read Eyeshines, I think it's a really good point, Dalton. He says how he was thinking future. Over the years, the chemistry between Dickerson, Jalen, and then Jalen and Smith, they may be the core pieces for us. I can understand what you're saying, but you can make that same argument for Creed Humphrey too.
I like that, Dalton.
Yeah, who played there. But I get what you're saying. I mean, I get what you're saying. You can really plug and play any center, any interior lineman, any lineman, period, that could be a cornerstone piece and say the same thing. I get what you're saying. But we'll see. We'll see, man. I mean, I get what you're saying. Kelsey was Wentz's guy. Kelsey, identified the line shifts, identified the defensive line, identified the blitz packages coming. He slid the line for everybody. Like, I get it. I get it. There's a chemistry issue there. You're right. But yeah, man, look, it's a good football player. I'm not denying that, guys. I think someone else said another point in here said that look, man, a lot of people did say that he was a 20 to 25 range guy. I agree. I hear you. I hear you. I just feel like at some point, man, we got to figure out who we're lining up on defense.
Yeah. Well, real quick, shout out to iShine with the $5 super chat, my guy. And listen, I love and respect everybody in here. And again, I'm probably one of the biggest advocates for offensive line, but because of how we just keep denying our defense, we haven't been able to pick successful cornerbacks, successful secondary, successful linebacker in forever. And I think there was one there, but he said, I'm calling it now. If Hurts has a bad season, I guarantee you the Eagles will draft defense heavy after the first round in 2022. And let me just end this. iShine kind of put this in my head when reading this comment. Jeff Lurie said we're going to try to help Jalen Hurts succeed. Well, first 2 picks were picks to help Jalen Hurts succeed. Not only were they offense, they were the guy who protects him, they were the guy who catches from him, and they both had the same colored jersey. So Jeff Lurie is legitly showing you who's QB1. They might not say it at the press conference who's QB1, but Devontae Smith, an Alabama center / guard, they're definitely putting Jalen Hurts' future. They're prioritizing his future. So I'll give him that. And again, look, as Gate just said, he read a comment. This guy's a 20 to 25 guy in the first round. So was JOK supposed to be. So I just think where the Eagles lie, if all things are equal, defense tips the scale. If you're saying Landon Dickerson as a player is that much better than JOK, then I'll give it to you.
Mm-hmm. So Brando Afonso, he was asking, like, does this mean that Brandon Brooks is getting traded? He's another guy that I think there's a potential to trade him there prior to June, post June 1st, but I don't think it's a guarantee you're trading him. Like, Landon Dickerson's a really talented guy that can play pretty much every alignment on the offensive line. I mean, Jalen, as a matter of fact, man, if you want to jump in and talk about Landon Dickerson, I mean, we can shoot you the link, man.
I'm kind of upset right now. Just kidding.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
he provide
he might cheer me up.
Exactly what Landon Dickerson is, and what in particular he sees about him.
Listen, we know, as Jason just said, I was going to say too, that's Andy Reid's way to rebuild offensive line, defensive line. I just think, you know what I mean? I think what was staring me in the face, it made it more impactful. Like, Gate asked me this question: what is your percentage that we go offense or defense? And I just think, like, and I said that there's a possibility. Well, you said it first about offensive line, and I agreed, but I thought that was a slim chance because of the precedent on defense.
Yeah, I said, do you think it's 99.99999%?
Wow, there's your dude from Washington going to the Lions. We can't say his name.
Oh, Uko. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't know how to say his name either.
Wow, though, but someone asked a good question. Why are nobody else also taking JOK and Asante Samuels? You got any input in that?
Somebody said that there was a disclosed injury that happened recently. So I don't know if that was yesterday or today, but maybe it was the day before the draft. JOK. Apparently he had some kind of an injury that happened recently, or was disclosed to everybody recently.
Bring it. Wow. So if that's the case, if there's legit injury concern, and again, in a combine, you could really find out the medical history. You heard Howie and everybody say, we got no medical type papers. So it's all he said, she said. So you saw what happened to Caleb Farley. So I guess. Shut the door, please.
Man. Dang, Mike, not only the Eagles not go corner in the first round, they didn't go in the second round either. So far. Let me put a disclaimer.
Well, no, second round's over.
So far.
Third round will come. So yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, shout out to Ari Starwin. I think he's gonna try to rub it in my face, but guess what? You can't, because now I do like Landon Dickerson. I'm just kidding. He said Hurts and Daniel Jones with a legit offensive line, both are scary when you think about it. You know, you do got to protect the quarterback. It starts up front. Listen, it was a shocker, and I'm also a little upset that y'all did me dirty by saying it in the chat. Shout out
now
to you guys.
I'm going to have to make a part 2 to my Howie video. Now, how do you feel about Howie? I got a feeling that we'll be 50-50 this time on the video.
Look, Zerpikin said he'll start the season on IR. Perfect for the Eagles. They're another offensive lineman. Miami Dolphins select Notre Dame offensive tackle Liam Eichenberg.
I like Eichenberg
over Dickerson. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. At this point, Mike. Look, I mean, you know what they say when they look at Alabama, Notre Dame linemen. You guys don't really need me to tell you this. I know you've heard 1,000 TV columnists tell you this at this point, is that those two systems in particular run very pro-ready systems. The offensive linemen don't need a lot of refinement when they arrive to the league. You don't feel like you got to do a lot of coaching with these guys. I think Kaplan's been pretty good at reporting this type of stuff. So, you know, Eagles went with the guy that, you know, some people like Jalen Williams, who really know line play, believe is the best offensive lineman in this draft. I mean, I don't know if I'd say he's the best one, but I certainly understand that he's a very good one.
Yeah, true. Shout out to my guy, him Stark on demand with the $5 super chat. He said, what DBs do y'all project will be available at 70? I'm going to say, I think Tay Gowan will be there. I think Rodarius Williams is a guy, but I think he's going to be there and closer to the 123s, which I'll look there. Guy who I'm big on, I think will be there is Kelvin Joseph might slip close to 70.
He might.
would
He
be
might be there at 70, Mike. Kelvin Joseph might be there at 70, guys.
from Kentucky.
I think there's a chance that even if Yatu Melifonwu, depending on how the board shakes out, he might be around in that area. I mean,
It's been
not
weird.
guaranteed, guys. Nobody's a guarantee, but I mean, these corners are sliding down the board a little bit. Aaron Robinson still on the board.
Real quick, shout out to this guy. Listen, Eric Stokes got picked in the first round, bro. I know he's advocating for Stokes later. Stokes got picked by the Green Bay Packers in the first round. I don't know if you caught the end of the last night's draft.
Yeah, he went to the Packers, unfortunately, man.
Yo, it was funny though. It was funny
Philly
though.
Fresh's crowning moment.
No, because me and you were just actually me, you, and Jalen were touting Tyson Campbell over Stokes, and the very next pick is Eric Stokes.
In my defense, though, I did say that some professional teams might look at the measurements, the size, and all, and say,
Correct.
Yeah,
and that's where
he ran, he ran that. Once he ran that 40 time, I think some teams fell in love with him. But you also got to remember, Green Bay's got a shorter corner too. They got Jahari. He's a shorter dude.
Yo, now people are saying Farley. Like, did y'all watch the first round? Like, they're gone.
Yeah, Farley's gone, guys.
Shout out to
Farley
Aaron.
was there, guys. I would definitely take Farley at 70. Trust me, he's gone though, guys. He went at like 23rd or so.
I would have. Yeah. Shout out to my guy Aaron with the $5 super chat. He said, this is a multi-year rebuild, and Howie knows it. He also knows that he's going to be here for multi-years. That's what Aaron's saying. This kid is good. When he gets back from injury, we will have something special. This is a good pick. And Aaron, listen, I'm going to sleep on it. I'm going to love it. But right now, my mindset is like, maybe the Jalen Hurts with a healthy offensive line-ish, maybe the receivers that are on the team get a little bit of boost. Devontae Smith is nice. Miles Sanders actually gets the ball put in his belly so he can run it, because when he does get it, he's good. This team can score 28, but can the defense stop the team we're playing from scoring 34 or 31? But I do get your point. This is going to be, and as Gate said, as he was doing this video and I'm listening, I'm like, stop saying all this positive stuff. I want to be mad right now. But I love offensive linemen. You don't understand. Listen, the Buccaneers won. Why? Because they protect Brady. The Chiefs were good throughout the season when they protect Mahomes, and even Superman, Pat Mahomes, looks suspect when you're getting chased down. So listen, probably the most important position to your quarterback is your offensive line. And so it's going to come back into fruition. But here's my, and I'm glad we got Devontae Smith too, because as we do the multi-year rebuild, I want to be competitive and I want to see the trajectory go up. That's all I really care about. So at the end of the day, I'm loving y'all guys' comments because each one I read is cheering me up. And if y'all know me, I'm an offensive line guy. Yeah.
Hey, Lorenzo, man, I got you. Philly boy, to you guys. Listen, I think you guys are confusing what we're saying. Mike and I are not questioning Dickerson's talent, but we're talking about the fact that we just spent the 37th pick on a guy that's probably, there's a very good likelihood he's not going to touch the field for the Eagles this season, or at least in the most positive outlook, is not going to touch the field for an extended period of time for the Eagles because he's coming off an injury. It kind of leads into like what we were saying earlier, which is like, just take it outside of offensive line. When we were talking about safety, Mike and I said, I love some of these safeties on the board, but my question is would they be immediate contributors? Long term, like it makes a ton of sense to get a safety, right? Some of these top guys, I get it. But I was saying like immediately, I don't know if Rodney McLeod's 100% ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that those guys would get a lot of snaps.
Your boy's off the board.
I will say Adebo, you guys were asking me about Adebo. Lorenzo, look, it's hard, man, because different teams have him rated differently. I could see Adebo going in the second round, but I'm going to say it's more likely he's a third or fourth round guy.
Moehrig selected at the 43rd.
Trayvon Moehrig.
Yeah, to the Raiders.
Sorry for you, Moehrig.
Your career's over. See? Answer this question, Gate. Because I can't answer. I don't even know who's there. What is the Eagles secondary?
What is the Eagles secondary? Let's just start at safety because I think it's the easiest one to define, right? So you got Harris, you got McLeod, and then you got, the way I see it is Harris, McLeod, then you got Kayvon Wallace, and then you got Epps, Marcus Epps. Outside, you got Darius Slay. That's where things get interesting, right? In the slot, I think you could look. I just think you move Avonte Maddox back to the slot. I think that's where he belongs. And then when you go outside, that's where the problem is. I have no clue who you're going to line up there. Like Kayvon Seymour, probably not. I mean, maybe they signed that kid. What's his name? Kid Taylor, Shaquille Taylor. That guy, he's got a few snaps in the league, guys, but he's not like an experienced player at all. They got my guy that I was high on last year during training camp, where I said that, I was talking about he might make the practice squad, and you guys thought I was saying he was going to be an all-pro. But you know what I'm talking about, Mike, the dude that got burnt really bad in the Dallas game. What was his name, Mike?
Who?
It's slipping my mind. The kid that got burnt really bad in the Dallas game.
Yeah, I just keep calling him the undrafted free agent because I forgot his name too.
Yeah. But I mean, we don't have really anything outside past Slay. That's the problem, is there's not really any outside corners on this football team right now. I would say that, you can't rule out us. We will get money back. After June 1st, we will get money back from Alshon Jeffrey and from Malik Jackson's contract, because those were June 1st designated cuts. So we restructured their deal to get an initial cap savings. Then we did the June 1st cut. So they're free to be a free agent, but you don't get the full money value from that until after the first day of June. So there will be I think that worked its way out to somewhere around $4 million of cap flexibility there, guys. So maybe they work at getting a veteran corner in here. Who knows if Zach Ertz is still going to be on this football team by the end of tomorrow. I don't know what you're going to get for Zach Ertz, but I mean, I think I think they're going to probably try to move him at some point. I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't know what else we can do from there, man. I think that you're going to have to either sign a veteran or, we're really putting a lot of faith in Jonathan Gannon to develop guys that are, they're not probably the top 6 or 7 guys in this draft at this point. And let's just be real. We're probably talking 10 to 15 range is what we'd be getting at corner at this point. Market Spikes, what's good, buddy? He said, what's good, Stephen Mike? I still believe we're good. It's plenty of talent. We got this. Look, you never know, man. Third and fourth round guys do develop and become good players. There's no doubt about it. But, I don't know if you can hang your hat on that.
Kelvin Joseph just went to the Cowboys.
Who?
Kelvin Joseph just went to the Cowboys. So forget him being there at 70.
Yeah, no, he's gone. That's a tough one, Mike. 1 year starter.
Hold on.
He got some snaps at LSU.
Let me just say this to everybody in the chat. Now, listen, this is not me trying to go back at you guys, but let me just say this. The Eagles secondary, the Dallas secondary, they're both not that good. The Eagles offensive line, the Dallas offensive line, they're both not that good because they were injured. Dallas can use youth on the offensive line, but they also knew they got to stop somebody. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, guys. Michael Jaquette. You're right. Michael Jaquette. Thank you. What is his name? And it's sad as I made that video and blew him up. and then remember he made the practice squad and then they put him on the active roster. And I was like, whoa, guys, it was just a lucky guess from his film.
Yeah. But listen, shout out to everybody in the chat real quick. Listen, we are live on 3 channels. Philly Fresh ain't here, but we are broadcasted on Philly Fresh's channel. So do me a favor, if you're not subscribed to the guy on this channel, either me or my guy Gate, go ahead and do that for us. And also smash the like button. It's free. It's easy. It don't cost a thing. And let me read this real quick. And then I actually got to take a phone call real quick. Ari Starwin with the $5 super chat. He said, Eagles about to score 40 points in the game, but lose 42-40. Stop. Well, guess what?
Because it might be true. Hurts because it might be true. What really hurts here is, man, is this is the second year in a row. I think Dallas has done a pretty good job at identifying cornerbacks in the second round. I think that's what hurts.
Oh, yeah, they got Diggs in the second round. I forgot.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, guys. I mean, funny, guys. I see you trying to come at me with my Mario mustache here, bro. What's good, Luigi?
Walker Little.
Huh?
Walker Little out of Stanford, offensive tackle to the Jags.
Good. Keep taking tackles.
Listen, I got to take this phone call real quick. I'm going to take my
You're good, Mike. I got it for a little bit. All right, guys. So let's see how many picks we are away, guys. Let me scroll down a little bit. So Kelvin Joseph came off 44th, 45th. Pick is in from the Jaguars. Still waiting to see who it is. So, yeah, man, we still got 20-some picks left before we're on the board, about 24, 25 picks or so. I don't know. I mean, I thought we would go corner by this point, guys. I'm not going to lie. So I'm glad I went deep into scouting. I mean, I scouted a ton of cornerbacks for you guys. Like, I think I put up, at the end of the day, guys, I think it was like 12 or 13 corners I broke down because I just had, there was a part of me that felt like this was a good opportunity, a good chance we might go cornerback this year in the first round. But I always knew that it was a chance the receiver could be taken. So I kept scouting it, guys. But I'm telling you, we're getting to the depths of what I had there, like guys like a Debo. You know, like we might need to look to a Paulson Adebo, a Tay Gowan, right? Those type of guys, they might be the corners that are left. But I'll be honest with you, as we get to 70 and I see the linebacker board kind of forming the way it's forming, guys, I kind of like some of these. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know about the heart condition thing that's being said about JOK. I mean, you know, our medical staff would have to clear him, but third round, JOK's there. And the heart condition's not going to kill him if he plays football for us. I'm all in favor for that, guys. I like Monty Rice a lot. I don't know if he's a 70 guy, but we'll see. I don't know how the Eagles are going to rate some of these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to say what they value players at. I like Nick Bolton a lot. Nick Bolton's still available, I believe. Justin Hilliard's kind of a sneaky guy that if we get desperate, I think in like the fourth round, I don't think he's going to go in the third, but maybe he does. Depends on the run we get. I think he's a good player, right? Jabril Cox, as far as I know, is still on the board. Jabril Cox, he's a good football player, guys. I mean, I definitely think you got some talent there at linebacker. You got some edge rushers definitely still on the board, guys. We got some corners still on the board. I don't know, guys. You guys surprised how offensive this draft has been? I mean, I'm not saying that I'm faulting anything here, guys, but did it shock you guys that we went consecutive Alabama players and consecutive offensive players? I mean, given what you thought coming into the draft, not as you're looking at it now, you know, with hindsight. Yeah, guys, I hear you, Sharif. I didn't like it either, man. Yeah, Hilliard. Lorenzo Carter. I like Hilliard a lot, man. I think he's being slept on because he had the injury concerns. Jalen said that's a high risk, high reward pick there. Carmen is a Bengal. I like Carmen a lot, though. Carmen was nasty, man, on film, man. He's got a nastiness to him, man. He plays the game a certain way. I actually really like this film a lot. Yeah, Takeem, I hate to say it, man, but Dallas' roster looks good. But you know what? Dallas always finds a way to mess things up, so we'll see. Hey, if we got JOK, Blackheart in the third round, I'd be pretty stoked. I'd be pretty happy. That'd be a heck of a value pick. Either way, I think we will be fun to watch this season. I hear you. I don't think the offense will be as pathetic as it was. I agree with that part. Jeremiah Butler, what's good, buddy? $4.99. Realistically, what do you see being available for us with our next pick that you like if we don't trade up? I don't know if someone just put, I don't know. I guess Mike threw it up there, man. At 70, guys, it's going to depend upon how the way the board falls, guys. I don't know, because I don't know who's going to be available. Like saying what other teams value is hard to say. I don't know who they value and who they stack on boards. Think about how uncharacteristic this board has already been at the back end of the first round, right? I mean, think of some of the guys that there was at least 2 or 3 guys that I never heard linked in any mock draft. I never heard linked by any expert as being a first round pick. A lot of guys were high on them. A lot of guys said like, hey man, like keep an eye on these guys in the second round, early third round. There were a couple guys that went in the first round that I did not hear linked. So it's hard to predict that. Vashin Taylor. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, bro. If Asante Samuel Jr. keeps falling, like, yeah, definitely. Takeem, I don't know if I agree that we don't need a linebacker early. I mean, I don't really care the round or the value. I care about the quality of the player. But I still think we need a quality linebacker, man. I think Alex Singleton is a bigger liability in coverage than a lot of people realize. He was particularly bad in man coverage, man, like bottom of the league bad. He had a lot, like he showed a lot of, you know, he's fluid. He's a fluid mover. He showed some signs of a guy that could be developed as a good coverage linebacker, but he didn't grade out well in man. He was horrible. You know, run support wasn't the greatest with him. Like, I don't know, man. Like Alex Singleton, I think is a good kind of third guy. I would probably try to upgrade there if I can. I like Alex Singleton, but that's not a guy that I just stopped trying to, you know, and the same thing goes for Wilson. Wilson's a horrible run supporter. Like, I just think there's a lot of limitations to the linebackers we have. Like, you know, we got 2 young guys. I get what you're saying. I mean, Davion Taylor, we spent a 3rd round pick on last year. He's very similar to a JOK. He's that kind of speed athletic linebacker, but he's also really inexperienced. And I don't think it helps that I don't think it helps that the youngest coach that I can think of off the top of my mind is our linebacker coach. Like, I mean, that's going to be a tricky situation, guys. I'm not going to lie to you as a coach. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to see how this draft board's falling a little bit here. Yeah, Jackson Carman, Walker Little, offensive line definitely coming off the board now. We may have started a run there on offensive linemen. Yeah, Eichenberg. Yeah, we had a lot of linemen come off the board. Now I'm kind of looking back on it. Tevin Jenkins. So this is a very dominant offensive line round so far. You guys think Chargers are going to go with the edge rusher, or you think they're going to go in the secondary? Philly 0024. Can Asante Samuel play outside consistently being a 5'10" corner? Good question. He thinks he can. He says he's not a slot guy. Different teams, it's not really teams, different scouts and different front offices see it differently. I think he can play outside, honestly. I just think he's limited down in the red zone. I think he's limited against certain physical profile receivers, but he does break on the ball, man. And, you know, you go back, I'll give you film that you guys should watch if you ever get opportunity. If you get some time this weekend, just sit down and watch what Asante Samuel Jr. did to De'Ami Brown. It was pretty impressive, man. That's what, you know, you guys knew that I was not a high Asante Samuel Jr. guy. I thought he was being overhyped. And then I kind of watched this film and I said, you know, I still feel like he's being a little overhyped, but I get where the hype's coming from at least. Like, that film made me come away with a little different perspective. Our next pick is 70, guys. Jason Wall, what's good, buddy? Look, I don't know if they're fully in on Hurts or not, Jason. It just depends on the way you look at it, man. Like, my philosophy on this year, Jason, is just to stay chill and watch it unfold there and evaluate it at the end of the year. I mean, a lot of different ways to look at some of the stuff that's going on there. I don't know about that, guys. I mean, you can't say that someone's going to get smoked before they lined up on the field, guys. I mean, Asante Samuel Jr. shut down some good people. I'm just more so worried about him being in red zone reps and against some of the guys that are like really physical specimens, right? Like, I mean, think about, you line him up. There's a DK Metcalf out there. I'm not worried about a guy that's just 6 foot or 6'1" on him. Like, he's played and matched against those guys and he's held his own perfectly fine. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm more so worried about him lining up on like physical guys, right? Like guys that can maybe push him around a little bit. Concerns me a little bit more. Like, it's not so much the height as much as it is just the physicality that the player plays with. So, like, think of Brown from Tennessee, right? DK Metcalf, those type of guys, like the big physical yak guys. Michael Pittman Jr. from Indianapolis, like those guys. Like, those guys concern me a little bit. I will say that Asante Samuel Jr., yeah, he was, when it came to man coverage grade. But, I mean, he's got a couple of really good games on this film. Kevin King, didn't they just I thought Kevin King just signed with somebody, though, Jalen. Asante to the Chargers. Well, I mean, we may, we must have.
I'm back for this.
What's up, man?
Asante Samuel Jr. to the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, look, Asante Samuel Jr. to the Chargers, like I said, it makes a lot of sense. Edge rusher or cornerbacks, what I thought they would probably go. Look, he's a guy that he breaks on the ball fast. That's what his game is. I mean, I don't know if they plan on bouncing him inside or outside. That's going to be the $1 million question with him.
Yeah.
I will say that off coverage and zone, like in a cover 3, he's pretty good.
Definitely the JOK injury news has to be what's killing him, because this guy went from a top, in the 20s pick to just falling. Now, Asante Samuel Jr., I had an inside of the top 40 or a little bit outside of the top 40. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where I rated him. A little inside, or he could possibly fall outside. So I was wrong with the little inside being close to us. He fell 8 picks out of the top 40. But hey, he's a ball hawk, like you said. He said Mike
you know,
low-key pissed.
yeah. Well, I mean, what can you do, Mike? I mean, they're falling. It sucks, man. But
Yeah.
I'm just hoping,
Our fast
I'm
forward
hoping to
to
get a little
70?
closer to 70. Just a little closer to 70, man. You know what I'm saying? Just a little closer.
All I know is DK Metcalf kept falling, and then he finally got taken, right? JOK's injury, who knows what it is, but he might be a ball player for somebody.
Yeah. I hear you.
The funny thing is, though, ESPN had him rated as the top best player available when we started this draft.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough year, though, Mike. It really is a tough year.
It is.
To grade some of these guys.
My goodness. Shout out to
So Kelvin
JB.
Joseph went off the board. Yeah, Kelvin
Yeah.
Joseph went off the board now. So now, yeah, I mean, guys, we're getting to the point of, if Yatu Melifonwu's probably going to come off the board pretty soon. You got Aaron Robinson, who's a guy I like a lot.
Just sign one of them veteran cornerbacks that are lingering around. Call it a day.
Yeah, we're going to have to probably, Mike. I think we're going to have to. Paulson Adebo might be there, potentially in the third round. We might be looking at your boy in the fourth round, or Darius Williams.
Oh, Darius Williams, Greedy Williams' brother. But real quick, shout out to JB with the 499 super chat. He said, "Are Dickerson's injuries something that will prevent him from having a long-term career or give us spotty availability?" So you think the injury he has, is it just get better and he's good? It's not like one of them things that you think is going to creep up. It's not like he has history or nothing like that. Do you know, Gate?
I don't know. I could, Jeremiah. I don't want to weigh in.
What is the injury actually? Do you know what it?
I heard it was something to the leg. Let me get the exact thing on it. Hang on. The thing is, guys, is that I don't know. I mean, I really did try to get one of the medical trainers on. I tried to get someone from that department, from our health and nutrition department, to come on and talk. They wouldn't do it. I'm going to try to keep reaching out to somebody. I'd love to get them on to talk about that aspect, because that's something I can't really say, guys. I don't know how they grade that. I don't know how they value it. I don't know what they look at with, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know where you would start with that. You know what I mean? Like, how do you project that? I mean, is it a specialist making these calls? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would assume they send these kids out to specialists when there's like something. So it looks like he tore his ACL, Mike, in the title game. So it happened late in the title game, tore his ACL. Ugh.
Sidney Jones? That was Achilles, actually. Aaron Banks, guard at a Notre Dame to
SEC.
the 49ers.
Mike, let me correct that. SEC title game. SEC title game, not national. Let me correct that. I think I led you wrong there for a second.
Alka the analyst said JOK is going to fall right into the Steelers' lap.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, who knows at this point, man? Yeah, Paulson Adebo still on the board, guys. Oh, man.
Hold on one second.
I will say this. Do you think that this might... Do you think they have a guy in mind in free agency, Mike? At corner?
No, I don't. I was just going to say something stupid, but I couldn't think of it quick enough.
Couldn't think of anybody.
Who's even out there? The only person I even know out there in free agency is Richard Sherman. He's old.
Richard Sherman is... Crap. Let me look it up, Mike. You're killing me here.
I don't know. I
think isn't the kid from Pittsburgh? I thought that isn't Nelson still out there?
Oh, that's a good one right there. Nelson. He's a slot corner though, ain't he?
They might have to find a guy that has the physical traits and capabilities to play outside. I know he's a little shorter, but I don't know what else you can do, man. You need a guy with experience. I don't even know who's out here yet, guys. I got to look this up first. Let me Let me look up and see who's available, where I would have them kind of ranked and scouted. At this point, signed 3 years, William Jackson. Come on, man. This thing takes forever to. I want to do it by position, guys. We don't care about. Really? I hate the way that they format some of this stuff.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Well, it's just like different websites are better than others, but.
New Alchemy said just can't survive a run on cornerbacks in the later half of this round. Yeah, if a big run on cornerbacks go, we're hurt. Because that's the thing. When you go from 37 to 70, you're so far. I mean, you can always try to trade up. Yo, Zach Ertz, what you doing? You trying to move out? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So Mike Hilton went to Cincinnati, which that one, meh. Breland, but he's got some issues. I don't know if I'd go at Breland.
What's his issues?
He had some stuff. Remember last year he was a free agent, ended up having to sign back with the Chargers because I think he got himself in some legal issues.
Rondell Moore off the board to Arizona.
Ooh,
wow, they got some weapons, bro.
Yeah, fast guy.
Fast guy now with DeAndre Hopkins and AJ Green.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that turns out, man, because
I'm done after this. This is ridiculous.
You good?
Yeah, I'm just. Are we at the third round yet? Yeah, right. I'm saying no. So
no, I don't even think we're third. Are we?
No. I was reading a comment. I didn't get to pull it up though.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, I don't think we're in the third yet.
Giants are on the board. Oh yeah, that's gonna be scary. Giants will take JOK. Chris Ward said trade for Gilmore, but this is a season that we don't have the money to do that. Like next year.
Yeah.
We don't have the money this year to trade for him. He's still getting paid decently. He's like the New England Patriots' highest paid player.
Oof. Man, I don't know, bro. They might have to go to the really veteran market pool here, man.
Brian Poole, a decent guy, but he made his living in the slot. Listen, that's my biggest thing. Avonte Maddox is a decent player in the slot. Crevion LeBlanc, but you can't put these guys outside. They get chewed up.
I got a guy who is not. This is not ideal situations. Don't get me wrong, but it's a former first-round pick. He's got the physical stature. I don't know where he's at health-wise, but Garyon Conley.
Oh, the one that the Raiders picked.
Yeah, Garyon Conley. Like, I just don't know, man. I think they're going to have to find a way of getting competition in here.
Listen,
Casey Hayward looks like Casey Hayward's still available. He's an older guy, though.
Older guy. But still, I'd rather take an older guy who did it once back then, because Gannon, listen, nobody wanted Xavier Rhodes, right? We thought he was done. Burnt toast done. And Gannon revived him for 1 year. We just need 1 year. We need a 1 year bridge corner.
Darqueze Dennard is still available too. He was mostly a slot guy, but he can definitely play on the outside. Yeah, I think you're into the Richard Shermans, the Casey Haywards, Garyon Conleys. Like, it's not a lot left out there.
New Alchemy said, Jaquette, baby. Who cares if he got torched 9 for $181? Put him out there.
Well, I mean, look, technique, scheme, those things can make a difference in the corner's play. But Chris Rashad Breeland, I like Rashad Breeland's talent level, guys. I don't know what's going on with him personally. It's concerning to me that the Chiefs, who also don't have a ton of depth at corner, are like, yeah, we're not really into him right now. After they brought him back last year with that problem.
But listen, Trevon Moehrig is off the board, Chris, just to let you know. He went to what did he go to? Raiders. That's when Gates said, sorry about your career, bro.
Yeah. Good luck. Hey, at least you'll be in Vegas. That's a plus.
Yeah.
I will say there was a serious run on offensive linemen in this round, though, guys.
Big one. We were part of it.
Yeah, we probably started it, honestly. Aaron Banks, Walker Little, Liam Eichenberg. Sorry, guys. Tevin Jenkins, Landon Dickerson. Who picked him again, Mike?
Yeah, right.
6 guys, man. 6 linemen went this round so far.
6 linemen. That's pretty good.
Yep. And we started the whole thing.
He started it. Why do we do that?
Oh, man, they take forever, bro, to list these things, man. It's like, come on, just speed it up at this point. Jalen Williams says, Cisco at 70, fingers crossed. I wouldn't hate that pick at all.
Me
I would
either.
love that pick.
Definitely.
You talk about ball hawk. Yeah, man, that guy goes and he'll go disrupt footballs. What's good? 2020 vision. Long time, buddy.
What wasn't Jalen Williams saying that was his top guy from the gate?
He might have. If I said Grant, then Jalen probably came and said Cisco.
Oh yeah, you
if
guys.
I say Cisco, he gonna say Grant. I'm messing with you, Jalen. But
he's like low key. So listen, I want to get the chats. Where are they at? Let me ask you guys real quick. So with the 37th pick in the NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles went Landon Dickerson, guard/center out of Alabama. We do got a 3-piece from Alabama now when it comes to Hurts and Dickerson and Devontae Smith. Long term, I think it's good. I'm just worried about our defense. Give me an answer. Did you like the pick? Yes or no? Maybe so. You can even throw in there. Shout out to Miguel Edwards with the $2 super chat. He says, why do I even got to say anything? I'm speechless. Yesterday was good speechless. Today is, I don't know, speechless. Shout out to you, my
Ricardo,
guy. Appreciate
good question, you. Man. That's a really good question, Ricardo.
What did Ricardo say?
He wants to know, like, who's the prospect everyone's sleeping on right now?
JOK.
Right now, in this round, if JOK, I don't know what's going on there, but yes, Mike, you can make that argument. I get that one, but I'm going to give you a different guy that I think that surprising to me right now that he hasn't really gotten more attention right this second, man. Jabril Cox. I thought Jabril Cox would definitely be a little bit more pumped up. Jabril Cox surprised me. Edge rushers, man. There's some real good edge rushers still in this draft class, guys. Like I would not sleep on a guy like Rashad Weaver. Rashad Weaver's a good pass rusher. Cameron Sample is a guy that might go in the 3rd, 4th round. Good pass rusher. Ronnie Perkins. No, did Ronnie Perkins already go yet? No, I don't think he did.
No.
Ronnie Perkins
is on the clock.
But to be fair, Ronnie Perkins is very similar to Azeez Ojulari, and Azeez Ojulari is not even off the board yet. So,
but yeah,
Giants edge rusher, linebacker. Guys, who?
The Giants took the linebacker out of Georgia real quick. I can't say his name.
Monty Rice?
No, Azia.
Oh, no. Azeez Ojulari.
Yes.
He's a defensive end, actually.
They have him listed as outside linebacker. Well, yeah, I guess so.
So is he playing? Did the Giants play 34? They switched to a 34, didn't they?
Yeah, so he'll be the Devon Miller-ish.
Yeah, so he'll be the rush. He'll be the rush end. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the guy. I think when me and Jalen, was it you and I, or maybe it was, I can't remember who it was. It was either Jalen and me talking, or it was either Jalen and I that were talking about it, or it might have been Takeem and I. We might have been talking about it. But I was asking about if anyone thought Azeez Ojulari might be a candidate to stand up and rush as a 34. To kind of make the same case about Ronnie Perkins, by the way, too. But I think Ronnie Perkins is better suited with his hands in the dirt, but I could definitely make a case for him standing up and being rushed too.
Real quick, let me get these. Jeremiah Butler said, just get me Cox if we don't get JOK. So he's talking about Jabril, like you just said. And then I don't care what else we do. I mean, I still care what else we do because we still got the 123 pick, the 150. Yeah. And, depending on what we can do with Zach Ertz, you might be able to move some. But I hear what you're saying. Like, get me another impactful player because I want 2 day 1 starters. And Landon Dickerson has the talent, but the injury preventing him to be a day 1 starter.
Mike, I forgot about somebody.
Who?
I'll give you another guy that slipped my mind because there's so many freaking corners. This is a guy that I'm a little unsure where the round value will be. I'm going to guess somewhere in the 3rd or 4th round. He might go later than that, though. He might go later than that. Chris Sims blew this guy up a little bit, and that's what I'm worried about. Marco Wilson from Florida. He's a corner that might go higher than people think.
Interesting. But where from
really good, rangy, speedy guy.
Marco Wilson, you said?
Yeah, Marco Wilson. He's a corner from Florida. He kind of slipped my mind for a while. But he's another one of these fast, rangy guys, right? He ran a 4.13 short shuttle, 4.37 40, and a 6.8 3-cone. Like, he's a really rangy guy. Put up 26 reps on the bench press. The only thing about him is he doesn't have the longest arms for a 6-foot guy. He's only got like 30 and like 3/4 inch arms for like a 6 foot, 190 some pound prospect. You know what I mean? But fast, man. He can move. He's got the speed.
Washington just took a guy, Texas offensive tackle Samuel Cosme, a tackle, yeah. But real quick, shout out to Miguel who did say just got in what I missed, fam. So we're at pick number 52. The Eagles picked offensive guard / center from Alabama, Landon Dickerson. So with our second pick in the NFL draft, we went offensive line. So we did not go defense, where I think where half the people who are mad is not saying they don't like Landon Dickerson. They're like, why didn't we go defense? So I don't know where you fall on that scale, Miguel, but another offensive player from Alabama. And real quick, before my guy gets in there, Ari Starwin, he said, give it 3 years and the NFC East will definitely be dirty again. These kids are studs. Yeah, man, 3 years is the top. I think it can be a little shorter than that, but
yeah, I agree with you on that one, Mike. 3 years we better be at that point. So 2020 also asked a question where he wanted to know about like who's left, and it's going to tie right into what NFC East Beast is asking here, or what he was stating here. So 2020, there's a few guys left on the board that I still think are worthwhile at cornerback. I like Adebo. Adebo got beat by double moves a lot, but he's aggressive, plays the ball well. Like, he's definitely got the size profile. He makes a ton of sense to me. The highest guy on my board right now will be Ifeatu Melifonwu, but I don't think he's going to make it much longer. I think he's going to come off the board. I probably shouldn't even mention the name. I probably just put something out to the atmosphere. But I like him a lot, guys. Mike's guy, Rodarius Williams, very experienced cornerback. He's a guy that I think has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. I thought that was the one thing I loved about your interview with him, Mike. I thought you got that out of him, that chip on his shoulder. You could see just a little twinkle in his eye, Mike, when you were challenging him. I saw it. Like, I saw the competitiveness kick in that interview a little bit, where I could tell, like, you asked him about when he got beat. I think it was like his freshman or sophomore year. I saw it in his eye, man. Like, he took the diplomatic, very professional route, but I could see it. I could see it underneath him where he was like, yo, it won't happen again.
Yeah.
I could tell.
I like that about him.
Yeah, I like that about him a lot too, man. He's a guy that, Marco Wilson's another lengthy one. Tay Gowan is Vic 3's, like, that would be Vic 3's dream scenario.
Yeah, he loves. I never did no research on Marco Wilson. That's why I'm trying to think if I even heard of his name before.
Yeah. Marco Wilson is how did he cross my I was watching Pitts or somebody, Mike, when he crossed my radar. I never heard of the guy either until really this year. I didn't even you remember how much film study I put into CJ Wilson or of CJ Henderson?
Oh no, yeah.
He didn't even
like one of them.
He didn't even stand out to me then. I probably heard his name mentioned, but it didn't even stick with me. And then, like, all of a sudden I was watching, like, games, full games, and I was like, who is this dude from Florida? Like, he got beat a few times. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mike. Like, the dude he got cooked a couple times. Yeah, if you have to know Melifonwu is my that's who I want badly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Listen, we're 18 picks away. Do you think he can stay on the board?
I'm gonna say no, so hopefully he's there. I feel like if I say yes, he's not.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And when we get
about, did you ever watch any film? What about Aaron Robinson? Aaron Robinson, I think, still on the board.
I like him, but I think he's more of an inside guy.
Yeah, he can inside outside. He's one of these flex guys that you can move all around the formation. What about Keith Taylor? Did you get any chance to watch anything on Keith Taylor?
No. I started watching Aubrey Thomas as a late guy sleeper because somebody put me onto in my DMs.
So Keith Taylor's another big guy, big tall guy, little bit better as a man guy than I thought he looked a little alone. Not lone. He looked a little lost in zone. I combined lost and zone together for lone.
Alone.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? When you're lost, you're alone.
Exactly. My man was alone, but he's not he's not a guy that you're gonna like. That dude's like 7th round. 6th, 7th round. But look, man, 31-inch reach, man, 6'2", 200-pounder. He's not the fastest on the foot speed. He's a 4.5 guy. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but he's a 6'8", 3-cone guy. So I mean, good 3-cone. I mean, he's got good lateral quickness. Good hips. But I'll be honest with you, man, he's a little raw. Like these will all be guys you have to coach up. That's the problem. These are like major developmental pieces at this point. That's really my fear. I might almost be on board. I think I got Ifeatu Melifonwu, Austin Adebo. All right, Mike, help me out here. Who am I missing? Ifeatu Melifonwu, Paulson Adebo.
What, you talking about all the corners?
Elijah Molden, but I don't think he can play on the outside in the pros.
Tay Gowan is the outside. He played on the outside alongside of Aaron Rodgers.
Outside. Yeah, I like Tay Gowan. I do like Tay Gowan. Marco Wilson, Rodarius Williams. There's not a lot left.
Nah, because
Benjamin
listen.
St. Just. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Benjamin St. Just will be another guy. I was like, yo, I'm forgetting somebody.
What about Shakur Brown? He's inside?
No, I don't think he is, actually. Shakur Brown was... I'm trying to remember his value, Mike. He's not a big guy. Remember that. I think he's pretty similar to Asante Samuel.
The Browns got JOK with the 52nd pick.
Good value for them.
What about Trill Williams?
I think they converted him to safety. I think he's being projected as a safety. Shakur Brown might be an option in the 4th. I mean,
yeah. What's the guy that we both did?
He's a playmaker.
Israel Mukwamu. I think he's going to be a safety in the league too.
Yeah, he's a big kid. Yeah,
He's
I mean,
huge.
if you look at a kid like Shakur Brown, I think he definitely is a guy that, he's not tall, he's not big. He finds the ball well, though. I mean, a lot of things that, I think a lot of the positives that you spin about a guy like Asante Samuel Jr., you could do the same thing here, but I don't know that he's the same skill set that Asante Samuel Jr. has, guys, to be quite honest. But I mean, look, man, sometimes the guys you don't think are there turn out to be the better players. I mean, you don't know what these guys are doing in the offseason. Like, we only know their history. We don't know we know a little bit about their present. We know their history. We know nothing about their future. You know what I mean? Like, that's the struggle. That's the challenge of this stuff. Yeah, JOK hurts, man. Nick Bolton is still available, guys.
He is.
Let's whisper. Only say his name and
The
whisper.
funny thing is, though, I had Nick Bolton at number 70, right? And everybody said, Mike, he's a 2nd round talent. You're smoking. Everybody was commenting.
We'll see, man. We'll see what's going to happen, guys, because... Well, I don't know, man. Jalen, I think it depends on who's there at 70 at cornerback. I mean, if Ifeatu Melifonwu's there, I think the value matches the pick. I think,
okay.
I think you can make a case for Robinson at 70. I think there's a few guys that the value does fit there.
Hold up. Whoever's drinking a drink, whether it's soda, water, Gatorade, you're drinking a beer, you're drinking a shot, let's take a cheers and just we got 17 picks. Let's hope for the best until we get up there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Bang. I don't know if you're drinking anything today. There you go.
Bro. This is a straight ride.
This is my my crown.
Hang on, Mike. Let me tap the keg.
Wow. JOK
I like
at 52.
Oasis. I like Adebo too. He'd be a guy I'd be more interested in maybe trading back up for in the 3rd round, but might not have a choice. You might have a point. Might not have a choice depending on how the board falls. Dang, Mike, I poured this heavy, bro.
Just drink out of the
That's not my concern. I can drink it. That's not the issue. But
shout out to everybody in the chat.
Like they're real interesting.
We got a bunch of salutes, cheering. Someone said that the 2nd round pick is gonna make him drink bleach.
Bleach. Dang, guys, I overpoured, Mike.
All right. Slow but steady wins the race.
All good, man. Sober's overrated.
Exactly. So is defense.
Yeah. According to Howie.
All right, let me
Listen,
stop.
anyone could give you. Anyone could give
All right,
you.
hold up,
sober-
hold up.
Anyone could
Hold
give
up.
you sober analysis. Only the real good ones could give you drunk analysis.
I gotta take another shot though, because my man said, "Oh, y'all chasing." The first sip I did it in chase. You probably weren't watching though. That's for you, my guy. Appreciate you,
did
him
chase.
Stark.
All right. I'll let him call me. I did chase with a Diet Dr. Pepper, but all right, I won't chase.
I chase with beer at least. I'm just kidding. Dylan, another offensive lineman. Yo, this second slash this day 2 has been all about the offensive lineman. We just fit it in. Actually, we started it like you said.
What's up, Kivo? I don't have anything necessarily against Vincent. I just don't think that he's an outside corner.
Shout out to Miguel Edwards with another $5 super chat. He said, "We need some donations, fam. Draft once a year. Pour up, my Philly fam. Get it." You already know, man. Listen, if the Eagles go another offensive player at 70, you're going to see something special. No, I'm just kidding. Nah, we cannot. Brokey said, "I like Dylan." I don't know how to say his last name. I want to butcher it. Randez. Randez? Redund. Told you. I butcher it.
It's got that good that just sounds like one of those, upper north Midwest states, your Iowas and your Dakotas and Minnesota.
Cleveland defense definitely going to be good this year. Oh, yes. Listen, they got cornerbacks coming back. Remember, Greedy Williams is coming back. They got Myles Garrett, of course. They got Denzel Washington. They got John Johnson from the Rams. Now they got JOK wherever he fits.
Yeah. Hey, Jalen, love that player. Love that player, bro. The tight end out of Penn State, he's good. Underrated. He's underrated.
What if we picked him at 70? How would you feel about that?
I'd be very angry. I would be very, very angry.
Gates, like, he's a very good player, but I'll be very, very angry.
Howie, disregard what I just said.
Yeah, see,
we don't need to be.
Nah, but real quick, hey, listen, I'm closing in. I'm like 50 subscribers away from 10K. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get it tonight. Yeah, bro.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Hang on, man. Let's post some stuff so we can get you there.
Listen. That's when Philly Zay said it, I just realized, oh, yeah, I forgot. I am about 45, 50 away. I didn't check, though. So let's see where I'm at now. Shout out to you. And if people in the chat, and if you haven't subscribed, what is you doing?
Jalen said that North Dakota State dude needs to eat a few biscuits.
He's light. He's light. Let's see.
They don't know about that down. You got to be down south for that, man.
No, I need 54. So I lied to you guys. I'm just kidding.
I need 54.
54.
All right. Who are the 9 people that unsubscribe? Raise your hand.
No, I just glanced at it. Maybe I was wrong. But yeah, I mean,
it happens to me all the time, man. Like sometimes I think it's fake accounts that do that. I don't know if you ever noticed that. Like you'll go up like it'd be like a weird one. Like in a 5-minute window, you'll go up like almost like 70-some people. And you'll be like, wait a minute, something don't seem right here.
Facts. But yeah, listen, no, because I be watching my analytics from time to time, and it's like sometimes 45% of the people watching you ain't subscribed, so they low key just be like watching, not subscribing. Like that's kind of rude, bro. Either watch or don't watch. It's like, I'm just kidding. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, listen, if you're gonna get
naming, I love the players, man. Trey Sermon, I love that dude. We waited so long that we need defense at some point, guys. What good's it to put 40 points up to only give up 41? I mean,
you know what? Listen, I get the 10K. If I get to 10K before the night's over, before it hits 12 o'clock, I get the 10K. We doing a Devontae Smith jersey giveaway. You heard it here first. I don't know how I'm going to do it, whether it's going to be another just you comment, hashtag, whatever on the video I put it on. But listen, I gave a Hurts jersey away. I gave a Jalen Reagor jersey away. You know what I mean? We're going to do a Devontae Smith jersey giveaway.
Yeah.
ASAP Rocky. Green, black, white, whatever you want. Let's get it. But I got to get me one too, though. I got to get me one.
I don't know who that is.
Who?
Yuri Tardit. You're retarded. I got it. You're funny, man. I got it now. I got it now. I like
But-
that. I like that. I like that, Colin. I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
but the way you
That's good.
said it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, what? I'm like, who the hell is that? I've never heard of that before.
Who said it?
Colin.
Oh my gosh. But the way you really read it, you were like, who is that? And you read it. That's
I'm like
that's
really
great.
thinking in my head. I'm like, yo, I've read a lot
That's
of draft prospects. I've watched a lot of film. I've read a lot of reports. I ain't never heard of this dude. Like, you might be on somebody I've never heard of before. And I was
Yo,
like,
the
I get
merchant-
it when I say it out loud.
Yeah,
Huh?
the merch is coming at 10K. But look, let's get the Colts pick is in. We are at 54. Let's get back to some football. But go ahead, Gate.
What am I doing?
I don't know. I thought you were gonna say something.
I hope not. All right. What do you want to talk? You want to talk about what position group, Mike? What position group you want to know about, man?
I just want to know about corners and linebackers, to be honest. But now the Colts pick is in real quick. Let's see what they do. Please, God, leave the defensive backs alone.
I'm sorry. You say what position
Oh.
group?
Defense. Well, the Colts just took another defensive end, Dayo. Can't say his last name. From Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt. Yeah, a little higher than I had him rated, man. But he's a good
Wait,
football player.
Didn't they take Cordy Pay?
Yes, they did.
So they went back to back on defensive end.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow, the Colts.
you know
are
what's
saying we
crazy,
got-
Mike? Mike, do you know who's still on the board?
Who?
Terrace Marshall.
He's trash. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We
Let me
can't
think
go
about
offense,
it,
so it
man.
doesn't matter to me.
Think about it though, man. Like that's kind of crazy. He's still on the board.
That's crazy. I think this draft has been a little bit. It's been wild. It's been wild.
Somebody asked you something. They said, Jeremy said, "Yo, Mike, what you know about 3rd Street in Bethlehem?"
I don't. I try to stay away from Bethlehem. I don't like it. I'm an Easton guy. We arch rivals. No, I'm just kidding. I don't be in Bethlehem too much though.
Patrick Jones is still available, Chris. Yeah, there's still some good pass rushers on the board. You know what's crazy is when we did our mock draft, the one frustrating thing that we can never get right was pass rusher because they kept flying off the board. And then in the real draft, it's falling the way most of us would have expected. And there's plenty of pass rushers on the board.
Yeah. Yo, I'm just still surprised how the offensive line really took up this day. It went heavy, like 8 deep. Steelers are on the clock and their pick is in. They're about to announce it. They took Najee Harris in the first round.
Yeah, I know you're talking about Jalen. Yeah, he's a good pass rusher, man. I was just shocked because I didn't see a lot of people I talked to though that they were down on him, and I didn't get it either. Jalen, I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, but if you are the Colts management, you're gonna go back to back defensive end.
I don't know the roster that well, Mike. To be honest, I wish I could tell you something insightful there about.
Oh,
about
there it
the Colts,
is.
but I really don't know.
The Penn State tight end to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Makes a ton of sense, man.
So Big Ben Roethlisberger in his
Ow,
last year,
Mike.
he's trying to hold on. He gets a big run game in Najee Harris, and now he gets a big body target. And Pat, not going to try to say his last name.
Fryermoth, I think, something like that. Holy crap,
Good.
Mike! Ifeatu Melifonwu still on the board. Terrace Marshall still on the board. Like, there's some real good football players still on the board.
What if we went Terrence Marshall Jr.? I'll cry.
I mean, well, we'd have a ton of weapons, but I mean, I don't know how we're going to stop anybody. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mike. It'd be a heck of a receiving core, but I just don't know how we stop anyone. Are you a little
he can
surprised
block
he's
pretty
fallen
good,
this far,
too.
Mike? Are you surprised he's fallen this far?
Who?
Terrace Marshall.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm shocked just because, like, And if you listen to the draft experts, I mean, that dude wasn't making it past the first round. That's
Yep.
what I was told.
I got called a bunch of names for that. They said,
You know, and
how
the
can we
crazy
take
thing
your
is,
mock serious?
the crazy thing is, Terrace Marshall, like I called it, I said, look, man, it's a big kid that he played that Justin Jefferson role last year. I was a little shocked. I expected to see him play Jamar Chase's role, and he played Justin Jefferson's role. Kid that I think when you watched him on film, I mean, I would have liked to see more snaps from the boundary side, but the modern game, a lot of people are, you know how it is. Some people now, they don't really believe as long as you play the outside, they don't care where it is. I still, Mike
Correct.
knows that I do not agree with that. Mike knows that I think that there is a limitation to what players can do on a true boundary, to where the windows are closed in, you got a tight man press corner on you, and you got 74-inch or lower wingspan. I just think it's tough, man. Like, you better be an exceptional route runner to separate, because
True.
you're not going to be able to get the contested balls like that. Geez, that sounds so bad when you say it like that. Pause. But you know what I'm saying. I still think that, like a guy like Terrace Marshall, that's where I thought a lot of people projected him because of the size. I thought he was a lot better than this value, man. I think somebody's going to get a really good football player. You know, this is reminding me of
DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf's a good one, but there's another guy last year this happened with.
Don't tell me. Claypool.
Chase Claypool hit the nail on
it.
Hit the nail on the head, man. Yeah, Claypool did this. I mean, like, it's interesting, man. It's interesting just because, like, he's a better football player than this valuation, but
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where it does feel like, man, we really didn't need to. I don't know.
Shout out to my guy, him Stark, donating to the people who he said is drunk. I'm just kidding. Shout out to my guy with $1 super chat. Appreciate
Not yet,
you, my
man.
guy.
We need a few more sips before we get to drunkenness.
Hey, yeah, that's enough for like a half a shot of some cheap stuff. I'm just kidding. Shout out to my guy DH Eagle in the building. I think our second pick was a reach. What do y'all think? You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or you want to take it?
No, you can go first, man.
From listening to what the chat says, and low key when I was behind the scenes reading up on him a little bit, the injury is bad. The injury, you can't sugarcoat the injury. However, when healthy, he presents a guard / the future at center, because Jason Kelce is going to eventually leave. I think long term, it's going to be good. It's going to strengthen a strength that's been a strength for the Eagles forever. We win because of our offensive line and defensive line. We're starting to lose that with age. I didn't think you had to be so upright right now about it, because at the end of the day, who's on our defense from linebacker to secondary? You got two, maybe three names. Other than that, it's big question marks. And because JOK was there, now I know he fell because of injury, but if he could fall from injury, maybe this is why he slipped out of the first round. Dickerson, I don't know. All I'm going to say is this. Cornerback is like the big red glaring flashing light on our defense. There's other things we can use on defense too. I think we should have went defense in round 2. My whole offseason has been, if you get the playmaker with the first round, spend your next 2 picks on defense. I'm all about best player available. I really am. But when your defense looks like the Eagles, why not best player available on defense? That's my take on that. Go ahead.
What's up, DH Eagle, man? So what I'll say is this. I think it's just the way that you worded it. I wouldn't call it a reach. I think the player is very good. I mean, the injury, like Mike said, man, ACL injuries are a scary thing, but the player's value and talent. I mean, I got guys like Jalen Williams who play collegiately on the offensive line, knows offensive line play very well, and says this guy, when he's on the field, is arguably the best player, offensive lineman in this draft class. I will say I'm not too sure that I value this as a dire need on the Eagles. I mean, I know that Kelce's retiring, I get it, but it just feels like you could have gone later in the board and pulled a guy.
Your boy went off.
Who?
A sleeper receiver you talked about, Dwayne Eskridge to the
Uh,
Seahawks.
yeah. Hey, he's explosive, man. I'm a little surprised De'Ami Brown's still on the board. I think De'Ami Brown is being slept on by some teams. But yeah, DH Eagle, I'm not a huge fan of that pick per se. I understand why they did it. I just, you know, it is what it is, man. I made the tragic flaw when we started this joking around saying that what if it was a lineman?
Yeah,
Now I
right.
realize jokes. You can't do that here because you just never know.
If you joke, somehow it gets into Howie Roseman's head. And then you just wonder, how did we get here? I'm just kidding. Shout out to him, Stark, with the on demand. He said, I was talking about me. I've been sipping this tequila since the start. All love here. Now, listen. If you know this channel, we love when you guys throw a little shade. Look, if me and Gate City and Philly Fresh find a way to like pick fun at each other, we do it. And it's all love. Listen, if you're in this chat, you could call me whatever you want on a Friday night. Just don't call me it on like a Tuesday because I'm a little bit irritable on Tuesday. No, I'm just kidding. It's all love, man. And listen, shout out to you because I can't do tequila. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Got to have a stomach for that one, bro.
Can't do it. But Dwayne Eskridge, he's a guy with the Seattle Seahawks because you got the dominant force. He reminds me of a kind of like a Lockett. But Lockett went from the gadget guy, but Lockett kind of made himself be more of a legit wide receiver threat. So now maybe they use Eskridge as the legit gadget guy.
I remember him a lot on film killing the underneath stuff. Let me take a look. Let me see what he did on vertical route concepts. And I give you a little bit more definitive information on him. I watched so many of these guys, Mike. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Sometimes they start to kind of merge together a little bit.
True. But real quick to Michael's point, yeah, I think the holes can be filled, and I think where you got to start filling is on the defensive side. I think the offensive line and the defensive line will need to be filled in the next 2 to 3 years, but you can sprinkle in some good picks in the next 2 to 3 drafts. I think the need to really be competitive, not like, listen, we're not talking about Super Bowl, like let's be serious, new everything, but to be more competitive is you gotta put some presidents, or I can't say the word. You gotta make yeah, there it is. On defense. Come on now.
20 plus yard targets, 10 on the year, 4 catches, 30 catches underneath 20 yards, 15 underneath 9 yards, 10 underneath 10 yards. Just say that. Hey man, dude's a physical freak though. Check this out, man. Here's some of the notes I have on him, right? He came out, this was a hand time thing, but when Bruce Feldman did his freaks list, the dude had a 4.33 40. All right. Wow. The dude benched 350 and squatted 500 with a 37.5-inch vertical. Whew. Athletic freak, man. I remember watching this film and thinking like the underneath stuff. He didn't get a good vertical leap though at his pro day, though, to be fair. I remember watching his film and thinking to myself, like, man, he runs strong for a little guy. He's almost like a running back out there.
Really? Like, that's crazy. You could do a lot of things with him at that rate then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you know who else was a converted running back, by the way? Mike? You know, was a converted running back?
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. Nyheim Hines was a running back at Garner High School, got recruited to NC State as a running back, then switched to receiver, then switched back to running back.
Yeah, that's why crazy though.
Yeah.
And that's why Tyreek Hill fell, because he was a converted running back to wide receiver. That's why you see the stockiness in him. Like, he's little, but he's stocky. That's why he doesn't get hurt that much. But the dude progressed when it comes to catching the ball. He got good hands for just a speed demon.
Oh, Jeremy over here trying to flex, bro. He got tequila from Cozumel, age 12 years. Smooth.
That smooth criminal.
Chris Ward said, "Shh, Gates Brown is a steal."
Yeah. So the Rams got their pick in. Chris Ward said, "I think Aaron Rodgers is going to Denver." Listen, I think he's gonna try to weasel his way out this year. Not weasel, but try to get his way out. Because I like Aaron Rodgers. I'm not trying to call him a weasel and nothing like that.
The greatest thing I like about Jalen here is that no one can call me the king of trading back anymore. Jalen is clearly the king of trading back.
Yeah.
Jalen, let me take my throne off for you, bro.
He stole that last night. Last night he was talking about everybody. He was trading. Every scenario was a trade back scenario.
I know I'm a heavy trade back guy too. I mean, I remember when we did the mock draft last year, Mike and Reese were like, yo, Gate, at some point you got to pick.
Yeah. Tutu Atwell, wide receiver from Louisville. Tutu Atwell going to the Rams. Wow, they got Matthew Stafford. They got Cooper Kupp. They got Robert Woods. And now they're gonna and they got what's his name last year too. Who was the good route runner from Florida that you liked?
Oh, Jefferson.
They got the other Jefferson.
Van Jefferson.
Now they got Tutu Atwell.
Mm-hmm.
Sean McVay.
Tutu Atwell's got that's a dude like he's got some serious speed. Fast guy.
Yeah, but listen, at the end of the day, when you got if you got Steve and Jalen doing a mock draft together, eventually it's just gonna come up error. There's no more scenarios that you guys can trade back to. Error.
Yeah, we do like to trade back a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I like playing the value game. I'm gonna tell you, Mike. You know, I think the Chiefs might go here.
Who?
Terrace Marshall.
Wow, that would make sense. They just lost Sammy Watkins.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee you they didn't expect him to still be on the board.
That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, they could definitely go edge rusher. They could use offensive line. I mean, Patrick Mahomes got the crap beat out of him, but I don't know, man.
Well, listen, they did a lot on the offensive line. Huh? They got Joe Tooney.
Oh, yeah, they got the dude from NC State.
They got Orlando Brown from the Ravens. They did a lot on the offensive line. I don't think they'll dip into that.
Dude from New England that played at State. He was a really good player too. Yeah, I forgot about that. They did do a lot on the line. You're right. Wow, yeah, they definitely got scared from that Super Bowl and were like, yeah, this is not happening again.
Facts.
Oh, let's see, man. What do you think it's going to be?
You made sense with the Terrace Marshall pick just for the fact that their strength is their offense. And sometimes when your offense is such a big strength, you want to keep strengthening it. And they did it with securing the offensive line. And they lost Sammy Watkins, and you want to keep that group together. You know, you got Hill as the deep threat. You got Kelsey, and you got they do got what's his name? Robinson is still balling for them. They got Hardman still. So maybe they fall back on receiver. I mean, they can use defense as well. They can use defense.
Yeah, did they even pick in the first round the Chiefs? I don't think they did they?
No, they traded. That's how they got Orlando Brown. They gave the 31st overall pick to the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And there goes Lorenzo said, yeah, Lorenzo surprised that Terrace Marshall. But yeah, I just can't. You know what? I got to go back on that video. I'm going back to my mock draft, and I'm going to comment on everybody who said, Mike, you must be smoking something if you think you're going to get Terrace Marshall at 37. We're at 58.
Bro, so far this round, man, the receivers are Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore, Dwayne Eskridge, Tutu Atwell. Can you say slot?
Well, and you know what the NFL is turning into? Space it out, and slot receivers are important.
Yeah.
Shifty guys, quick guys.
Can't knock them, but man, that's a lot of slots in one round. Let's see. Landon Dickerson, Tevin Jenkins, Liam Eichenberg. How many is
it? Here it is.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so. Who'd they pick?
It's coming. Nick Bolton, my guy. Nick Bolton, my guy from Missouri.
Nick Bolton. I don't like Kansas City no more. They're done, bro.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Nick Bolton hurts a little bit because that would have been a good pickup.
Hold up, listen. I want to tell everybody a
we still
story.
need corner. We still need corner, and corners are sliding. But I like Nick Bolton a lot.
Real quick, story, and some of you guys in the chat will know this because you were live doing it. So I did a mock draft with NFC East rivals, Chris the Entertainer, the real Ed Oliver, and Cowboys Fan Talk, right? So we were live on my channel doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the pick at 70, and I got a trade offer from Denver. They told me that I can move back to 71. So one pick behind, and I will get an extra 152. Everybody in the chat's telling me to do it. And as I'm doing it, the second linebacker in the linebacker chart, and he's like the fourth person on the BPA. They're not going to take Nick Bolton. I clicked it. I clicked the trade. They took Nick Bolton. Everybody was clowning me. They called me Howie Roseman. I was kind of upset. I like Nick Bolton, though. He's what you call an undersized linebacker. But listen, nowadays, everybody is undersized. Look, you put your NFL weight on when you get to the NFL. Like, now there is legit undersized players, like big time, but I like Nick Bolton. He had a bad throw game.
PA Philly man, what's good, buddy? He said, if we don't take cornerback, oof, who's on the board? Good question. Good question, man. So depends what you value, man. If you look at linebackers, you still got Jabril Cox that's kind of floating around here, guys. I mean, that's, I think that's kind of crazy value and crazy he's still available right now. So you got Jabril Cox, you got Baron Browning from Ohio State still on the board, Chase Surratt, linebackers. Those are guys with like second, third round grades to them, and then you get to the fourth round guys following them. So we'll say the fourth round for.
Do you like Surratt from North Carolina?
He be an interesting pick for the Eagles because he's another one of these guys that he's a convert to the position. He was a quarterback, and he's got some development, but he's talented. There's talent there, but he's still got some development left to go through. Cornerback available would be Ifeatu Melifonwu. Then you got Aaron Robinson, Elijah Molden, Kerry Vincent Jr. still on the board. I'm not a big fan of Cameron Bynum, but he's on the board.
I don't like Vincent Jr.
Yeah. Paulson Adebo's on the board. I like Paulson Adebo. Trey Brown's he's a good player. Thomas Graham Jr., a little undersized, but good player. And Mike's guy, Rodarius Williams.
Listen, if Rodarius Williams gets drafted to the Eagles, we have a little deal behind the scenes. So let the Eagles draft Rodarius Williams, and he owes me a little something. I'm just kidding.
So the best value right now, guys, is edge rushers. You got Joseph Asai from Texas still on the board. Carlos Basham Jr. still on the board from Wake. I don't know how to say this kid's name. The Odie, because I don't know how you say his name. The kid from UCLA still on the board. Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma still on the board. Rashad Weaver from Pitt still on the board. How do you say the kid's name from Notre Dame? Ogundiji? I don't know how you say his name, guys. The edge rusher from Notre Dame still on the board. Patrick Jones is still on the board. It's probably more of a fourth round value, though. Patrick Jones. Quincy Roche, fourth round value still on the board. Edge rusher's there's some value there at edge rusher, guys. Let's take a look at safety because I think safety's got some value too. So yeah, Andre Cisco, I think he's going to come off the board very soon. He's still on the board. Nasser Ladine from Florida State still on the board. Jamar Johnson, Artius Washington. Those guys are all like second, third round values. Cisco, Nasser Ladine, Johnson, Washington. And then you got guys like fourth round values like Tyree Gillespie and Jamian Sherwood, I think is how you say his name. The kid from Auburn, he's still on the board. Those two, they're decent football players. It's going to get interesting because, you look defensively. I don't know, Mike. We're going to need the coaches' developmental hats on because they're going to be developing these guys.
Hey, and that's something we do not know what we're going to get out of this new coaching staff. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic just because I saw some people who were dying when it comes to secondary DBs who got revived by Gannon. And, I seen Nick. I really can't. I don't know what I did with Nick Sirianni. I know he was able to be the quarterback coach and get three different quarterbacks who played three different styles ready, from Brissett to Luck and Rivers. So we'll see. But shout out to Mr. Flyer Fan 28. He said Terrence Marshall would be an awful pick. He has a full plate and screws in his leg ankle from his horrific injury in high school done by not the best doctor. I never even heard of that.
I try not to weigh in on Mr. Flyers fan. What's good, buddy? I try not to weigh in on medical grade stuff just because I'm not a doctor. You know, I don't know the players personally like that. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's hard.
I do know that he's been playing, you know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to make those kind of determinations on medical stuff. I try not to weigh in on it just because honestly, I don't know. Like I understand the X's and O's of the game. The medical field stuff it's not my field, man. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, Terrence Marshall, who we thought would have been more of a later first, early second, is dropping, but he's not going to come to the Eagles. We're all offense out.
Yeah. I like our Darius Washington too, Takeem. I like him a lot.
Terrence Marshall Jr., speak of the devil, to the Carolina Panthers as we spoke. Thank you, Mr. Flyers fan. You spoke it into truth.
You know what's crazy? Is that Panther fans are normally really polite people. You don't normally hear a lot from them. I live here in North Carolina. Hey, man, they started feeling themselves recently, man. They must be really liking this draft because I had somebody try to talk some smack to me today. I was like, yo, you better chill out, man, with your non-relevant organization.
That's crazy.
I do like their draft so far. I'm not going to lie to you. They've had a good draft.
Yeah, they did. But there you go. The last time somebody told a LSU wide receiver he's only a slot receiver. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's crazy though. How many times today we're speaking of guys? And he said, "What up, guys? Glad to be here." He said, haha, that's great. Speak of the devil. Yeah, man, it's funny though. Like, yes, Gate City is about to break down why Tyson Campbell will be a good fit at 37. He gets picked at 33.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking, man, because I almost feel like every time I talk a player up, man, somebody swoops in. Like,
but the thing is, when we talk about it for the Eagles, it doesn't work that way. They go the opposite.
Yeah, I know.
Shout out to him for falling and getting at home. I mean, do you think Sam Darnold's going to do okay over there? They got a good offense. They got a young offensive coordinator.
You know, I can tell you some of the things that Max Brown told me behind the scenes because he played with a freshman version of him, and he said that he was the most ready quarterback he ever met in his life as a young kid walking into a room, and he still thinks Sam Darnold has talent. He thinks that he was just in a bad situation with the Jets. It's just tough, man. I'd have to really grade his film. And I'd also have to get like if I had a disagreement with Max, I would really need to know why he's saying certain things. I would need to see the examples. You know what I'm saying? Like we really need to have a discussion on that. But you know what, Mike? I'm going to try to hit him up, man. Maybe I should try to hit him up and see if he wants to come in one time and do something like that and break down and give us examples of something we can kind of push back a little bit on some stuff. But I know that Max is pretty big on him. Max thinks that he's going to have a resurgence in his career.
Talent there. I do too.
But also, like I will say, Max is my guy, man. I'm not coming for you, Max, if you're watching. But I do know that Max is, he's probably friends with him. You know what I mean? It's the flip side.
Bias. I'm always gonna if you're an Eagle, I'm always gonna toot your horn a little bit more. But real quick, is Jalen Mayfield? He's still available, right? I didn't think I hear his name called yet.
I think he is too. I think you're right.
Saints pick. Jalen Williams says that Sam Darnold's going to look a lot better.
Yeah. I know, like I said, I know Max was really big on
it. Linebacker, Ohio State, Pete Werner to the Saints.
Oof.
That's tough. Real quick.
That is tough. He was being mocked to the Eagles in like the 3rd and 4th.
Well, we're closing in. We're in the 3rd.
Yeah.
Interesting
Jeremiah pick Butler. By them. I don't know that Pete Werner's worth a 2nd round pick.
It's a 3rd pick, right? Number 6. No, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked there. Good pass defender. I mean, that's the notes I got on him. He's a good pass defender. He had about 85 snaps in man coverage.
It's showing him closing in the run though. The highlight. Oh, now it's showing him pass coverage.
Yeah. So I mean, he
Real
was
quick.
definitely 1, 2, 3, 4. He played the 5th most snaps in man coverage last year.
So Jalen Mayfield is still there, but real quick,
Oh.
Jeremiah Butler's asking us a question.
Say
Surratt
Surratt
or
or Cox? Jabril Cox? Jabril Cox.
I'm taking Jabril. Yeah.
Yeah, Jabril Cox for me.
Take it,
Pete
Jabril.
Warner was targeted down the field 15 yards. That tells me that he was carrying with tight ends and probably receivers and like. So I think that he's being graded basically as a really good coverage linebacker.
You go first.
Jabril Cox
Nate.
or Melifonwu at 70.
We got 10 picks. Listen,
All right.
listen, guys, you're killing me for having to say this because when I say there's 10 picks left and both these guys are on the board, something bad is going to happen. But go ahead, Gate. Who are you taking if they're both?
I'll say it this way. Jabril Cox, I think, is the better player. So Jabril Cox is who I would take. But I'm going to tell you this. I don't know that the Eagles would pass up Melifonwu at 70. Although I probably would just because I feel like I could get a Tay Gowan or a Paulson Adebo a little bit later.
So you would take, again, I will co-sign it. I think Jabril Cox is the better player. But
yeah,
you were talking earlier. We're starving for a corner.
We are. At this point, though, you might as well commit to the act of what you've done.
Yeah, BPA.
You might as well commit to the BPA at this point. I mean,
yeah, but what if BPA gets another offensive player over Jabril? Real quick, shout out to my guy Eagles Flyer Brian Fuller with the $20 super chat. He said, "This is for you to go buy some more of whatever you're drinking because of Howie. Bleep our picks. We need defense. Listen, I was told by a little bird that we're done with defense. It's you score, I score. You score, I score. Whoever scores the most points in an hour, they win the game. New game."
Yeah. Cisco at 70 is intriguing too. I agree.
I hold up. I want everybody in the chat right now. We still got 10. We got 9 picks until the Eagles go. With knowing who's on the board, so hopefully you can use the ESPN tracker. Give me your favorite pick at 70. Everybody in the chat, find a guy who's available. We got 9 picks. Give me your favorite pick available for 70 right now. Now, he might go in the next 2 minutes, but right now you can say it. Shout out to him, Stark, on demand with the $5 super chat. He said, "Gate, stop saying names. Just answer the question without names." Yeah, describe them without saying.
The guy that has an orange helmet.
Hey, we listen. At this point, we got to do whatever it takes. We're 9 picks away.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, guys. I mean, I will say this. If I know these names, they know the names. They got like 100 guys like me that do this recruiting and scouting stuff for them. Truth be told. Dylan Moses, I like that name, Ricardo. I like Dylan Moses in like the 4th round if he's there.
Some crown, E-Wing. So we got I'm gonna call him. I can never say the Syracuse guy's name, so I'm gonna call him.
Team said Melifonwu.
All right.
Just call him Mel.
This is dedicated to Hurts. Oh, the draft. So we got Jabril, Melifonwu, Dylan Moses, Melifonwu. I don't want it jumping like crazy. Melifonwu, Dylan Moses. Sixers are on their way to a winning game. Shout out to you, my guy. Melifonwu, Mayfield. So NFC East B says Mayfield. Maybe Brandy. Who's Brandy? He said St. Just in the 5th. Oh, in the 5th. So it's going between Jabril Cox and Melifonwu for that 70th pick. There's a couple extras. The Bills are on the clock, and here they go. They got their pick in.
My question is to Keem, and I'm not saying this sarcastically. I'm asking for real because I don't know off the top of my head.
Another defensive end.
When is the last time a 5th round corner produced in the league? I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head. I can think of some small school guys, but
I
I
know
don't know
about a
what round they
seventh
were.
round one.
I don't
Jalen
know.
Mills, what's up though?
Oh,
It's like,
jeez,
no,
man. Here we go,
I'm just
Jalen
kidding.
Mills, bro.
I'm
I know,
just kidding. I'm
like,
just kidding. Just kidding.
what Jimmy Ward was like Northern Illinois or something, right? I know he was like an obscure place. I'm just trying to think. Malcolm Butler came out of like West Alabama. I'm trying to think, man. When was the last time? Like, I mean, look, the previous draft histories don't have crap to do with this draft, but I'm just
Yo,
saying,
real
you know,
quick,
I'm
Gabe.
wondering, like, when's the last time we had a guy that deep produce on the outside like that?
Another defensive end, Carlos. What was it? Carlos Bashman. I can't see. They're not showing his name, and I can't see his jersey. And I
like
never
Aaron
heard.
Robinson, Chris Ford. The guy from Seattle. Which one? They got those 2 longer corners. I'm trying to think of you're thinking of.
Carlos
You might be onto it,
Bashman
NFC. You
Jr.
might be onto it, NFC East Beach. You might be right. I can't think of their names though right now.
Yo, hold up, real Gate, real quick. The Colts went back-to-back defensive end, and the Bills went back-to-back defensive end. They went Gregory Rousseau and Carlos Bashman Jr. So
Okay, so
two teams in
2020,
the
2020 said Sherman came out like a 5th rounder.
Patrick Sherman.
Yeah.
Wow. 2 teams in the AFC though went back-to-back defensive end. Well, what are they trying to do? Get Mahomes?
They might be. I mean, you know the model, man. These teams don't come off of those old school beliefs easily.
2 playoff teams though. The Colts trying to be in the playoffs, and the Bills both went back-to-back defensive end.
Well, Carlos Basham Jr. for the Bills, it's a violent hand fighter. Like he's violent with his hands. I know that Jalen feels like he falls on the hand chop stuff a little too much. He tries to use that chop move just a little too much, but I like him, man. I like his film. And like, yes, I'll admit, guys, I'm biased. I coached in Winston-Salem, where Wake Forest is located. I've been to plenty of their games for free because they can't get people in the stands. I'm going to be honest with you, and they'll give them out to the schools for free.
Josh Myers to the Packers.
Oof.
Center.
Interesting pick. Huh. Interesting picks coming in, man.
It is.
Man, we're almost through the 2nd round, guys.
Bro, we got like 7 or 8 picks left. I didn't see what it says. We're at 63.
I know the 2nd round is shorter than the 1st round, but dude, it just didn't feel like it drug on forever.
It's 9:30, bro.
Yeah, like it felt like it drug on forever, man.
Listen, so far, you got Melifanu, you got Jabril Cox. Oh, you called it Brandy. Shout out to you, my guy. Yeah, Richard Sherman. Shout out, yo, 2020 vision. I love you to death, but you said Patrick Sherman. I'm like, who's Patrick Sherman?
Yeah, I knew what he meant, but yeah.
I didn't because I just read it. I mean, listen, I'm not the one who said I'm not the one who read that.
I was asking like a serious question because I couldn't remember like the last time that somebody.
Nah, I'm still laughing at when you read that guy's comment.
Oh yeah, bro. He got me on that. I gotta give it to him, man. He got me on that one.
Because the way you read it,
and I read it twice. That was the bad part.
It's only funny when someone says it, and it sounds like they're calling themselves that, and you're really still asking somebody, have you heard of him?
Yeah, I thought it was a real player for a second. I'm like, yo, I've never heard of this person. Like, who is this? And then I heard myself say, and I said, oh, he got me. He got me pretty good.
Yo, I gotta go back and find that. I should have looked where we were at time frame.
It's got to be like, I don't know, it's probably 30, 45 minutes ago.
Nah, that's like an hour ago.
About an hour ago. We can find it. We'll pull it up and put it on a snippet.
That's great.
Gate gets trolled.
You were because you were
trolled on profiles.
Yo, you're like, wait, I might want to do some research on this guy.
Yeah, it really was what I was thinking in my head too. Like, I've never heard of this guy. Like, who is this?
Chiefs picks is in. All right, let's go. Yo, we're getting close to us though. I gotta get in the game. EA Sports in the game. Chiefs picks is up. 63.
Whew.
Creed Humphrey, center from Oklahoma. Definitely. Humphrey will be all the way at 63.
Yeah.
That's where you kind of had him.
Oh, I mean, earlier on, I had him in about a second round value. So, falling to 63, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's not
It's right
a
outside.
huge fall. He didn't fall too far. I know some people kept saying that he might be a first round pick. I never saw him as that. I thought he's a little limited, although I like his game. But he's limited. He's got limitations. If I'm not mistaken, Jalen, correct me if I'm wrong, just because I only spent like maybe 2 games on him, but he looked like to me as if he might be a short arm guy. He doesn't look like he's got the longest arms. I'm not calling him a T-Rex, but you get what I'm saying.
Hey, Chris said, is the Eagles running back group elite right now? Like, are we looking for a late round running back to try to help this group out? Or
elite of the elite, bro? Boston Scott. No, I'm joking, bro. I'm like, no, we're not elite. Like,
hey, but shout out to Flyer Fan. You're right. Listen, if you're in here watching, you know what I mean? Shout out to all the Eagles content creators. We got a lot of them great across the platform. Much love and respect to each and every one of them. But while you're up in here, hit that like button. We are live on 2 different channels. See, me and Gate have a lot of the same followers, but we also got some different ones. Again, Gate City Sports Channel, search it, subscribe. Philly Talk Podcast, search it, subscribe. Smash the like button wherever you're watching it. It's greatly appreciated. We about to talk about the Eagles' 3rd round pick. Remember, we don't have the 84th no more, but it went away for a good reason. So,
Melifonwu still on the board, Mike. What do you think?
yes, Melifonwu is still on the board. So is Jabril Cox.
I did it again, bro. I did it again.
Yep, we're saying her
Did
name
it again.
way too much.
I shouldn't have said the name.
I gotta take a shot. Maybe. If I take another shot, I might forget their name, and we'll stop saying it because as soon as we start talking about their names,
yeah, him Stark. My bad, bro. I said it again. My bad.
if y'all drinking in the chat, cheers up. If you're drinking soda, juice, water,
He said juice.
you got a glass of milk, I ain't gonna judge you. Do what you gotta do. Shout out to my guy. Where you hiding? Where's Howie hiding? We need that 70th overall pick.
Whew, man. Bruh. You know what this draft is missing, bro? It's missing Reese, bro. It's missing Fresh, bro. That's what's happening.
It is.
It's missing Fresh. That's what's happening.
Shout out to Fresh, man. I thought he was coming through because he did say he was going to try to get up in here.
He putting in them hours, man.
Hey, much respect, man. The grind is real. He got 7 kids, man. I got half, and I know the grind is real.
Yeah, that's crazy. He got 7, you got 3, I got 0. I got my niece, but
yeah, it's good. You get to get them, and then when it gets rough, yeah.
Yep.
My boy Philly Tress says I don't drink, but I'll pack this bowl for y'all. Shout out to my guy. Philly Zay, I think it's funny, but please God, don't be really drinking it.
Look, Jalen said you won't call him a T-Rex, but I will. But he has center, so it ain't too bad.
Shout out to my guy. Shout out to everybody in the chat. He said, "Let me in. I'm turned." Hey, you know what? If we want, we can open it up. We can open the lines up a little bit. You trying to open the line up a little bit?
Yeah, we can open it up. Go ahead, man.
Kristen coming in with I'm annoyed. Kristen, what got you so annoyed? Was it Landon Dickerson at 37? A long time ago. We're sitting here. I feel like we picked yesterday. That's how long this 37 to 70 has been feeling a little bit.
2020 is funny, man. 2020 said, "Where is Fresh at?" Fresh always says something controversial and gets the chat riled up.
Exactly. Facts. I'm gonna drop
the link in, man. Let's get some people in.
Yeah, let's get some people, and I want to hear what y'all got to say.
I can only think of so much stuff to say, guys. Y'all come in, ask any question you want, express whatever opinion you got, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the Fresh.
No.
Go.
No,
Oh, that
remember
you posted? Come
when
on.
I post it,
Killing me,
it
Mike. I
goes
thought he was in the chat, bro.
yeah, you saw the Philly Fresh green, but
Yeah.
no, when I post it, it goes
got
on
you, I
all
got
our
you.
channels.
Yeah, there's I can't see it right now because I don't know what's going on, bro. I can't see the message thing. But
Yeah,
there's a thing beside it where you can change it from all to just one.
Oh, for real? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's like right beside it.
He said, "Cheers, boys. Got some Bud Light flowing. Here we go. We got Zay. He was the bleach drinker, so let's see how he's feeling. What's going on, Zay?
What's good, man?
You're not really drinking no bleach, right?
Here we go. We got Zay.
Yeah.
So let's see how he's feeling. What's going on, Zay?
Hey, can you turn off the video behind you?
Yeah.
Hey, Zay, if you're watching the video, turn off the video where you're watching it so you can only be on a device that you're speaking to us.
Here you go. Here you go.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, I got 2 questions for you. First one, did you like the Landon Dickerson pick?
It was decent.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah.
But before that pick, though, you thought the Eagles were going to go defense, right?
Yeah.
And who would you have taken if it was up to you defensively wise?
Probably go with what's his name? Samuel Jr.
There you go. See? Just make sure you stop drinking that bleach. You would have got it quicker, my guy.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. All seriousness, no. Who do you want at 70?
I probably want a corner to help Slayer.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Western Hospitality.
All right, yo. Appreciate you for coming through, my guy.
All right.
Peace.
You know,
Are we
Mike,
gonna
if I
bring
had
Joey
to if I had to do hindsight again, if we don't go Dickerson there, I would probably like to go safety there and maybe go with a Grant or somebody like that just in hindsight, just because, Melifon was 2 guys that have fallen. Kelvin Joseph would have been a great pick in that spot. I hate the fact that he went to Dallas, didn't he? Kelvin Joseph. Yeah, he did. That sucks, bro.
We got 3 people backstage. We're going to bring on Joey Z. Then we got him, Stark. He's in the building. And then we got Mel coming through. So the pick is in, though. He's talking about something else real quick. I'll bring Joey Z on while he's talking. What's going on, Joey?
Yo, what up, man? How y'all doing?
What's good, man?
We're going to feel good if the Bucks don't take somebody we want.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I like the Leonard Dickerson pick, to be honest with you guys.
Kyle Trask to the Buccaneers to sit behind old Brady.
Interesting. He went before Kellen Mond.
Wow.
Yeah, I like Kellen Mond more.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so. Let me ask you a
interesting.
question about Dickerson, because I don't dislike the player. I think the player's a good football player. Like when someone that I know watches as much film and knows the position as well as Jalen Williams tells me this guy is good, Steve, I believe him. But my concern is that you got a guy that in the second round that once again, like, he's not going to be a major contributor early. Like, does that concern you at all?
I just think with our injury history, on our old line, I think having somebody like Dickerson sit behind Kelsey for a year is a great thing, I mean, especially if he's going to start the next year.
That, like in the I get what you're saying. Like, you got to have depth on the offensive line, but the guy that we got to build the depth is injured with an ACL.
Yeah, I do understand that. Yeah, I understand. I just I like the pick. I mean, for me, he was my second rated interior offensive lineman. So
yeah.
Right behind Vera Tucker. So
yeah,
I like him a lot.
I mean, when a guy like Jalen Williams endorses him, I buy it. Like, I know Jalen is not going to endorse somebody that he doesn't think is a stud, but man, I wasn't expecting it. But I mean, was that something you expected? I thought the Eagles might go offensive line earlier than what most people thought. I didn't think it'd be 37, man. I mean, did you honestly feel like,
I mean,
you know what,
I know,
37?
Yeah, I mean, Howie fucking loves offensive line, defensive line. So I was like, either offensive line, defensive line, or I thought Barmore was like a big thing that could happen. But I wanted Asante, to be honest with you guys, too. But I
wanted Barmore too. Just
I wasn't mad with it.
I wanted to send Jalen Williams that Barmore jersey, bro.
I wouldn't have been mad with Asante, JOK, Barmore, or I like Dickerson too. So I would have been happy with all four of those guys, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Joey, just to chime in real quick. That's my take too. As I sit back now, I feel like, you know what? It's going to translate into something good. It's not going to help the 2021 need now, but we know there's going to be growing pains. Like, we still got to see what Nick Sirianni can produce as a coach calling plays, you know, for the first time with his young staff.
Especially
Cisco. Cisco
Oh.
to the Jaguars.
That's
At
bummer.
65.
That's a bummer, dude.
That
Oh,
really hurt
no.
Jalen.
Man, that hurts.
I like Cisco a lot. That's a fucking
Howie.
bummer, man.
Come on, bro.
That dude's a ball hawk, man. Cisco.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
good football player. You know,
Yo,
honestly,
so-
I wasn't sold that they were going to go safety here, but having him on the board to at least consider would have been nice. Because
You said they might go
What?
safety at 33, bro. So
I know
they're getting a good-
I'm talking about me, Mike. I'm not talking about what
No.
the Eagles would do. I'm talking about
Oh,
what I
yeah,
would
yeah.
do. You know,
no, but you called out the Jacksonville Jaguars possibly needing a safety
Yeah.
33. So
Yeah,
they
they
got
could-
what they got at 33, and they were able to get a great value pick
they got
here
Tyson
at 60.
Campbell.
Right.
Yeah, they could have
I
went
tried to
Murray.
convert them, and they took Tyson Campbell. So Jacksonville's on my do not talk with list anymore.
Hey, real quick, Joey, we got some more
Yo.
people in the background. Give me your 70th overall take. Who do you want at 70th? My bad.
Melifonwu is still available, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm all in on him, man. He's fucking big corner. He's strong guy and he's fast. I like him.
Over
Me too.
Jabril?
It's close between those two guys, but yeah, corner's my second need in this on our
Yeah.
team. So I'm all in on him. So I hope he's still there. So
I love it. Shout out to you, my
Yeah,
guy.
man.
Appreciate
Peace,
you,
guys.
my guy.
I like your pick, man. I like your pick. I like Melifonwu.
Appreciate you for coming through, Joey.
yep, no problem, dude.
Peace. So Mental Cash with the $5 super chat. He said, just saw a video of Landon Dickerson doing a cartwheel. Agile? Hey, if somebody that big can do it, well, maybe he should stop. Maybe that's why he hurt his leg.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Let me stop being me. That's a new
Vikings?
eagle.
Vikings chose quarterback. I didn't see that yet. Hang on.
Who
Did
said
they
that?
really? Somebody said it in the chat. I didn't see that.
They go
Maybe they
ruin
did,
it
I
for
don't
us again. Here we go. The man, the myth, the legend. What's going on, him Stark?
Yizzo, what's up, fellas?
Hey, we
What's
chilling,
good, man?
man.
Man, y'all got me in here saucy tonight, man, playing around with y'all.
Hey, listen, it's Friday night. Like, look, the first round was intense.
Yeah.
My guy Gate was sipping on a little bit of stuff. I was drinking energy drinks trying to stay up because I had to go to work tomorrow. You know what I mean? I don't
Man.
work tomorrow.
Yo, last night was fire, man. I stayed up with y'all last night, all the way to the bricks, you know what I mean?
So
No.
real quick, give us your initial takes on 37 overall.
You know what, man? After listening to the chat, it grew on me. I understand. I wanted cornerback in first round. I didn't even want to move out of the 6th spot. You see what I'm saying? But after seeing what we got for it, I'm like, all right, cool. Then when we got the young boy from I was really excited about that. But 37, I'm like, all right, we gotta go we gotta go D back. Because the reality is, man, we getting burnt. You know what I'm saying? Like on every level. And Philly, we a defensive city. We a nasty city. We like
Gritty.
gridiron. We want to be nasty with it. And I'm just not, and I get it. Howie is, he an O-line boy, heavy O-line boy. Heavy
he is.
O-line, D-line, he heavy with that. But, I want to get back to the roots of the city. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I appreciate the pick. They set the stage for us, before the season, before the draft, before any changes took place at the end of last season when they picked a new coach. That listen, they in a rebuilding stage. Amen. You know what I mean? So I get it, but we gotta pick something. We gotta get a D back or something, line back, something. Moving forward.
You know what I missed though, man. On the note of some of what you were saying, I miss a Brian Dawkins like character inside of the
Right.
defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Energy.
We need a Wolverine we need a Wolverine.
Yeah.
We knew X-Men.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
doesn't help having guys like Quentin Michael tell you stories of like Dawkins walking up to him like, "Yo, I'm going to take this dude's soul." Like, do
Right.
you understand what I'm
Right.
saying? I'm going
Right.
to take his soul.
Right.
Like,
But I'm happy what they doing on offense. Really, trying to add pieces, and they've been doing that. Over the last year or so. But we need to transition our thinking to defense. But I'm believing that possibly what's going to happen is this is going to be a 2 to 3 year build.
yeah,
This is going to be that's how I feel like they're looking at it, like a 2 to 3 year build where they just looking to grab pieces so that they can compete within the next 2 to 3 years. And
Here's the
as
Vikings.
a true fan, I respect that.
yeah.
Here goes
that's a
the
good take.
Vikings.
That's a good take. I
Kellen
can see
Mond to the
Kellen
Vikings.
Mond, huh?
Quarterback.
Good pick for them. I
Texas
like Kellen Mond a
A&M.
lot. Mike, you know I
Yeah.
was huge on Kellen Mond. I like Kellen Mond a lot. I had him as my honestly. I didn't want to get the Mac Jones crowd ticked off, so I put Mac Jones 5 and I put Kellen Mond 6. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mike. I would have taken Kellen Mond over him. I'm gonna be real, but I'm just gonna be honest,
Yeah.
me personally. But
Real quick.
Um,
How
Again,
many?
shout out to
How
my
many
guy.
before we go to the next to our next pick?
we're
We
almost
got
there.
4.
Yeah, we're almost there.
I was about to say,
Oh, we could take a cheers on here, my guy. Let's do it real quick,
Yeah, we
though.
can do it. Cheers. We can do it. Cheers.
might
Hold
as
up.
well. Let me just.
But listen, at the end of the day, I want to hear who you again. So you want Melifondu at 70, right? You want the most probably physical, stable
Yeah.
cornerback in.
Yeah. He not
left on the
afraid
board?
to hit. He not afraid to hit. He liked to be around the ball. He looked a little stiff. I mean, looking at his tape a little bit, he looked a little stiff. But listen, we need a dog back there. We need somebody that can go up and contest in the red zone. I like Gate. I like your input on, what I'm saying, what you're looking for, in a cube and a cornerback. So yeah, definitely, 100%.
Yeah, I
Hey,
love the
real
kid's
quick.
competitive nature.
Yeah,
Man, he competes. All right, y'all
Right.
ready?
I'm
All
right.
right. Cheers, my guy. Let's get it.
All right, y'all. Cheers.
Last one for the night for me. Woo.
I'm with
You
it. I'm
see,
with it. Hey,
this was a fresh Jones. I'm down here.
I ain't
Oh.
mad at the game.
Yeah.
But real quick, before we get our guy Mel in, for the chat, Gate City will co-signed it.
Say what?
Stayed up till 12:30 on a live stream last night, right?
Oh,
No, because they're talking
okay.
about my eyes, right?
Yeah.
Your boy stayed up to 12:30 on a live stream. Guess what? If you watch the video I put out at 11 o'clock today, it was recorded at 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday because I go to work at 4 in the morning.
Whoa.
So I'm going off for 2 hours of sleep
Whoa.
and I'm drinking with you guys. So that means the eyes are more shut because I'm tired.
No,
Not
that's
necessarily
love.
drunk, but I
No,
do
Mike,
feel nice, bro.
Mike, we traded back.
what?
We traded back.
But wait, but we traded back without even being on the clock?
I
What
guess.
we get? All right, now we got.
That's
figure
right.
It's at
Everybody's reporting.
67.
Everybody's reporting we traded back.
Mental Cash said we traded back. To who? To where?
I guess the
For
Panthers.
what?
I see everyone says Panthers. What is happening, bro?
73.
I'll say this, Jalen, my guy. Before Jalen comes up in here preaching the trade back, like I get it, because it's adding more picks. We need to get
it's
more
3
players.
spots.
I get it. I
Right.
get that aspect, but
Right.
man, there was a lot of talent still on the board. I was hoping to get.
Right. Well, let's just hope. Let's hope they got a plan, man. I'll tell you this. I like Sirianni, man. I really like. Without seeing any snaps on the Eagles side of the fence, I like his energy. I'm just wishful thinking. Let's say it like that.
That's all we could do. That's all we could do.
I think he because if you noticed during the press conference last night when he was talking, if you notice how he kept looking at, I forget the other boy's name, but like they enjoy his energy, which means he's moving them.
Yeah.
He's moving the crowd, like he's moving the crowd on their side, which prayerfully that's good stuff.
Yeah, you can tell that Nick Sirianni like eats and sleeps football. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
No.
his whole life.
Football and a lot of coffee.
Yeah, my man. Yeah, my man got a
But-
lot of energy.
I'm pretty sure he got a little tequila in his
Listen,
coffee though too. It's a little
All I
bit.
know is he gets more sleep than I do. Wait, shout out to Mel.
But you're
Hey,
right.
Mel,
He
can
gets
you
kind
hear
of
us?
talkative, like a drunk. You're right.
Oh, I didn't know I was in this.
Oh yeah, we got
You
you in
in,
there
bro.
real quick.
You
Okay,
in.
okay. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Well,
good,
well,
man?
listen, we got some more time now. We moved back to 73. Does anybody in the chat know what we acquired? There we go. We got the 191st pick. So we moved back 3 spots, but we get a pick under the top 200.
What
I mean,
round
for
is
3
that?
spots,
Okay.
What round is that?
the 191 is probably like a late 6th, early 7th.
Yeah, I'm not really rocking with that.
Yeah. But you did you hear Howie in his last thing? We love the later round pick. We love Saturday when we got to find all these. Yeah, listen.
No.
Man, we
I don't
love the
know.
later
Listen,
round pick for the past 3 years.
Right.
There you go. There you go.
Show us where those later round picks turn into money. If you can show us where they turn into money, then we'll love them with you.
Quentin Michael
Yeah.
was an undrafted free agent, but we're going years back, and,
Yeah.
and
I'm
with
talking about
Jason
during
Avant.
his regime, during Quentin Michael. Yeah, during his regime.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he still owe us some stuff.
Oh man, y'all see what happened with these boards though? Kellen Mond went to Minnesota, then Davis Mills followed him to the Texans. I got to tell you guys something. I could be wrong on Davis Mills. I could be. I don't see it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see it.
Let me ask you guys this question though. So we were at pick 70. We moved back 3 spots to get a 191 overall, right? What happens if somebody goes 71, 72, or 70 that we are like, we think we can really use and we're and
Yo,
What?
Mike, hang on, yo. Jeremy Sunday, pull Jeremy Sunday's comment from 947, bro. This dude, bro, he's tripping.
Jeremy Sunday?
Yeah, man. I think Sirianni has some serious ADHD, but in the best way, like NFL's Rain Man.
Hey, yo, shout out to you. Oh, there you go. Jalen Mayfield, defensive tackle out of Michigan, going to the Falcons. So there was a couple Jalen Mayfield supporters in the chat. He's gone, but that's at 68.
Yeah, he's a good football player. I thought he was going to go earlier in this, Mike. I'm not going to lie to you. Jalen Mayfield, I thought he would definitely be a higher pick than this. I will say that these quarterbacks are kind of helping the Eagles with the trade down.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
this is the thing that's like kind of like making my blood boil a little bit. Are they going to pick a cornerback or a defense?
wow, right?
Yeah.
Are they going?
I don't know, man.
I still is that Adebo dude still on the board from Stanford?
Yeah.
I really like him. I
Ooh.
favor him over Melifonwu, honestly.
I like that.
What's his name?
Paulson Adebo
From Stanford.
from Stanford.
Yeah,
He
I like him a lot too.
6'9", 195.
Plays
Hold
well.
up.
Skills, discipline.
I'm
all
gonna say a negative and a positive. You know who's also from Stanford? I'll start with the positive. Zach Ertz, right? You know who's also from Stanford? JJ Arcega-Whiteside.
Yeah. Hey, Simi Fahuku, he's a receiver out of Stanford, man. I'm telling you, he might be pretty good.
I'm just kidding.
Cardboard Carolina, what's up, little Jerry? How you doing, buddy? I thought you were on vacation, man.
That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? It's your,
Yeah, I thought
it's
you
your
were on
guy.
vacay. That's my older brother.
You said little or older?
Older. He's definitely not littler than me. He's like 6'3", 6'4".
I gotta put my glasses on.
So wait. How do y'all feel about this? What if the Eagles, again, that's more offense. What if the Eagles drafted at this spot? Or wait, Chris, are you asking at this spot, like 73, or just overall draft them? I need to know. Because listen, I got to get some defense before I even before I even sniff any offense.
Yo, Eminem said, put some respect on JJ's name, Mike.
No, He gets none of that. Not a drop of
I'm like this.
No.
Mike and I were
Eminem.
talking, and I told Mike, I said, I never meant to intentionally rip JJ Arcega-Whiteside apart, but after his rookie season, I made a video where I broke down his route running. And I told Mike, I said, I kind of feel bad because I think I started an inevitable snowball effect by doing that, to where then everybody started breaking down his route running after I did it. And I was like, oh man, I feel so bad for this kid, because I think we got missed there. I wasn't even trying to criticize Arcega-Whiteside. I was trying to criticize the wide receiver coach. I was trying to criticize Carson Walsh. And it got overlooked, and everybody went on JJ, and I was like, "Ooh, my bad, JJ."
Hold up. Why is Superhero, a guy who normally don't just say nothing for no reason? He said we're at pick 79th per ESPN's tracker. I haven't been tracking nothing.
No, me
I
neither.
was under the impression we're at 73. Somebody told me in the chat, and the chat normally steers me right.
Yeah, I got 73 by CBS.
All right, so CBS says 73. Maybe ESPN is messing up. Please God, because I don't want to go. Stop it.
79th is a whole different world.
Yeah, especially for only a sixth-round pick.
Other universe.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Mike, Jalen had said something about that pick. I don't know if you caught that, where he said that he feels like that the Eagles are not going to stay put. That he feels like Zach Ertz and those late round picks are about to be packaged for something in the third or fourth round.
I need that. Hey, yeah. Jalen, all your trading back will come into fruition if this is true. But listen, Brady Christensen. I'm horrible with names. You already know that. Even when I'm sober. Offensive tackle, I think. To the Carolina Panthers. Who cares?
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
mad drunk now, bro.
Response be so different than everybody else's response. He'd be like, "Oh yeah,
yeah."
Well,
I mean, like, I got to deal with these Panther fans here, man. Like, they've always been really quiet. They've always been really quiet, never say nothing. And then all of a sudden this week, bro, they started beating their chest for the first time. I've noticed. I was like, yo.
I got a lot of family that's down there, man. Like all throughout North Carolina, throughout that. My dad in Goldsboro. A lot of my family is in Goldsboro.
Okay, I know that's eastern side. Yeah.
Greensboro.
I'm in Greensboro.
Yeah, I got about 7 family members out there. You know.
Yeah.
So
I'm up in the northern part by the lake.
They love Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Carolina too, man. It's nice. Even up here, like I'm up here by the lakes in Greensboro, like up in the northern part. But it's nice, man. You got the beach a couple hours away, mountains a couple hours away. It's pretty nice.
Shout out to my guy Mental Cash with the $2 super chat. He said, "Bruh, we got a 6-rounder for that swap."
Yeah, I know.
At the end of the day, the swap trash or just it still be. I'll call it garbage. I think trash is worse than garbage.
Are there any more like late round
trash truck juice?
Nah.
Trash truck juice.
From 70 to 72, it better not be the guy we've been talking about. We've been talking about a little bit of Jabril Cox, but we mainly been talking about Melifonwu.
Ooh. Mike, did you see what Takeem just said?
No, let me see.
Look who just jumped in front of us.
Wow. They owe us one too, bro. And you know how they jumped in front of us? Because we value 191st pick?
Right.
Stop playing with me, man.
Bro, they waited for us to trade back, and then they jumped up.
So, wait, Takeem, where did they jump
trade back, Mike, and then they jumped up?
Hey, Moochie. The people, but the people on the panel are just subscribers and people in the chat coming on for their great take. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, Moochie. Moochie Robinson is another Eagles content creator. Definitely check him out.
That's my folks right there. That's my folks right there.
Oh, so maybe that's a guy then, right there.
Yeah, that's my folks right there.
See.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get. I didn't know. He never said that. He was like, what's his name? What's his name? And I'm like, all right, he's
My-
pressing for his name. I'm
So
like,
D'Arce is my name. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He didn't spell it properly, but it's okay. I know who he is, and he know
Alright.
who I am.
see, so what I was doing is this though. When he was pressing for your name, because I got mad love from Moochie, and I respect you. I'm like, I don't know what it's from, because if he would have said, "Hey, this is family," it'd have been different. I'd have put it up right there. But he just kept asking. I'm like,
Yeah. I
hey,
just
but
happened
hey,
to see
it's
that.
all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I just happened
Oh,
to see
to
that.
me, I
Yeah,
hate that pick, bro. They took the
yeah,
defensive tackle from NC State.
it's good to know I got folks on here too. I never even knew he was on here. That's what's up.
Aaron Robinson for the Giants. Aaron Robinson from UCF. So now they
Lions.
got.
I got you. I got you, Takeem.
You heard?
Aaron Robinson. Did they really jump us for Aaron Robinson?
I guess. So listen though, so they got James Bradbury, who actually played his probably best season of his career last year. Now they got the newly acquired Adoree Jackson, and now they're gonna try to put Aaron Robinson in the slot. If things go the right way, the Giants can have a pretty good secondary. If Adoree Jackson is trash, hopefully so. I liked him, so I'm not gonna poo-poo his name because I was advocating for him, but just not that price tag.
Right.
If you get Aaron Robinson, which he mainly plays in the slot, you got Adoree Jackson, who was a first-round talent. He didn't pan out right away, so we'll see. I don't like NFC East getting a little bit. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Especially when I want a corner.
So based on the draft so far, what do you think the rankings are right now in the NFC East?
Well, we still started at the bottom.
Real talk right there. Real talk.
I love my team, but
man, I'm supposed to be moving to Dallas later on this year, so it's about to be ugly for me.
wow. Another defensive tackle off the board to the Lions.
That's a money move, I'm sure.
Alim McNeil.
Alim McNeil, athletic as crap, Mike. He's an NC State guy.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
I just showed it.
No, he's athletic, man. Like, this dude can run. He was like 280 pounds, and they were thinking about putting him in at linebacker. That's how fast this kid was. But he's more of a nose. He's a nose tackle.
Yeah, he's lining up at the nose right now in the highlights.
Yeah, he's more of a nose tackle. You know what, though? For all the athleticism, man, he didn't produce what you think he would produce at NC State.
So then he went to Iowa, right?
Athletic. Huh?
So he played his whole career at NC State?
Yeah, he played at NC State.
Quick question: did we determine whether we are
the Eagles pick is in though?
Oh, it is. Are we at 7?
So hey, chat. I'm gonna ask the chat first. Chat. The Eagles pick is in, and if they trade back one more time, I'm cutting everything off. I'm just kidding. Who do you think we got? I mean, we're sitting here at the 73rd pick. Jabril Cox is on the board. Melifondu's on the board. If you're a Stanford believer, and how you say his last name? Paul
Adebo.
Here it is.
Austin Adebo.
Too late. Here it is.
Yeah, PA Philly, man. I like Robin.
Milton Williams, D tackle out of Lucy.
Wow. Really? What are they doing? Man.
Milton Williams out of Louisiana. I can't even say it. Louisiana. I can't even say it. I don't want to.
I get that they believe in building from the interiors. I get it. I do. And I get that Milton Williams was rated. I mean, it's not a stretch here. I get that, he was rated in this area. He's a bit undersized, though. I'm not going to lie. He's a bit
wasn't
undersized.
Melifondu and Jabril Cox rated in a higher area?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, though, man. It just depends on the team, man. It depends on the team and how they shape their board. I'll give you guys some basic information on Milton Williams. So, like, look, small school, right? You're dealing with – you're always going to have the criticisms of dealing with the prospect that's from a small school. Sorry, guys, I got to fidget with all this crap.
Let me just ask you
So-
before you get into this though. What can you possibly as a coach slash a guy who talks about salary cap and stuff, what can you possibly see in the Eagles secondary that says that the defensive line is a priority, or is this guy just way better valued than any
right.
DB on the?
So you want to know why go this high? Why go this high on it? So you got to look at the contract structures and the age, Mike. So you got in the interior, Fletcher Cox is over 30 years old, and he does have an out in his contract next year. But then you got Hargraves. Hargraves just redid his contract. I think Hargraves wants to be in Philly. So I mean, he's a young guy, but behind him, it gets a little questionable, Mike. To be honest, it does get a little
cornerback
questionable.
gets picked right after us.
So what I will tell you though, Mike, is if you look at his 2020 film, like he didn't produce, man. You're talking about a half a year of production from Milton Williams. This is not a long-term producer along the line, guys. But it like along those last like 5 games, if you're going to watch film of him, watch his last 5 games. Here's the underlying information about him, guys. All right. He had a 21.8% pass rush win rate, which is really high, an 8.7% run stop rate, which is respectable, right? His true pass rush grade was 91, and his overall run stop grade was an 88. So he was balanced, right? He's got really good pass rush moves. They talk a lot about his Euro step. I really wish Jalen Williams was on here to explain that a little better, but it's the way you finish a pass rush. He's undersized, guys, and he played in Conference USA. He's undersized in Conference USA, and we just spent a 3rd round pick. I mean,
oh my God,
he's got to have a chance to prove his worth. He's got to have his chance to prove his worth, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that this is the pick I wanted. I didn't even mention this guy. I'm just going to be honest, but every player deserves their chance to prove their worth, and
every player deserves not to be talked crapped on. So I'm not going to talk about the player. I'm going to talk about the guy who's picking the player. And I'm going to talk about this aspect. If your D-line is good, it will make your secondary look better. And I understand where our guys are going. But wasn't Hargrave the insurance policy at that huge rate, huge rate, decided by Howie Roseman to replace Cox if worst case scenario? At the end of the day, it's becoming a speed game, right? Howie Roseman wants speed on offense, but he's not understanding that if he wants speed on offense, so does other 31 teams. That means you got to get a secondary to play against them. And guess what? This year, you're going to see that at least 65% of the league is passing way more than running. There's still going to be some old school teams, the Tennessee Titans, Seattle Seahawks, if Pete Carroll just grabs a hold of it, which I feel bad for Russell Wilson. There's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, maybe with Najee Harris, but there's going to be a large portion, maybe even higher than 65%, who passes 40 plus a game.
Yeah.
You need a secondary, bro, and we got none. If we had if we signed somebody in free agency in the secondary, like you said, it'd be a little bit different story, but you're just ignoring it for days. And maybe this is Howie Roseman playing the long game. He said, hey, guys, y'all want the flashy pick? Here's Devontae Smith. And the way he did it, because he did get us a 1st-round pick and Devontae Smith. So it was incredible.
Right.
But then he came back and said, I'm going to get and as my guy down there, Stark said, I came into the offensive line pick. And I waited 40 picks. I waited from 37 to 73 to hear something on defense, and we did. We got another Sharif Miller. I'm just kidding.
Now, I will say this, Mike. Like, look, the most concerning thing I'll tell you from the film I watched of him is that, and you're going to hear this from every scouting publication you look at. They're going to tell you to go look at what happened to him at BYU. BYU was the best offensive line he squared off against, and he didn't fare as well as you would expect. That's the area of concern there, is that the quality opposition he faced, he didn't necessarily produce. But over the last 5 games, Mike, it's a bit of a Jalen Phillips situation where you got extreme productivity over 5 games, but it's against Conference USA. I mean, just all spade a spade. It's Conference USA. He sinks his hips well. I mean, that's one thing I've heard a lot about this young man is that he definitely plays with good leverage. We would need Jalen to really break down the film.
Jalen said he hates it.
He hates it. Yeah. I think Jalen hates it because of the value, because most people didn't mark this guy as a 3rd round pick. I think that's true. But
hold up, listen. I don't want to put my guy Davion Taylor on the spot, but I'm going to. Listen, I just did a Davion Taylor interview, right? And you know what he told me in the interview on camera? I can't erase it. It's out there. He straight said to me, Gate, my agent told me I was going to be a 4th or 5th round pick. When Howie Roseman called me in the 3rd, I was excited. He tried to go with that dog. He said, deep down, I knew I lacked the game, but I knew I had it in me to be higher than a 4th and 5th. But his agent told him 4th and 5th. And be it Howie Roseman to say, I'll make your day. Come on, bro. I love Davion Taylor because he gave me the time of day. But that's a nutshell. Davion Taylor said on my stream that his agent told him, you're going in the 4th or 5th. He also said that when he got the call, he thought he was a Patriot, and then he heard Howie Roseman's voice.
Can I ask a question? I don't want to jump in on you guys.
You got it, bro.
So, where would this guy typically be rated at? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I never heard of him.
That's for that man right there. I only know 15% of the college scouts. He knows about 70.
Right. Where would he be rated at typically?
I would say that on the upper end, you're talking mid to back of the 4th. On the more average end, you're probably talking 5th round, but that's a consensus that you don't know exists. It's just what you think you hear. So you never know what other teams have on a board. That's what I always caution people, is just because someone says it's a reach, you don't know what other teams valued. It's hard to say that. But I will say that I didn't have them this high, guys. I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody something different. I mean, I didn't have them that high. I didn't have them that highly rated. But I will say, though, guys, is that what might be getting overlooked, and look, I got concerns about this young man. I just spelled him out to you that the best competition he faced was at BYU. And I don't think he produced in that game against BYU, if I'm being honest. But this is a different set of coaches. And I think people keep losing sight of that we don't know what Tracy Rocker saw on, may have told, along with the scouting department talking to Tracy Rocker, came to a conclusion about the young man. Because some of the times that I think that we're judging how he's missing picks, that could be true. But I also got to say, I don't think that Doug Peterson and his staff, outside of maybe a couple of guys, were very good at developing players either. So I think it's a little back and forth here. I don't know. Right. It's not. I don't have him valued as a 3rd round pick. I don't. But
hey, real quick. I
don't know.
I just don't know. Real quick. Oh, there we go. Hold up. Before I get to JB's super chat, Paulson Adebo went to the Saints.
Paulson Adebo. Yeah, I like him, man. He's a good player. Like
these are the players that we supposed to look at.
Mike, that's probably where my pick. I would have been somewhere around that pick, Adebo or maybe a Melifonwu. That's where I would have gone personally. But
God.
Yeah, listen, like I don't, I don't get to make the pick.
Correct, but look, this is the sad part, and I came around to the Landon Dickerson pick, but right after we did that one, I think it was the Cowboys took Kelvin Joseph. Now we take this D tackle. Right after that, the Saints take Paulson Adebo, and we like Milisandu, or I don't even know how to say Syracuse cornerback's name anymore. But listen, it's just that every time we pick somebody, we're like, huh? Then somebody right behind us takes somebody that's like, oh, you see? And so Jeremiah Butler, shout out to you, my guy. And that's another question for you, $5 super chat. There's your answer, Gate. How we got to go. You mean to tell me we couldn't get one of these guys with 1,000 other picks? Right. I think he kind of answered that before he answered that. He said his best grade for him would be a 4th. His average grade will be a 5th. And again, he makes it 100% clear that people reach because they think they see something in you, they know their scheme, and they apply it. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes it works horrible. We have a track record as when
that's what we used to.
It's horrible.
Yeah. We used to see it horrible.
You got it. Exactly. Like, and I'll put it this way. Go back in time, and you got Trent Cole in the 5th round. If the Eagles had reached in the 4th round and taken him a round earlier, everyone would have crapped over him, and they would have been right.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
You can only
Gotta
find
put
this
stuff
out
in context.
long term. But Gate, again, you can only find out the value from this Milton dude in 2 to 3 years, or 3 to 5 years, or 5 to 6 years. But Gate City will tell you, just like I'm about to tell you, a guy who studies the roster, knows our money situation, and knows the depth of this team. What are we starving for?
corners.
DB corners, man. We need corners.
Please,
bad,
God.
man.
Yeah, that's a fair point, by
And
the
we
way,
just
guys.
won.
Someone brought up a very good
All we
point.
want is one, just one.
Yeah.
Just give us one.
Wait,
Someone brought
two
up a very
things.
good point, which is Milton
What do we got?
Williams' value was graded prior to his combine, and he went off at not the combine. I'm sorry, his pro day, and he did go off at his pro day. But the problem with pro days it's hand timers.
Right.
It's hand
Yeah.
timers. There's human error in hand timers, but he put up ridiculous numbers, guys. I mean, I'll read them out. He put up a 4.6 40 as a defensive tackle, a 4.25 short shuttle, and a 6.8 3 cone. For a interior defensive lineman, it's ridiculously athletic. But there's been a lot of workout warriors in shorts that didn't translate to the NFL either. You got to take both sides of that.
Correct.
That's
Look,
what I
let
was
me
about
just
to
say two
ask,
things real
like-
quick.
Mhm.
Oh, real quick. Osias, I know I'm crying, and it is what it is. Maybe I'm overreacting, maybe, but at the end of the day, I think the way our secondary looks, if you're not top 3 in defensive line, your secondary is going to get torched. So I just think you need to help it out a little bit. Shout out to Justin Dilts with the $5 no talk super chat. That's my guy, his family member. And then here we got the legendary Philly Fresh coming through. Wish he was here. He said, my apologies, y'all. I couldn't make it. But if we go live tomorrow, I will be there and tell y'all how I feel about the 2nd and 3rd round pick. BBP forever. Yo, that's my guy.
Adebo coming off
Osias
the board hurts. Yeah, Adebo coming off the board hurts just because I think we're getting more and more thin when it comes to potential corners, and I think that you better have a plan up your sleeve for a veteran. Maybe they'll make a trade. I don't know, guys. I mean, look, we don't know how the final roster is going to look. That's
We
one thing
got
I will
money.
say.
We still got money. We got pieces to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know how the final roster is going to look, but I mean, like I said, guys, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Milton Williams, I had him graded as a 3rd rounder. I'd be lying to you. I didn't. I'd be lying. I'd be disingenuous on that.
I honestly, I
And it's an
personally
early
think
3rd
highly
rounder.
of him with
It's not a
highly,
late
man,
3rd.
personally.
It's not like 80. It's not 84th 3rd. It's 70th.
I'm done with
Okay.
Howie. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
My
care
question
how-
is
I
though,
don't care
is
how
this
I
Howie or is this Andy Weidel and these guys? Like, I'm still confused on who is it? Is this the board or is this Howie differentiating from the board?
What about Lori?
Who knows, man? You think
Well, they
Lori's
said
down there? though,
Lori
like,
don't.
looking
They
at
said
30 times the
Lori
D-lineman?
don't really. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. What were you saying about
Well,
Lori?
No, they were saying that Lori, he brings input, but it's not like heavy input. Like he basically challenges them based off of what they already graded because all the work is done before they get to the draft room. You see what I'm saying? So I don't see how Lori would. Like based off of what you said and what is evident based off of the school and all of that. This guy couldn't have been but so far up on the draft board. So why would Lori make a change or move on a situation like that? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If that even made sense. Y'all already know. I told you I'm where I'm at.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to judge exactly the influence in which Lori had because I'm not in the room. To be fair, I don't know. I have no clue. But I don't know. I don't know if he's out there like looking at these guys 40 times and being like, "Yo, have you guys looked at this?" I don't know if he's doing that, you guys. I have no clue. I don't even believe the reporting sometimes, man. I think that you can catch a dude that just doesn't like somebody and they can, what I'm saying, they can exaggerate something too. I will say, like I said, guys, I don't know, man. I don't know the plan yet, guys. I'm going to try to judge it as the whole thing lays out, but it's scary right now. I won't lie to you guys. It's scary right now because, I I will say that I think Howie kind of tried to talk this stuff down yesterday. Like, you remember they were like talking about the board and how you seem to have gone away from the line. And he was like, well, no, we still believe in those core principles.
They lost him.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Mike, what do you think?
Osias, look, man. I'm glad that Milton's combine's numbers are amazing. And this guy told me enough I need to know. And honestly, again, this is me being positive. If you're listening, I'm going to do my due diligence in him for the simple fact I will be ignorant to tell you I don't like a guy because I don't know the guy. I really don't. I really don't know the guy. But if the guy who's on my right, or that way, left, right, camera, you know the thing. If he says his grade, I'm gonna take it for face value. I'm gonna take it really good. He probably has a better sense of where a guy would go than even what I would after I watch my fair share of film. All I'm gonna say is this, as my guy Jalen Williams said, combine warriors get humbled real quick when you put the pads on and you play against NFL talent. Now, look, he's a 3rd round pick, 70th overall.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to give him some time. You don't judge him off the first week, the first year. You don't do that. You don't do that. When you put the midnight green jersey on, I'm going to respect you all the way until you really show me I can't respect you no more. I gave JJ Arcega-Whiteside the benefit of the doubt way too much until he's like, just off the wall ridiculousness. So I'm going to finish up with this. The secondary is so unknown for the simple fact we got Slay. We got Anthony Harris. We got an injured Ronnie McLeod for what? 6 or 7 games. We got Kevon Wallace, who's kind of unknown. Jalen Mills left. The second corner has to be now Avonte Maddox, who in the slot, he's a C+. Outside, F-. Crevion Blanc, F- outside. Nickel Roby Coleman, F-. And also, they're still free agents. We haven't re-signed them yet. The rookie Jaquette, well, let's look at the last game he played. 9 catches, 181 yards. I think that's a grade that I don't even know. It's a letter that hasn't even been invented yet. He's young. He can grow. Could you get some type of promise in the secondary? Well, it could have been a safety. Could you do that? At the end of the day, the defensive line needs to be redone soon. Sooner than later. But soon don't need to be 70th overall, because at the end of the day, you want to get your trajectory going up, right? So you think your D-line is going to be able to be from good to sturdy to okay for at least 2 to 3 years. Your secondary needs some type of help ASAP. So just to compete, if you go out there and play the Dallas Cowboys with Jaquette, Slay, and Avonte Maddox, they scoring 40. You could score 33.
So, Mike, we got a couple of good questions kind of rolling in here.
Sorry, I know.
So, PA Philly Man wants to know: are there any cornerbacks left that we have a chance at? I think yes and no. It just depends on the valuation, how things break. I will say that, like I said, Zach Ertz is still on the board. You package picks together with a 4th round valuation, maybe. I just don't know if we're going to get back on the board today, guys. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know what you can package to get there. But when I look at it and I look at like who might be available and who's there, the fact that Ifeatu Melifonwu still on the board is very encouraging to me. The fact that Paulson Adebo just came off the board, very discouraging to me because I liked Paulson Adebo a lot. Tay Gowan is still on the board. That's a guy that I know him. Yeah, I know that Vic 3 is a huge fan of him.
Rodarius Williams, I like him.
Yeah, Rodarius Williams is still on the board. Like, I will admit, it's getting to the point of where, you know, we've got to get a little concerned here. But I'm assuming that maybe the play might be post-draft, guys. They might be either trading for a guy or signing a veteran post-draft. I think that what was said earlier on the live stream, when we had a couple of guys on here, they talked about the fact that the organization might be viewing this as a much longer rebuild than the fan base is, and a lot of their picks tonight would seem to indicate that, because they're taking a lot of long-term needs, not necessarily the immediate needs to like really put together a very competitive, I want to say very competitive, a quasi-competitive 2021 roster. It's more so looking like a team that would be ready to compete in 2022 or 2023.
And I give you that. So Harry Roseman says, you know what? I got about 5 to 7 years on this block. I'm going to take my time to rebuild this. But again, he's going to go to Andy Reid route, and I love it. D-line, offensive line, most important. But when look at our secondary minus Slay, it's probably the worst in the league. Jalen Mills was a guy who played safety and corner for us. Whether you love him or not, he's gone. You're like, goodbye. Who's better than him other than Slay? Without Ronnie McLeod, who's better than Jalen Mills? It's tough. But real quick, Samuel said, teams pick what they want, not what you want. I know. And guess what? When Sunday comes, if Milton gets a sack, let's go Milton. I'm a root for him. But I'm not going to sit here quiet. That's kind of why I'm on the screen to talk. If he did. And listen, you never know until you know. He said Trent Cole was a 5th-round pick, became a monster. We'll see. But my eye test says, can somebody help out the secondary, please? And maybe Gate is right. Maybe 2 weeks after this, we sign Brashad Breeland, who's not the greatest, but he can come in and give at least it's what you call a gap, a bridge. It could be a quarterback bridge. It could be a wide receiver bridge, but you just get a veteran in here who can help out the young people on your team and maybe anybody else you bring and just keep you afloat. But we need to get a raft because we're sinking in the secondary.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, Mike. Like I said, man, like right now the prospects don't look good, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat something for you, but just understand, just because some guy who writes for ESPN or PFF ranks the guy a certain way, that doesn't mean he knows anything at all. We don't know that guy personally. We don't know what that guy's actual personal experience is with the game. And you've never heard the guy really talk to you before. So you don't even know if that gentleman really understands the game as well as you think. I don't know, guys. I mean, look, every guy deserves a chance. I was up front with you guys. I told you I didn't have him valued this high. I had him at earliest in mid 4th, and I thought the average on him was a 5th. But like I said, every team has different valuations. I don't know what other teams valued him as. I have no clue. I have no clue if they looked at BYU's film and saw something I didn't see. When I looked at the BYU film,
cool.
I didn't like what I didn't particularly like what I saw. I get that he had a very impressive combine. I get that he's an athletic freak. I get that this is a guy that got better and better and better as the year goes on, but he also was like, if I'm not mistaken, guys, if my notes are correct here, I think he was a 1-year starter, and most of his production came over the second half of that year.
Against who?
The Conference USA.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Now, listen, at the end of the day, look, Milton is a Philadelphia Eagle. I got my complaining out. Shout out to him. Let's go. But when I evaluate this class, again, I can give my initial evaluation, but as everybody's saying in the chat, and as my guy Gate City said, undrafted free agents who become Quentin Michaels, Jason Peters, 6th-round picks who become Jason Kelsey's, Antonio Brown's, Tom Brady's. You don't know it then, you find out later. I'm willing to eat my words. If somebody came out and told me 2 years from now, remember Mike was crying about Milton? I would say, man, I was dumb. I'm cool with it, bro. But what I'm saying is I'm looking at the Eagles now, and again, I'm not on the team. I just think you can get D tackles. It is what it is. We'll see what we do. We'll see how we finish out the secondary. I just think if we line up today, even though they made some points, Jim Schwartz was the only problem. I do not believe Avonte Maddox can line up outside, no matter if it's any coordinator on the calling the plays. He is a really good slot. I think he could be a C+ slot corner. I just don't think he has the tools to line up outside. That's just my thing. I mean, it is what it is.
We'll see. I mean,
yes, we do. I mean, what do you want me to say? You know, we got a D tackle with the last third round we had. It's cool. So does he go behind Hassan Ridgeway or above Hassan Ridgeway on the depth chart? We'll see.
I mean, you spent a 3rd round pick on him, man. Hassan Ridgeway, I think, is talented when he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy the 2 years he's been in Philly. You know, initially he'll be behind him, but the expectation would be that he's going to beat him out. If he doesn't, by at least the midpoint of the season, I think you got a problem. You can't spend a 3rd round pick on a guy that doesn't get at least 25, 30, I'd say even more than 25. I'd say 35 to 40% of your snaps. Then you're in trouble.
How many did J.J. Arcega-Whiteside get on the offense in the 2nd round?
I mean, he had a whole 10 catches, bro. You missed those highlight reels, bro.
Yeah, the 10
There's a
catches.
26-second clip of his entire
They go quick. What
I mean,
about
look, the other
picking
thing
up?
is, too, guys, is I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people may be discounting the fact that we couldn't develop talent prior. I don't know how to judge this until I see other coaches take some of these guys that we think are complete misses and see how it works. It's hard to judge that, guys, without seeing the coaches on the field coaching the players and see if there's development. It's just hard to do it. I mean, you look at Andy Reid and his staff. They were taking dudes like Trent Cole and turn them into double-digit sack guys. You don't think the coaching staff had anything to do with that?
Big time. Again, for the people who listen, I can talk with my eyes closed for the simple fact your boy went to bed at 2 a.m, woke up at 4 a.m to go to work, dropped a video for you guys at 11. I don't know how many people in here watched it, but some people watched it. To come on, Gate City called me and said, "Yo, are you even going to be able to do this?" I said, "Of course." Yes, I drank. If I didn't drink, I would have been like this. Been sleep, bro. Sleep 2 hours. Have a 1.5-year-old in the room with you in the crib. Go to work for 8 hours. Come back, drink, and talk. Let me know how you fare.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, bro, you know, I slur my words on YouTube a lot worse. Trust me. Battle Birds podcast late Saturday night where I wasn't tired. I was legitly like, I remember them days.
So, Jalen, I'm going to present
Big
a
difference.
dissenting view on Hassan Ridgeway, and it's not based upon his talent because he's talented. But let's keep in mind, Jalen, that Gannon was a part of the defense. I know he wasn't a defensive coordinator and he wasn't coaching the defensive line, but he was a part of that defense that gave up on him and traded him to Philadelphia. And then, to be honest with you, I love the kid when he's in the game because he has shown an ability to get a pass rush. I thought that he definitely showed talent, but man, I just don't know what's going on with these injuries, man. But he's been one of those guys that he's been constantly injured, man. I don't know how much faith to have in him as a DT3. I'm not saying that this justifies the pick by any stretch of the imagination, guys. I'm just saying I don't know how much confidence you should have in Hassan Ridgeway as your DT3.
Look, at the end of the day, the first round was so good. Remember last year? Jalen Reagor was drafted. The fan base in a whole was 50-50 on it. Jalen Hurts was a different story because of what we believed in Carson Wentz. But we were happy with the third day guys. Well, now we vice versa. So far, I mean, listen, I came around. I think Landon Dickerson is a very good building piece for the future. So maybe Howie's for the future. You know, no more Fletcher Cox, no more young boy Javon Hargrave, who you signed to what, $27 million?
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Donald Williams. What you're saying is subjective. What you're writing is subjective. The
Who,
draft was
Donald?
supposed to be, Donald Williams. Your
I
draft was
think it makes
this
perfect
draft
sense.
was supposed to be best player available. Subjective. Who's best player available? You're making an assumption you understand the Eagles draft board. None of us know that. I don't know who they have on their draft board and where they got it valued. That's subjective.
Correct, but Gate, you being you.
Yes,
And-
I didn't,
and-
Mike. I didn't have the guy there, but I can't say what Andy Weidel. You get what I'm saying? And Ian Cunningham and those. I don't know how they had it shaped. I
Let-
didn't have them there. That doesn't.
Let me
even
ask you
say
this
it.
though. All right, let me ask you this question, right?
Mhm.
So the first day of the draft, right? When we were
Mhm.
sitting at 10, who was the best player available at 10 when we traded up?
Oh, Devontae Smith.
Okay,
In my
right?
opinion, Devontae Smith clearly was the best
Okay.
player available.
Okay. Now, with that being said, after that, Howie Roseman spoke about how we normally don't go
Mhm.
with best player available. We sometimes he kind of admitted that we reach sometimes, right?
Yeah, for position of need, they'll overextend.
Correct. Now, with
Mhm.
that being said, you concurred that that was a BPA, right? So I'm not saying you and Andy White are on the same page because y'all definitely think differently, but right there, you thought the same. And there's been times. Guess who was considered best player available when Jalen Reagor and Justin Jefferson was on the board? Who was considered like again, and that's the media doing it. Let me just go to this. Gate, you grading what at the best fourth round?
Yeah, mid fourth. My best grade on him was a mid fourth. My average grade on him would have been about a fifth.
And I take your word to the bank.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Mike. Like, that's what I'm saying. People are making huge assumptions, though, that what I'm grading him as is the same thing that Andy Weidel and Ian Cunningham and these guys have him graded as. I support analytics. I pay attention to analytics, but I always believe that film reigns supreme.
And
I'm a
what do we
former
hear?
I'm a former coach, guys. So I'm obviously going to put more emphasis on film than I do analytics, even though I understand both of them. But film always reigns supreme in my eyes.
Because you
And
think
when I
the
don't see a guy
analytics?
produce against a team like BYU, who has a decent offensive line and is clearly the best level of competition, it's going to have an effect on my grade for him. I'm just saying, guys, that it's subjective to say what someone's board is, because I'm not saying that this person's right or that person's wrong. I'm saying that we don't really know. We really and honestly don't know. We're talking out of our you-know-what. To be honest, between the relationship between Ian Cunningham, Andy Weidel, the scouting department, Howie Roseman, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. I have no clue. I have no clue if the board that was laid out there with the best player availables was flawed or if Howie overextended.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't know. You guys are
And
making
we
big
will
assumptions
never
here.
know that.
Yeah, you
But
guys are
what-
making
but what
huge
we
assumptions.
do know is,
Yeah.
what sorry to interrupt, but what I'm trying to say is this: we'll never know that, and we don't even understand what occurred in the previous picks. How did they come to these conclusions, right?
Mhm.
And so when we thought that there was going to be change, let me bring up our conversation. I thought Howie Roseman realized, you know what, I'm going to go more with my scouts. Now, was it finally he went with his scouts, but the scouts were wrong when every other report says the scouts were more along the writer side in the past? They're human. The scouts are human. They
Mhm.
can miss too. All I know is
Yeah.
this. I'm just a person on the outside. And listen, I know my fair share of X and O's, nothing to you. But at the end of the day, I want to build for the future. And that's why the Landon Dickerson pick is for the future. Maybe Milton will be the Trent Cole. We don't know. I don't know.
I don't
But
know.
at
Like I
this
said,
point
guys,
right now,
the dude's going to put on the Eagles jersey. I'm going to root for him. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, he's
facts.
going to put on an Eagles jersey. I'm going to root for him. Like, if you want to know my
Listen,
personal opinion, I
If
told you I
J.J.
was going to.
Whiteside catches a first down, you still cheer, right?
Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. but no, like I told you guys my personal opinion. My personal opinion was that I thought the best player available from the board that Mike presented at that time was Jabril Cox, but I thought that the Eagles might go towards corner. I thought that's an area where you say Jabril Cox is your best player available, but it's not just purely best player available. It has to be at the position. There's still positional grading to it. And I thought that Ifeatu Melifonwu or Paulson Adebo would more than likely be more of the key players in that in that grading in that spot. Like I said, guys, I'm not Ian Cunningham. I'm not those guys. I have absolutely no clue what's on their board. Like,
I wish you were.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
No, but
Mike.
real quick, real quick. Look. I want to ask you a question before I get to the super chat. In your mind, right?
Mhm.
You wouldn't have went Landon Dickerson, but after seeing it and thinking if everybody else, if you're the scout and you're telling them who you like, but the organization is telling you we are really building for the future, you would probably co-sign because, as you said on your video, he's a good player. It's just a situation and stuff that kind of brings you off, right?
I mean, you look at a guy like Landon Dickerson, Mike, and the way I would have seen, like I said, man, like I like the player, but I just didn't have it valued there. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see it. I didn't see that as like an area where, like, yes, long-term need. Absolutely. Like, I think I would have to be involved in the meetings, Mike, to know how you're building the football team. I think that plays a big role in it. Like, are we building for like 2-3 years down the road? You know what I'm saying? Versus like, hey, I need to grade my quarterback. I need to grade my, my defensive coordinator. I need to grade this new head coach I got. So I need as many, respectable tier talented players in these positions as possible to get adequate grades on them. Or we can ride this out for a couple of years before we make decisions on how we view everything. Like, that's foremost in that situation, Mike. And then if I got scouts telling me that this is like, a guy like Jalen Williams is a scout and he's coming up, I'm just using you, Jalen, just because it's an easy example here. He's coming to me telling me like, I believe that this guy is the best interior offensive lineman in this entire draft class. I'm going to be like, cool. Okay. Sit down with me. Let's talk for a second. Like, I'm going to press him on film. I'm going, what I'm saying?
Rash decisions.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm not just going to what I'm saying? I'm not going to just make that decision like that. Like, it's more complicated than that.
Let me ask you this though, real quick. First, let me get this. Shout out to my guy Justin Dills with the $5 banger. He said best live Philly talk podcast. Shout out to my cousin. Is my cousin, so I gotta get that little extra. Philly Mike, we said Game City and Philly Fresh. Shout out to you, my guy. Appreciate it. Now, let me ask you this: Chauncey Golston. How do you feel about him? Because the Cowboys just picked him up, defensive end, I think.
Some people were really high on him. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I thought he was good, but I don't view him as a very athletic guy, to be honest with you. But like I said, man, there were some people that I've talked to that they loved him. Like they thought that he was, well, obviously, man, he just went in the third round, and I did not have a third round grade on him. So, I mean, obviously there were people in the league that really thought that this kid could be something good. I mean, I will say when you look at the big in particular, it produces good, defensive linemen. So, you get these freaking Iowa and these Minnesota kids out there wrestling since they're like 3 years old. Like, they're powerful, strong guys on the line. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's I'm trying to think. There was a guy that
Amari Rogers real quick. Amari Rogers to the Packers.
Yeah. There was another one of these kids like last year, the year before that came out, that was like a 280-pound defensive end that had really good hand placement. I can't even think of his name, Mike, just because there's so many of these guys in my head right now. But
I bet.
Like, honestly, like, he reminds me of a typical big player, like really good hand placement. He's really strong. He's an anchor guy. I believe this guy has he's got like baseball mitts on his hands. I want to say he has over 10-inch hands, man. Like, he's like ridiculous. Pass win rate was like 16%. Run stop rate was like 9%. A good run stopper, man. But the thing you're going to hear about him, guys, is he's got like crazy good hand placement. He's more of an interior pass rusher, so that's what they're going to have for him. Probably a good guy that can eat up space. He can eat up space in the run game. I just, I don't know what kind of system they're going to be running in Dallas, because I know they just switched defensive coordinators, honestly, Mike, and I haven't had time to look at it. But for the Eagles, I don't think that would have been a good pick. I don't think he, unless you're going to play him as a DT and play him as a 3-tech, I don't know that would have been a great pick. I would assume Dallas might be considering using him as a 3-tech or a 5-tech in a 34. So I don't know exactly what they have planned out for him. Huh?
Yeah. Especially, I said, I don't know either. Again, it is Dan Quinn though. Ain't he normally the 4-3?
Yeah, he might be. I mean, like I said, I'm not, if you're playing close, so I have no clue. Like, I heard that the Eagles are going to run a little bit more 5 technique than the 7 and the wide 9 stuff we're used to.
Yeah,
you're going to play him as a 5 technique. you can use a guy like that that's really strong with his hands and is violent with his hands and do some damage. But I do know that some people were really high on him, to be honest, Mike. I just don't think he has that like athleticism that makes you go like, wow. Like, you know what I mean? He doesn't have the wow factor.
All right. So TurboTastic said with all the measurables, he's going to compare him to probably Malik Jackson. All right. Whether that's right or wrong, right? I'm not going to engage in that. But if you told me I can have Malik Jackson or I could have any living cornerback, as long as you're alive and you have the CB name to you, come on. Hey, listen, shout out to everybody who's defending Milton Williams. And I'm going to do my due diligence tomorrow morning. All right.
I look at it this way. At the end of the day, man, he can't help where he's picked, man. It's not the kid's fault.
Yes, correct. Call me a hater, call me whatever you want, and then that don't matter to me. All I'm saying is this, though. I just thought the Eagles would have a bigger emphasis on secondary because weren't we touted to? Oh, yeah, it was a smoke screen. We never really cared about Patrick Surtain or J.C. Horn, I guess. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, man, there is corners in the draft still. But a Tay Gowan, talented, physical, can play on the outside. But day one, we'll see. We'll see. Gannon,
what's up, Hannah? How you doing? Do you like cornerback Kerry Vincent Jr., Mike?
No.
He said no. All right, Hannah. I don't dislike him. I think he's more of a slot. I didn't really give him a lot of consideration for the Eagles because he's more of a slot guy.
Too little.
I will say that he was highly touted. He played on a team that was very talented at LSU his freshman season. Like, by the way, it contained the kid from Kentucky that just got drafted by Dallas. A lot of guys are slipping my mind now because we're so late in this draft process, Mike. But you know what I'm talking about. Huh?
Wait, who?
The kid from Kentucky that got drafted. He was from Kentucky. Got drafted from
Kevin Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph. He played with Joseph on the LSU team. Like, there's a lot of talent there in LSU that year, his freshman season. So I mean, like he's playing against really good competition in practice. You know,
I mean, if you pick him up in the 6th round, I'm not complaining.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this: if you look at if you make a list, make a list of who you guys think are the best slots, corners in the league, and then go look where they're drafted. A lot of the guys I noticed, they were undrafted in the slot. I'm sorry, the nickel. I keep saying slot, but nickel.
No.
A lot of the nickel.
Not in recent times. In recent times, people get drafted because they're a slot corner. Because listen, in the last 7 years, in the last 7 to 10 years, there's been an emphasis on the Wes Welkers, the Julian Edelmans, the slot guys who wreak havoc.
Okay, so name a player in the slot you think is like you think's like the best player, the best slot corner.
Well, it goes year by year.
That's what I'm saying.
How about Patrick Robinson in 2017 being the best slot receiver? I mean, slot corner. Guess what? He's been bounced around from team to team because he cannot play on the outside. And I physically remember him in training camp. He came to the Eagles as a free agent signing, right? Patrick Robinson, right? Mm-hmm. And he was getting roasted in training camp on the outside. And I said, what were we thinking? They put him inside.
Yeah. I'm not saying that, Mike. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that slot corners don't get drafted. I'm saying that the best guys that the guys that are in the league right now that normally, if you go look at any publication that names the best slot corners, a lot of them, the majority, I'd even say, were undrafted rookie free agents.
Probably. But what did we draft Avonte Maddox to be?
Here's the thing, though. Avonte Maddox was an outside corner in college. He played outside at Pitt.
Are you? He played more outside than inside.
Yeah, I'm positive. Yeah, he was
an outside corner. Then I give it to
you. Yeah. Now look, we drafted him 100% with the intention of playing him inside, but
why?
He was an outside corner in college.
Why though?
We did it prior to that.
In college, you can get away with just the physicals. He's a jumper. He's athletic.
Yeah.
He can do that stuff. But he's going
Yeah,
against
no, it
college
leans like
players.
Mike. It leans in a little bit to what you're saying, which is with the advancement of 11-man personnel since like 2011, 2012 in utilization.
10
Because you
years.
go 3 wide receivers, you match up with more corners. I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that when you really look at the happenstance of like who tends to be the most highest rated by publication, like they're normally undrafted rookie free agents, to be honest. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't spend a pick there, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those situations.
So who was undrafted that is like lockdown slot corner?
The kid from San Francisco that was just a free agent was undrafted.
Name a couple. I mean, you're making it seem like there's a bunch of them.
There are. I had them. Hang on, man. I had them all written down, but
See, I don't write nothing down. If I have to do it, I have to do it from the top of my dome. Right?
I mean, the problem is I got to see which notebook I had the crap in. But hang on, let me just see if I can't pull it up for you real quick.
I would say this though.
Right.
Again, how many slot receivers were drafted today?
A ton. In the second round, there were a ton of them.
And
I think it was like 4 in the second round.
So what I'm saying is now it's like a newer age thing. They look for smaller corners who can navigate through traffic, who can stick them. And I'm saying nowadays you might be an outside in college because in college, for you to get to the NFL, you got to be the best of the best, right?
Yeah.
Right. So even if you're the worst in college in the NFL, you can still be pretty decent in college, right?
Yeah, of course.
So what I'm saying is now these new teams say you're too small, you're quick, you're fast. I don't care what you did in college. We're only drafting you to play the slot because that's what you do. And then they play the slot well. And then when they get put on the outside because they have outside experience in college, they get exposed because they just can't do it physically.
All right. So the big golden ticket guy is Kenny Moore. Kenny Moore the second, the slot corner from Indianapolis, undrafted rookie free agent, originally signed by New England, then let go. It's a lot of these guys, man. It's a ton of them. There's guys that have been drafted. When was he there have been guys that have been drafted. So let me give you a guy that was drafted. Give me 1 second. I'll give you a guy that was drafted. I think Desmond King was drafted.
So he was
Desmond King was drafted. I'm pretty sure Desmond King
was an outside corner.
No, there's 2 Kings.
Oh, Desmond King or who?
Yeah, Desmond King of he was with the Chargers and now I think he's with the Titans, if I'm not mistaken.
Not the Pack. Oh yeah, never mind. Desmond King. I'm talking about Kevin King. You're right.
Yeah. No, there's 2 Kings. Yeah, I know what you're saying because it happened to me the first time I looked into it too, Mike. I did the same exact thing you did, but he was picked in the 5th round, for example. Like what I'm saying is like, you know, I don't know that if you look at a guy like what I'm saying is you look at a guy like Vincent and some of these guys that might be good corners, you're competing against 2 ideals. So you're competing against the ideal that you're presenting, Mike, which is the league is altering and changing, right? There's an adjustment happening with more 11 personnel, 3 wide receiver sets. The league's becoming very multiple, where you got converted running backs playing wide receiver, becoming the most dynamic weapon the NFL has seen in a long time in Tyreek Hill. Like, I get what you're saying, man. The league's changing. But then, you know, you look at kind of the trajectory, guys, and you got guys like Kenny Moore II, who's an undrafted rookie free agent. You got Desmond King as a 5th round pick. Like, I think it can muddle the waters or muddy the waters for like how you evaluate a true.
Do you know why they're 5th round picks?
Huh?
You know why they're 5th round picks?
Why you say?
Because a scout thinks they can't guard the outside.
To an extent, you're right. To an extent, you're right.
So what I'm saying is the reason why they're late round picks is because they can't play outside. They can only play inside, and so they're limited.
Yeah. To an extent, you're right.
And then they get drafted.
That's why you get a guy like the kid from UCF.
Hold on.
That's why he's valued so highly.
Robinson. So you get drafted in the 5th round, right? Mm-hmm. You get called Now, Pro Football Focus has you as the best corner in the league, but they forget they put in small words in the slot. So you're the best slot corner. If that same corner gets put against Julio Jones or Devontae Adams or DK Metcalf or AJ Brown or or maybe Devontae Smith in a couple years, or any of these number one receivers, well, then that best cornerback turns into who the heck is Reggie? You know what I mean? Patrick Robertson, the thing. Patrick Robertson was drafted outside. He got beat with the Saints. He got beat with the Patriots. He came to the Eagles. I said, why are we getting this guy? He was rated the best slot corner in the NFL because you use him to his strength. But again, when you're not going to draft a guy high because he's limited to the slot. And before it came popular to play nickel, why do you need a slot corner to play 50% of your plays? Because it wasn't popular. He used to be the 4-3 base, right?
Yeah. But I would still say you can make an argument in that favor, though, Mike, that how do you know that a slot's going to play more than, I think they're going to play at least 50% of your snaps, but like, how do you know that a slot's going to play 75% of your snap if you have rangy safeties that can play box? So you have rangy safeties that can come down and cover. So you can play a lot of big nickel.
True, but sometimes you're starting to get nowadays the big safety be able to do that. You're talking about a guy like JOK who could play linebacker, who can also guard Wes Welker, possibly, because you're starting to see different hybrids, man. Again, if you breed a dog so many times, it's going to change to a mixture of everything. We're going to start seeing that because guys are more talented. The medicine is evolved. The game has evolved. These are bigger, stronger, faster guys. But what I'm going to say is when you have the attributes of a slot corner in the NFL, you're going to get drafted later and you're going to be limited. And you could be limited. You can get paid at a top position of that thing. But, you just got to make sure. And again, slot corners are going to be coming in handy because now you're saying, and I agree, it's like 70% nickel.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
Sure.
But would you not agree with me that the reason you were trying to say that they were drafted late because they were undiscovered? No, people thought they had talent, but they said you can't match up on the outside when it was more of an outside game. It's changing. So now it's going to drop. You're going to get slot corners going a little bit earlier. And I don't care what Avonte Maddox did outside. We only drafted him for the slot.
Yeah. Well, I think the golden boy of slot corners that were drafted high is Mackenzie Alexander. He was like a second-round pick. Didn't really work out, though, for the Vikings, to be quite honest. But, Mackenzie Alexander was, he was a second-round pick. He's the highest example I can give you off the top of my head, Mike, is Mackenzie Alexander. Then you get, Desmond King was a late-round pick. You got guys like Kenny Moore II. A lot of the guys, like I said, they were undrafted rookie free agents. It's tough. I get what you're saying, Mike. Which is anytime.
And I get what you're saying too. I get what you're saying.
Increase your draft stock. I get what you're saying.
But Gate, let's spin it around back to the Eagles. We don't need a slot, so we can't be feeling so comfortable to get.
Are
a guy.
Are we sure about that though? I'm pretty sure that Vontae's on the last year of his contract.
Oh yeah, we'll need a slot in the future, but right now, what is the biggest like burn on the defense? That CB2 on the outside.
CB2 is the biggest need, bro. I mean, it's just not. Yeah,
sign me up, Darius Williams. Yeah. I'll take him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like right now, I mean, I don't understand how. I'd be honest with you, Mike. I don't know how we're sitting here in the third round and we don't have a CB2, but I'm just, logistically speaking, I got to think that they have to have a plan up their sleeves here. I don't know if it's through a trade. I don't know if it's through a free agent. I don't know what the heck they're thinking, but you got to have a plan. I mean, there's just no way you're going to walk into the season with what we have at corner.
And listen, Rashad Breeland, I'll take Richard Sherman for a bridge. Forget it. But real quick, shout out to Reggie. He said, who the hell is Reggie? I am. And the reason I said Reggie is because every time when I want to put like the emphasis on who are you, I go to the Bad Boys 2 scene where it says who the F word is Reggie. Who the is Reggie? And I didn't want to curse on here to get us demonetized. So I said, who the hell is Reggie? And that's all. It's funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. But I agree with this though.
Speaking of that being multiple, we know this coaching staff has talked about being multiple. Maybe I don't know, man. I'm like thinking in my head, like Aaron Robinson. Like I just don't know what's left, man. Because like
he's gone. Aaron Robinson's gone.
Yeah, so like we're really up the creek without the power right now.
Nico Collins did just go to the Texans, the wide receiver out of Michigan.
Yeah, long, rangy
Big
kind of.
boy.
Yeah. You said he went to the Raven?
No, the Texans.
Texans. Okay.
He's gonna ain't he gonna have Deshaun Watson thrown to him? I'm just kidding. Let me stop.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Nah, just kidding. But listen, shout out to Donald. He said, I'm not sure why defensive tackle needs to be addressed every year. That's true. That's true. That is so true. Oh my God. Listen, I was so happy with Devontae Smith and Gate. Remember how happy we were with the board?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, I try not to get too emotionally invested, or else I'd be.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Listen, Landon Dickerson, much love. Milton Williams, you're my guy. I'm gonna buy the jersey. I don't know what else to say.
Oh man, it's bad, bro. This is really, really bad. Look,
and people are still typing that name. That's all we wanted right there. 70 overall.
Yeah, I was pretty high on Melifonwu. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, guys. I can't tell you. I have no clue.
No, listen.
All I can do is wait to see
people
the
just
plan
coming in.
enacted,
Listen,
guys.
Gate City did listen, and that's why I respect him, and that's why I need to have him on the stream with me, because I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna tell you how I feel. Sometimes I'm gonna get a little over dramatic. Gate gets mad, but even when he's mad, he has the strength to find the positive. And people, when people hear him saying a positive, they think it's like, wow, Gate likes the guy. No, he clearly says before he says anything positive, I don't agree with it. I didn't have him here. But if you want to hear it, because at the end of the day, nobody want to hear you suck 100 times, just give me something. And so I definitely appreciate Gate's study of the game, of the wide variety of prospects. He goes from every position around the country with all the different. I mean,
thank you, Him Stark. I appreciate that, buddy. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, starting in like, jeez, it's normally like January of every year, man. Like, if I go to the bathroom, I know this is a little grotesque, guys. Just stick with me. I'm not going to give you the details of it, but if I go to the bathrooms, believe me, I'm reading something, and it's scouting related. I'm watching film, like. It's just the truth, man. Like, I'm so glad the draft is over for a little bit of time.
Or he's replying back to you guys on
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. To be honest with you, man, it's nonstop, guys. It's nonstop. It's a big grind.
It is.
I'm not gonna lie to you, but like I said, guys, I don't. Like I said, if you were to ask me, like, Gate, would you have made that pick? Nah, bro. That's not who I had on my board. But I can't, I try to be cautious, guys, because, here's the thing. As content creators, I don't know if that young man's family's in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to be so careful what we say. That's the thing. Because we don't know if that young man's family's listening. And I've had it before to where, last year I started making these scouting, report things. I didn't think anyone was watching them. And then the sister of the kid that got drafted by Jets, that safety, the white kid that was the track star, his sister and aunt commented. Huh?
Out of California?
Yeah, out of Cal. Exactly. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I know you know what I'm talking about. The white kid that was a track star. Like, his mom and not his mom, his sister and his aunt were, they were talking to, and I was like, oh crap. Like, okay. Like, and I didn't even say anything crazy. I was just being honest, and I could tell that they had taken offense, but I was being honest,
And so, Gate, again, my rebuttal was this. I do not know who Milton Williams is. All I know is what I can see, and maybe I'm not the best person to do it, but I think this team needs to just work on some type of secondary. Mm-hmm. This team needs an injection of youth everywhere. The O-line, the D-line, the secondary, everywhere. Not wide receiver, not quarterback, not running back, because we got young guys. I mean, we can use an extra guy, but not like youth. youth needs to be on the D line, the O line, and the secondary. So we got youth on the O line. We got youth on the D line. But if I had to pick what is more secure, the D line or the secondary, and that's where BPA gets differential. But what you tell me and what I just kind of hear, I don't think he was BPA anything on defense. Maybe to Andy Weidel. And again,
I mean, my suspicion is he wasn't either, Mike. It's my suspicion. I just don't. I want to be careful because I don't want people to say well, Gates said that wasn't the best player available on your board. Like, I don't know what their board is, but my suspicion is you're right. Board. Yeah, my suspicion is you're right. There wasn't their best player available on their board.
But people respect your board, is what I'm trying to say. Your board.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
And again, you're just because you said he's not on your board does not mean you're saying he's not a great player. It's also you also putting scheme and all this other bit of swing, better swing into it.
It's interesting, Mike, because I think that the Eagles valued rebuilding positions differently than me. I think they've set precedent and like they were just like overconsumed and overconcerned about positions. That I knew that there were concerns there. I got it, but I didn't have them as highly, necessary as they did. I didn't, to be honest with you. Like,
necessary is a good word because again, and then you can put it a good player who would be better fit with a different team because of what this team necessarily needs. But hey, shout out to Jalen. He said, you tell me which draft sounds better, our current draft or Farley at 20. He's going to go off the Bears thing now. He's going to say if we traded back to the Bears pick. I knew he was coming with that. He said Farley at 20, Dickerson at 37, Malcolm Knuntz at 70.
Kuntz, yeah.
Kuntz. Again, I'm worse. Jabril Cox at 84. Because he's saying he don't think Jabril Cox will go off at 84. What is it?
Yeah, where are we at in the draft?
Yeah, we're at 9. Is that 83 or 93? 83, gotta be.
Yeah, 83.
83.
Well, no, I'm all the way down at 90. Pick is in for Minnesota at 90. I got 91 as Anthony Schwartz. 92 is Monty Rice. Yeah, 93.
It's 93 from the TV.
Yeah.
It's mad small over there. Anyways, so he's right.
Yeah, Monty Rice already come off the board too, Mike. This is not good.
Hey, Jalen, I hate to say it, but you're right. Whoa. Wait, so
Mike, do you know who got De'Ami Brown?
Who?
Washington.
Perfect. That's just caps today off.
Yeah, no kidding.
Jalen, listen. The love I got now in my heart for Devontae Smith, it hurts. But the rest of your draft, that's legit. And it's super legit if Farley's back is legit. I keep saying legit. If Farley's back is good, then that draft is really, really good. And you keep your 84th. But, if it was a 5th, I'll be a little bit more drunker. I'm already a little drunk.
Mike, I'm so mad right now because I swear to God, this Washington organization is going to haunt me till the day I die.
Yeah.
After the Eagles took Williams, do you know who Washington picked?
I try to say it to you, and I forgot who.
Cornerback from Minnesota, Benjamin St. Just.
Paulson,
bro. Benjamin St. Just.
Oh, Benjamin,
big, long, rangy corner. The kid that was from Canada that came down and competed. I think it was in the Under Armour or Nike camp, and then he ended up going to Minnesota. Real big, rangy kid.
Correct.
Dude,
Paulson
I swear that you remember when I told you that I had a front office that asked me if I wanted to come and talk to them?
Yeah.
I find it funny. This is 2 drafts in a row, Mike. It's 2 drafts in a row.
2 drafts in a row. And
every time I said I was high on somebody.
And also, again, I know what you're telling me. where talks were kind of lingering to, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is really crazy because you got like 3 of them now.
Dude, yeah. I and you know
Yeah.
me, Mike. I'm not trying to shed any light on any UNC
Nah,
player. They're my arch rival. I'm an NC State guy.
You're just
I
out in the
believe in
public with it.
De'Ami Brown, man. I was like, man, De'Ami Brown's good.
Facts.
Man, Josh Palmer went in this round too.
That's wild. Hey, shout out to Jeremiah Butler with the $4.99 super chat. He said, "Howie's saying that Dickerson should be ready day 1. Don't push him though. Don't push him. Listen, if he's ready, he's ready. But you don't push a guy because bad things can happen. But anyways, the more I listen to them, the more I feel like they're role playing in NFL front office. So you're saying you're listening and you don't like. I mean,
bro. Oh my God.
I'm trying to support the Dickerson thing now. I really am.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Dickerson thing is not like the Dickerson thing I can get behind. Look, don't get me wrong. It's not where I would have gone. But if someone came in and talked to me and gave me legitimate reasons why they wanted it, I could get behind that move, because if you don't have a truly good center, I will admit you're in trouble. And like Kelsey, yeah, I get it. I get why they made the pick. It's hard to say, man, because like, look, if I said that, like, hey, I get the pick, and then you're like, yeah, but Steve, could you get him in the 3rd round? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
And that makes the argument hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can say what you can say about it, but as soon as somebody asks you that, you're like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But shout out to Ken. He said, "Coach, I had a tough day. Passed out after work. Who'd we get so far? Did we move up? Thanks, Coach Ken." So go ahead. You can break it down to him.
I so hate to break this news to you, bro.
No.
All right, man. So here's the deal, Ken.
Again.
All right, look, at 37, the rumors that Adam Kaplan were saying about the Eagles being, and I know you're going to like this, Ken, because I know you've talked to me a lot about being in on interior offensive line play. But the Eagles went Landon Dickerson, center/guard from Alabama, the kid that had the ACL injury. Look, we talked to Jalen. Jalen felt that he was the best interior offensive lineman in this draft. So, I mean, he's definitely got high praise, but, not the direction I expected them to go at 37. And then at 70, or not, man, we traded backwards to 73, gained a 6th-round pick. But then at 73, we took more of a developmental prospect guy, Milton Williams. He was a defensive lineman, Louisiana Tech, Conference USA guy, really, really good combine warrior. One of these guys put up ridiculous combine numbers, but if you look at his BYU, I know you like offensive line and defensive line tape, Ken. So go ahead and take a look at that BYU tape and tell me what you think. I wasn't overly impressed with the BYU game, to be honest, but I mean, you might see something different. They said their medical staff cleared them.
Hey, I mean, I guess that's the best way you can explain it, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of positivity in that.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, Mike, I will never judge the medical stuff because I have no knowledge of that stuff. Like, I tried to get a dude on here, man. He wouldn't come on to like talk, man. Like, I've been trying to.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I didn't even want to talk to him necessarily about the medical stuff. I just wanted him to come on and like talk to everybody in the community about like, what is it like strength training? You get a kid that comes in underweight. How do like what is that approach like as an organization, as a team?
That is very interesting.
Yeah,
because how do you approach all that, and how do you feel confidence that you can say you could take a kid's weight up and not lose the things that you drafted them for?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But shout out to JB. He said, yeah, they said that their medical staff cleared them, and I'm cool with it. But this is my biggest thing right here. Right here it is. You went into the draft and you didn't address cornerback thus far. 3 picks in, We do not own the 84th overall pick, as we all know, because it would have been picked. So now the next time the Eagles get to pick, unless there's like a trade up with the Zach Ertz stuff, is 123. Is that where you did? Is that where you address corner? And if we had a corner, again, as Gates said early, he said this at 7:30. If we had a free agent cornerback here, I don't care if it's Richard Sherman, Brashard Breeland. I don't care if it's Conley. If you had somebody who sometimes gets beat, sometimes makes a play, it's different, but I just don't know who's outside right now. I really don't.
Yeah. Cameron, I really like Ifeatu Melifonwu. I like him a lot, man. I was really high on his film. Competitive kid, little raw. He definitely a kid that you're going to have to coach up a little bit, but, he's a tall, one of these tall guys with good reach for a corner. Like he's going to play the ball well. I thought he was pretty impressive. Like when I first saw him, I'm not a big fan of Syracuse's system. They run like a really weird 3-3-5 system. I'm not a fan of the way that they play that catch technique in their secondary. I think it slowed Melifonwu down, and it might even be hurting him in this draft, to be honest. But I thought if you look past that, there were definitely positive attributes to him. I mean, I personally thought that he would definitely be picked by this point. I will say, I guess it's a good sign that, you look at a guy like that. I was pretty high on him. I would have been okay with that in the second round. Now we're sitting here going into the fourth round almost, and, he's still on the board. So it's just weird because you don't know how, what I'm saying, Mike, it's one of those things where you don't know how freaking teams grade some of these guys. Like sometimes I wonder, like, how in the world do they even come up with the grades for the rounds? Like, I do wonder that. Like, what I'm saying, your top 10 or 12 guys, like, come on. But,
Right.
You get past that, like, it does seem a little arbitrary with the way they come up with some of the numberings and the rankings.
That's crazy. So, what's it called? Eminem said that Monty Rice went off the board to Tennessee.
He did.
Linebacker.
Yeah, he did. I saw that too, man. I was like, what the? I liked Monty Rice a lot, guys. I thought that was a pretty good pick.
Listen, we believe in Landon Dickerson's talent. We're just worried about the injury because the injury could change the talent, as we all know. Bigger guy, needs his legs. When you're closing into 300 pounds and you have a leg injury, it's like 300, it's worrisome. However, it is what it is, The only thing me and Gates said is nothing about these guys' talent. It's about what's going on in the secondary at the end of the day. Shout out to JB again. He said, I don't trust their medical staff. Why should we? You know what I mean? Why? Yeah. It's Corona season virus.
Right. That's the thing I was trying to get into, Jeremiah, though. I wanted to get a member because remember, we've hired a few new guys. That's the thing. So it's not all new, it's not all the same staff anymore. I wanted to get someone in here to explain that stuff because I don't have the knowledge to pass on to you guys. So I wanted to pick their minds about some of this stuff. I wanted to talk to them about, Chip Kelly introduced some of this kind of advanced sports science stuff. I wanted to talk to them about that. It's just hard to get members of the Eagles because you got to go through the press. It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing for that stuff.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, with the way medical reports been coming out because of the no combine and stuff, why would they make it 100% accurate? Why would they not give the player the benefit of the doubt? Because when the combine's here, the organization has total access to your medical records, but it wasn't like that in this draft. Like, I mean, I've heard GM say, like, that's one thing we got to worry about. We have to really just kind of do our due diligence through the grapevine about medical history.
Yo, I will say, I'll tell you, a sneaky good pick I just saw, Mike. Bro, I hate this pick because this is going to be a nightmare in the league. Trey Sermon to the 49ers.
Another running back. What?
Trey
That's
Sermon
wild. Listen,
49ers. That's a good fit. That's a really good fit.
The Niners took guys like Jeff Wilson, guys like Mostert, the guy Mostert played for the Eagles, and we said,
Mostert, yeah,
we said Raheem Mostert, you're not good. Niners take him. He's damn near a Pro Bowler. He got injured though. Jeff Wilson, turn him into a Pro Bowler. He got injured. The other dude from the Falcons, not Devontae Freeman. Who's the other one? Cohen? Not Cohen. Who is he? Somebody in the chat will let me know. Not Devontae Freeman. He had a backup. Coleman.
Oh yeah, Coleman. He came from Atlanta. That's why you're getting mixed up.
He came from Atlanta. What's his first name?
I don't even know it anymore, Mike. Dang, you got me tripping.
I know. Come on, chat. Let me know.
What is his first name?
Came from Atlanta. Plays for the Niners.
Yeah, I knew who you're talking about though. But yeah, man,
Right.
Trey Sermon is a really good scheme fit for the 49ers, man. I was like, holy crap. Tevin. Yeah,
Coleman.
You got it, Jalen. That's a really good scheme fit for them. I'll tell you another one. I think it's scary. I think it's a scary pick just because, like, I think he's a little untapped. Anthony Schwartz to Cleveland. I think Cleveland needed speed in that wide receiver core. Man, Anthony Schwartz has got wheels. That kid can run.
Is that Jim Schwartz's nephew?
Little cousin.
Little cousin. No, but look, no. Real talk though. Trey Sermon, again, the way Kyle Shanahan designs these outside zone scheme running attacks.
Yeah.
Plus the bootleg, plus a guy like your boy, Trey Lance, Uyik, Debo, Kittle, a defense. Ouch.
Yeah, they're going to be an interesting team to watch.
Facts.
I'm kind of interested, man. There's a lot of linemen keep going off the board, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's nice because there's a lot of guys sliding down the board that I thought were going to go a lot higher. So I mean, this is cool, but I just hate that the Eagles are part of this, the whole thing that's spiking this, bro.
Yeah.
Cowboys got the 99th pick still,
but we're not picking until tomorrow at 123.
unless we trade up, which I don't think is going to happen at this point. But
You're
I think tomorrow might be a better possibility of.
Hold on, all right. So tomorrow.
See, here's the thing: we're not going to sit there with this many picks in day 3. It's just no way.
All right. So give me your best case scenario to get some picks off to move up, and what's going on with Zach Ertz? We were kind of promised he's going to be packaged up. Is he moving tomorrow or not?
I would assume so, Mike. But I mean, who knows? Who knows at this point, man? Because like they've been so unpredictable in this draft. Like I don't feel comfortable like predicting anything. You know what I'm saying? Like because they've been so like off center with it all.
It's bad. I didn't like it.
What's crazy is how much they killed from the good feelings they built up from yesterday.
That's so true. Why though? And listen, again, you got Devontae Smith. Maybe it was luck, right? Maybe you just no, it can't be. The way he strung it together, he knew Chase and Pitts were going to be off the board at 6. It was too perfect. And then he comes on. He has the audacity to say, in the past, we used to pick people a little bit before they should have been picked. Sorry, guys. I'll do better like I did yesterday. And then he lied to our faces.
He really did, Mike. You're right. He kind of really did, man. You're right.
Why say what you said? Just leave it. We got Devontae Smith. How did you get him? Because we got him. Don't say that we changed our draft. He said we changed our draft process.
Listen, we haven't even started the factory up yet. We haven't even got our quarterback for the factory yet, bro. Like,
but why?
I don't know how he says some of the things he says, man. It's hard to defend him sometimes, Mike. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Howie should pay me for the amount of times I've had to defend him. Like on the real. Like, yeah, I should be getting a paycheck from this man because he makes my job hard.
Yeah, and you know what? You know why he also should pay you? Because he takes the money, he puts it down the line. Don't put it down the line. Put it down to Greensboro.
Right, he's killing me with this stuff, man.
No, like, in all seriousness, though, listen. After he got Devontae Smith, maybe he was feeling himself, right? But why in the press conference? Mm-hmm. You could have listen. Howie Roseman loves to delegate. He loves to just give the delegate. Oh well, they do this too, and it's a collaborative effort. He said, you know what? But he said we. He didn't say I. He said we've been an organization that likes to try to go out there and go on a limb. We're done. We're done with going on a limb. These are all big limbs.
Mike, you ready for this? With the 97th pick, the Los Angeles Chargers select tight end from Georgia, Trey McKitty.
That's my guy. I like him a little bit. He's a big dude,
I knew you were
6'5".
gonna be hyped about that, man. I remember the mock draft we had where you were fighting with everyone to get him in the 7th round.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And he's getting picked up here, right?
Yeah.
Stop playing with me.
I'm serious. I'm
I
dead
know.
serious.
No. What I'm saying is like, and people were like, yeah, if I can get him in the 7th round, that's gold.
Mhm.
No, but like for real though, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
it's tough, man. But like, I mean, look at this. I mean, Ifeatu Melifonwu still on the board. I mean, I didn't see anyone projecting him this far. But I will shout out to Keem, and I think Jalen might have talked to me individually and said that they kind of had him graded more as a late 3rd, early 4th. So I will credit them because they said personally they had him a little further down on the board because he's more of a developmental piece. But most of the major scouting reports that's not what I read. Those
Here's
guys
the
had
one.
him like they had him early 2nd
Wow,
to mid 2nd.
another guard to the Broncos.
That's a good question, Philly 52. That's a very good question. Jabril Cox. I have no clue. Jabril Cox is a lot better than some of these guys that's coming off the board right now. I don't know if there's a medical concern that maybe we didn't hear, we didn't catch. I don't know, man, because like
no,
it don't make any sense
so
to me.
many underlying things going on, bro.
Yeah. I mean, look how like even Nick Bolton, Nick Bolton's a good football player, but he's a little limited. I mean, I was shocked that you got like guys like him coming.
Whoa. Wait, you would take Jabril over Nick?
I would. I like Nick Bolton. He's a fine player. I'm not knocking him.
I think Jabril's more all around, better than him. But I think in the things that Nick does good, the versatility of being a guy who can go sideline to sideline, I think that's where
Nick's a solid run defender. He's a solid pass defender. I mean, look, Nick Bolton had the most man coverage snaps out of any of these linebackers.
Exactly.
And then he was the 3rd highest rated run defender. But I mean, if you study the tape on him, I was a little concerned, Mike, that I don't think that he's as great as an athlete as people think. I think it concerns me at the NFL level a little bit with him. But you look at a guy like Jabril Cox, I think there's a lot more upside to him. Although Jabril Cox, I don't think was as balanced of a player. Like Jabril Cox was all like coverage possibility. Like this guy could be a phenomenal coverage linebacker, right? Still needs some development as a run defender.
Run stopper.
Yeah.
So Nick Bolton is the better overall round, but he's also undersized because he's smaller.
Yeah. I mean, but look, Jamin Davis went in the 1st round, man.
At 19 to the Washington football team.
You know, as crazy it is we took the guy in the 3rd round that we had most of us had like a mid 4th to early 5th round grade on him. Like, look, I'm not knocking Jamin Davis. Like his 1 year of starting was phenomenal, but he was a great run defender that only really played like, I want to say it was something like he only had like 7 passing attempts.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Listen, today I was at work, right? And nobody was putting out content and I was bored. And I always like to listen to my fellow people's content just to support and all that, right? Or if not, I listen to Undisputed and First Thing First sometimes and all that other stuff, First Take and blah, 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 blah. But Ed Oliver put out a video on Jamin Davis, right? And my man Ed Oliver, he was like, listen, guys, now he only played a little bit. But let's get into some Pro Football Focus stats. And he started ripping them off. He's like, he's a little bit faster than Micah Parsons. And I wanted to text him so bad. I said, like, bro, are you really trying to tout this guy as the best linebacker in the draft?
Yeah, like, nah, man. Like, I thought they reached there big time. And I like Jamin Davis. I think Jamin Davis could be really good. But
yeah,
I like him. Like, man, like, this is a very inexperienced guy that you guys took that high.
Yo, I didn't finish the whole video because I had to go, but he was advocating. He was like, look, low key, the Washington football team had them. He said that the Washington football team not only had him as the best linebacker, they had him over all the defensive players. J.C. Horn and Patterson.
Whoa, that's a major grade, man. Like I said, I don't know. Like, look,
You're
Mike,
right.
he was
Who knows?
graded pretty highly as a zone coverage, player. But the problem with zone is you just fall into a window, and it's all about your depth. How, the depth you gain, right? You can't really judge that as well as you can man coverage. Like, man coverage is a good indicator of whether or not you can actually flip your hips and run.
Ability.
And yeah, like I didn't see enough on his film. Like, we're talking about 7 opportunities to grade him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, there's just no way.
Hey,
And I might even be overestimating.
hold on.
Let me look it up real quick because I remember it was a very small amount. What were you saying, Mike?
Now, I was gonna say, people ready to either love Jalen Hurts or write him off in his 4-game episode. You can't judge off that little window.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't love him or you can't hate him. You just gotta respect
Guys,
it.
like, look, I'm not gonna say that Jalen Hurts doesn't have major concerns, but at the same time, like, circumstances
Upside.
aren't ideal to judge him, man. That offensive line was a problem.
Yeah, but yeah. So I'm saying you see signs for concern, but you saw eye test upside, and you also know that this team was disgusting.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, we'll see what happens, man. I don't, I'm not ready to say anything on the quarterback position just because, like, I get the idea. I get the idea of competition, Mike, and I get that they probably had to tell Joe Flacco that there will be a legit competition to get him to sign here. But let's be real, man. Like, there's no way you walk into that knowing it's a fair competition. Like, clearly, it's Jalen's job to lose, not your job to win. You get what I'm saying?
facts.
Like, it's not like, oh, like I beat him out by a hair, I get the starting job. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on. I don't know, Mike. I don't.
Yo, listen, Milton Williams is live on the Eagles channel speaking. I kind of want to hear what my guy says, man. He cost me 70 overall pick.
Yeah. What's your brother say about the pick? Because didn't your brother have money on it?
Huh?
Didn't your brother have money on the first round?
What
Was that
do you
or
mean?
your brother? Oh no, that was never mind. My bad, Mike. I think that was 500's brother. Sorry, I'm confusing everybody, man. It's late.
It's all right, my guy. Hey, how many more picks are left in this round?
Let me take a look for you. I think we're getting pretty close, man.
Yeah, I think it's
101. We're at pick 101. There's 105.
I guess we could rock out.
Yeah, might as well, Mike. I mean, we're already here. We're drunk.
Yeah, but even though I'm drunk, I'm so tired, bro.
I hear you. I mean, both of us were up making videos, editing videos last night. I had to get up at like 4:45, and then, I got to drive her into work, bro. Like, man, by the time I get there, I'm like, yo, day late now. I might as well grab some coffee and start trying to make more videos.
Yeah, but instead of you driving her into work and coming back, I drive myself into work and I got to stay there for 8 hours.
Yeah, no, bro. Yo, the worst is like when it's dimly lit and you're tired. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when the room's like dimly lit and you're tired. Like, dude, this is torture.
Nah, it is. It's bad. Tennessee's on the clock. Elijah Molden. Another corner off the board.
Interesting that he would be one of the first ones to go off.
Listen, though. Who's going to be there? Do you think there's going to be a Oh, Melifondu's still there, I guess. That's better.
Yeah.
But why is he falling?
I think it has something to do with the fact that, like I said, man, Syracuse's scheme is a little difficult to break down because they run a nickel form of the 34. It's a 3-3-5, but they use a weird catch technique. So it makes guys like Trill Williams and, Ifeatu Melifonwu and Cisco, it made them pretty difficult guys to judge because of that. Although Cisco showed like crazy.
You know
ball
what?
skills.
Listen, I like Melifonwu too, but listen, at 123, take my guy Rodarius Williams. I might get season tickets. Like, let's go, bro. I love my guy. Pause. He's a really cool dude. See, everybody else I
You
got
might
was
be the
from
pick, Mike.
email.
You might honestly be the pick because if you look
Yo,
at the value,
listen, everybody else I talked to is all email. He gave me his phone number. Dude says what's up every once in a while. Like, yo, he's a cool dude.
yeah, it's kind of cool because his brother's in the league too. You know what I'm saying? This is
Greedy
younger brother.
Williams. Like,
His younger brother. Like, yeah, that's funny. It's a funny
his
story.
younger brother. I talked to him about that offline. He's like, yeah, let's not talk about it. Nah, I respect his grind though. He
So
got
did he
kids.
talk to you, Mike? Did he ever talk to you and tell you like what happened? Like why he like so why was he so older in
He got
like
kids.
oh so he went later. I got you.
Correct. He had a situation where he manned up and did it, and then he still went and played football then.
Mad respect, man.
So listen, instead of just saying, instead of stiff arming your little one and trying to go to be the pro, he manned up, did his thing, then he went to the pros, then he went to college.
That's cool, man. That's you know, you
Yo,
gotta respect the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like
The dude is a cool dude. He's a cool dude. Let's go. Draft him.
he said,
Oh, Malafanu to the Lions
son of a bitch.
at 101.
Howie. What are we doing, dude?
Yeah, Cameron. Rodarius Williams is Greedy Williams' older brother. Yes. If you watch my interview, I said it. I said, so you having a brother, I didn't call him his younger brother there because I didn't want to put him on blast. I said, so you having a brother who already been through the experience of the draft, you got a sense of how it is. And he listen, go watch the interview, man. He explains it all. But yeah, Melifonwu. I can never say his name and I'll never need to learn it. Sorry, guy.
There you go.
Damn.
I know, bro. This is not the draft I would have wanted, bro.
But do you listen? Do you remember our passion coming into this, bro?
Yeah.
The
You're-
board looks so good.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be fair, we don't know how these guys are going to work out in the field, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you know I have a lot of high hopes either.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Again,
I mean, look, I think the second round pick has a potential to be very good, Mike. I won't lie, but I do think that the third round pick has me concerned, man, because man, I'm not putting my stamp of approval on it, man. I'm just going to say I don't know enough about the young man, and I really wish I had an opportunity to talk to someone.
wow, Aubrey Thomas. First of all, I told you he was
Yeah.
Listen, somebody hit me up on Twitter. I'm not going to mention her name because they told me to not say it. They were like, listen, bro, watch tape on Aubrey Thomas. And I told you in the stream, remember I told you, I was like, I've been watching tape on a guy named Aubrey Thomas. He's probably like a later 5th round pick.
Uh-huh.
There he goes. To the Niners. He's fast. He ran a 4.3.
No, no kidding. That's pretty good, man.
He plays. What team did he play for again? Wow, look at him. And he's kick returning all the way for a touchdown. He's just electric. Oh my God, bro. All these corners.
I know. I'm starting to wonder myself, like, what is the plan at cornerback? Like, that's the only thing I can't explain. It's like someone says, like, Gate. I'm cool with whatever they do is whatever they do, but can you explain to me what the heck's the plan at corner since we went all these different directions?
Yeah,
Like, I don't know.
Gate. They say Gate. So I know you explain the roster, but you're leaving out one spot. Who's the CB2?
I don't know, my guy. I don't know. I have no clue at this point.
And if CB1 goes down, who's CB1?
Ooh, man, if CB1 goes down, Mike, we are really up the paddle. We're really up the creek without that paddle, man. Like, for real. Yo, Jamin Davis, 27 man snaps, 1 target. You would have to base his film and man coverage off of 1 target.
Yeah, and in that one target, if you take a video of it, oh my God, you see that coverage?
Yeah. Eminem goes, Howie, what's a CB2?
What is, yeah, that's wild. You're right, Eminem. Hey, Philly 52 with a $2 super chat. He said, take a number Take a number, Tay Wrench away. He's abusing it. Shout out to you for saying it. You could just who's?
I think it's the dude keeps asking you if you remember him. It's something weird.
Let me get it. Not only do I not remember him, he gone.
What's up, Paul? You might be right there, man. That could potentially happen. You got, Steve Nelson if he's still available. Hey, Cameron. I like Garyon Conley as a young guy that, what's the harm at this point, guys? I mean, what's the other side of it? I mean, maybe they trade for somebody too. I mean, that's a potential possibility as well. I mean, it's not what I expected, guys. It's not what I expected. I didn't think that we'd be sitting here talking about, hey, what's available in the 5th or 6th round for corners? It's not, I thought if we were doing that, it was like the second guy, not the first guy. I don't know, Mike. I mean, what are your thoughts right now about corner?
Garyon Conley. Do I feel if Garyon Conley lines up on side of Slay, he's going to be great? No. However, there was a time that Garyon Conley got the number 1. There was a time. So, do I feel he's a Jalen Mills type player? Yes. Is Jalen Mills, if he was here, our best CB2? Yes. Is it something that we're excited for? No. But do we have anybody else? No. If somebody else goes there, they'll make Garyon Conley look good. So I think it's a guy you have to get in here who's what you call a bridge player for any position. Just keep the seat warm until we get some youth there. And I thought youth was coming today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, maybe in 5 years.
It's crazy, Mike. Out of all the corners I broke down film on, all the corners I watched film on. Do you know who's left?
Hold on.
I think Tay Gowan. I haven't seen Tay Gowan's name mentioned yet.
Yeah. Why is he still on? He's physical at least.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Man,
Elijah
Tay Gowan or Rodarius?
Is Zach McPherson? He's still in McPherson. Sorry, I think he's still on the board. If not, he's not. Whatever.
You did a video on him?
No, I didn't do a video on him. I watched film on him. I'm just like, this is at the point, Mike, where I'm down to the people I've just watched film on, let alone done a video on. Keith Taylor, Sean Wade,
Ernest Jones, linebacker out of South Carolina to the Rams.
Dude, Rodarius Williams and Marco Wilson. I think I'm down to 6 dudes I broke down. I've watched like actual 2 or 3 games on.
Yo, bro, I still don't even know who Marco.
Kerry Vincent Jr. would make 7. I did watch a couple of Kerry Vincent Jr.'s games. That's what we're down to. I saw DJ Daniel in passing while I was watching film of Tyson Campbell and Eric Stokes, but I think he got injured at some point and he wasn't even on the film. I know a little bit about him. I know he's a short dude with like really long arms and stuff, but bruh, this is testing my knowledge of the depth at this point, man.
Yeah. Listen, Rodarius Williams is on the board, and maybe I'm biased, but I like him a lot. Now, I honestly think I would put. Let me ask you this question, Gate. I want you to answer before I do. I think I would put Tay Gowan ahead of Rodarius Williams. How about you?
That's tough, man.
That's tough, and I respect him. He's a cool dude. Like, you always vote for your guy to get into the NFL. On your team or
Let me check something, man. There's something about the age that might hold me up here because I know Rodarius down. I know Rodarius got a couple years, but I don't know if Tay is one of these older guys too. There's a few of them in this draft, like a couple of like older guys. But
I know Tay stayed an extra year to get his diploma, but I don't think he's older like that.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's a Wikipedia page for the kid that would give me his age. Like, what, really? 23. Oh, no, that's his number. Never mind.
My guy said, my ears have been burning as someone's talking about Tay.
That was that Vic.
Of course.
Yeah, I figured. Gotta be Vic. It's gotta be Vic if we're talking about Tay Gowan. Bruh.
It's all good, bro.
Bro, I'm so damn tired at this point, man. Yo,
First of all,
we didn't even trade. Like, what really bothers me is that we didn't trade back up. Like, fourth round,
Bro.
Jalen. I hope we do something in the fourth round, man.
A low key in the last 38 hours, I slept 2.
Yeah.
And I can't say 48 yet because I'm going to sleep tonight, man. When
Guys, I
going
couldn't
to
find
bed
Tay
after this.
Gowan's age. I'd have to look through my notes, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've had a little too much of this to be sifting through notes at this point.
Brandon Stevenson. Do you know who Brandon
Right.
Stevenson is?
I didn't watch film on him, guys. I can tell you that. As a corner, Brandon Stevenson, I didn't watch any film on him.
He ain't got nothing on Rodarius Williams. I'm just kidding.
I don't know who he is, guys. I didn't watch film on a Brandon Stevenson.
At this point, nah. I don't know who Brandon Stevenson is either.
Oh, Robert Rochelle's another guy that I thought was pretty good.
But the Ravens have a pretty good draft, though.
Is Robert Rochelle even still available before I even say his name?
I don't recall him being taken.
That's a decent pick. He'd be a decent guy. I think he'd be an okay scheme fit. I don't have him graded nowhere near as high as some of the other
Broncos.
players, but
105, last pick of the night.
so if some of you guys that really love the combine numbers, I'm talking about pure physical fit here.
Oh,
Robert Rochelle, 6 foot, 193 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, guys, 4'3", 940, 408 short shuttle, and a 6'8", 3.3 cone. The kid's an athletic freak. Weak
Gotta
as
be
crap,
careful.
though, man. He only put up 9 reps on the bench, but definitely can play outside, though. I mean, we don't care about him benching 20 reps. But yeah, I mean, like we're digging deep, guys. we are digging deep into the prospects left.
yo, So the last pick of tonight's draft was Baron Browning, linebacker out of Ohio State. You said 105 is the last pick, right?
I believe so.
Bro. Hey, yo, Victory, low key. Tay Gowan follows me on Twitter, and he did hit me up. I just couldn't find time to schedule it. And I know he's not trying to go live now because it's draft time.
Oh, I see why you guys are saying Brandon Stevens. I don't know who that is. I've never watched film on Brandon Stevens. SMU. I don't know, man. I'll trust Baltimore because they have a very good scouting department, guys.
They're good. They're strong.
Yeah, didn't cross my radar. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, listen, Gate watches a lot, but he doesn't have time to know every single player, you know.
Mhm.
But shout out to you. But
Jeremiah.
yeah, I would respect. Baltimore is a no joke around thing. They're not gonna get a D tackle if they don't need a D tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly don't know the player. He didn't cross my path, my radar, or anything. But if Baltimore's picking them in the 3rd round, like they're pretty good normally at identifying talent. I'll give them that.
But Jeremiah Butler has something that legit. Shout out to him for the $2 super chat. He said, "I can't wait to the 6th round because that's when we're gonna ball out."
Yeah.
You know, remember we were happy with the Quez Watkins signing and stuff, but remember we were on Quez Watkins low key early. Like if you know a guy before the draft starts, but if you are actually looking at a guy before the draft starts and you say he's gonna go in the 5th or 6th and he goes in the 5th or 6th, you gotta love it.
Eminem said, "We'll draft a quarterback out of DeVry University." In the 4th.
Deprived of talent university. Yeah. Shout out to Rob 350. He says it's going to be a long season, friends. He said Tay Gowan might go in the 5th.
I don't know, man. Way these corners are coming off the board. Maybe not, Takeem.
Look, wait, when does the draft start tomorrow?
Good question. Let's find out. Let me take a look. It's a good question, Mike. I don't know. All right, Saturday. I know the time frame, guys. I just need to know what time it. Let's see.
They said 12.
12. Yeah, sounds about right. Hang on, let me take a look there because I'm still trying to get this thing to pull up.
Nah. Yeah, normally
It's
on,
like-
on the last day it's
Yeah,
early.
Saturday.
So.
It says Saturday's 12. Yeah, it says Saturday's 12.
So we going live.
It's a big day for the Eagles, guys. We got like 19 picks.
We got all the picks in the world. Look, back to back cornerbacks, 3 picks in a row. What's up though?
I don't know what they're gonna do, man. I'm really confused of what they're gonna do at corner,
Hey.
man.
Hey, look, Eric Carr's like, well, at least we got the first pick right.
It's looking like it might be a high pick, Eric.
Nah, listen,
I don't know, guys. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't, I'm joking around. I honestly don't know how these guys are going to turn out. Like, look, I'm down. Look, like I said, guys, I didn't have Williams graded where they graded him and where they draft him. That doesn't mean the guy's not going to be a flat out star once he gets on the field. You don't know until these
so
dudes are
wait,
in
you're saying he's gonna be a flat out star?
negative, sir. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm just kidding.
I'm saying you never know until they're in
I know.
bad playing. But I know.
I'm just trying to get a little positivity. You're like, you know what? There was one game that I saw and I say, you know what? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. When they played that community college that was out there in Oklahoma, bro. Nah, man. I mean, look, like I said, guys, I mean, if you want to get a feel for Williams, go into YouTube, type in, there should be the condensed view of it where you can get just the defensive versus the offense. Type in Milton Williams versus BYU.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a Twitter post tomorrow morning. Like, you know what? This is why my guy, I'm attacking. Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. But listen, Francis said, did you guys see the war room after the 3rd round pick? Howard had some bad vibes from
Donahue.
I think this is his name. So what? So
Yes.
you're saying like when they showed the war room after the 3rd round pick, what you're saying is the Milton Williams pick, guys weren't vibing in that war room. It looked like a legit war room.
I didn't see it. I didn't see the clip, but
Yeah, I didn't look.
Yeah.
I saw what it said. I immediately came to you guys. I put my hands on my head and I was in shock.
yeah. Well, I mean, look, like I said, guys, I have no clue what the heck that draft board looks like, but if there's a differentiation from the draft board, then yeah, I mean, you're going to tick off the group of guys that are going to get blamed.
Real quick, before you give your thoughts on him, I just started looking at him like recently, like not recently, like a couple weeks ago, because somebody mentioned it, and I always had him as a later round guy, like 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
I like him, but I don't like him better than some of the other guys I was talking about. I don't like him better than Tay Gowan, and I don't like him better than Rodarius Williams. But
Yeah. Here's the crazy
I
thing.
like him.
Here's the crazy thing. Mike, if he came out last year and not this year, where would you have ranked him? Sean Wade.
He
I
would
would
have
have
been
had
higher.
him I would have had him as probably a top 100 pick.
Oh, well, who again? You got to think about the corners of last year.
Last year,
Correct,
not this
correct.
year.
Last year
Last
wasn't
year,
that great
he
of a
came out last
corner.
Yeah.
It wasn't that great of a corner depth.
I mean, there was decent corner depth. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, he had a really good productive season, and then they bounced him from the nickel back outside again.
Aha! And so
it didn't-
again,
Mhm.
late round
It didn't go
pick,
as well.
he
Yeah.
cannot play the outside.
Yeah, that's the main problem, man. What's up, Dad French? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I mean
And-
that's the main thing. To be honest with you, man, is that just to answer your question, like he didn't, they tried to play him outside, and like he was a really good football player on the inside. They bounced him outside, and it didn't go as planned. Now I will say there was
Right.
only 6 games. It was a really weird way of judging a season because of that thing that put us all in our houses for a long time that we're not allowed to say or they'll demonetize us. But
Yeah. I'm
yeah.
kidding. But hey, but Gate, now again, that's where I would equivalent. Listen, I'm not saying Rodarius Williams and Tay Gowan is like lockdown legits, but they can fare outside better than Sean Wade. However, Sean Wade, if you're telling me if I'm a team that needs a slot corner and he came out last year, he's a steal. Even this year, he's a super steal this year because you're going off his last year's film in the slot. But if you ever try to put him outside, he's just the guy.
All right, guys. So I know some of you guys are chiming in. You want to know what is the board like at cornerback at this point. So before Mike and I jump off, I'll give you guys some names. Mike, did Cameron Bynum ever get drafted?
Who?
Cameron Bynum.
Not that I know. No, I would have known.
All right.
I would remember that
We're
name.
going to table him for a second, guys. Do not write his name down. Give me a second on that one. Shakir Brown, Trey Brown. Both good players. DJ Daniel, shorter guy, 5'10", 5'11", crazy, freakish long arms. Let me see. Tay Gowan, probably at this point, arguably the highest rated guy for me.
He's
right
probably the next three. He'll be one of the next three corner. He'll be next to one or two to three corners taken off. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know if it goes by Zeke or Zach McPherson, but he's still on the board. I can't say. I would love to add my guy Brian Mills in there, small school guy, North Carolina Central. It's my guy, but I can't in good faith do that.
What about Trill Williams? Where do you got him? I don't know too much about
Robert
him.
Rochelle. So Trill Williams is a guy they're converting from corner to safety. Robert
you did say that
Rochelle
earlier.
Yeah, Robert Rochelle's a small school guy. Really good pro day numbers, guys. Really athletic corner. A lot of work to be done there, guys. He's got a lot of work, but I could see that guy being a pretty good fit here. 6
He's
foot,
still available.
yeah,
I
6
know we
foot,
want. I know we
190
want
pounds, fast. He's a fast 4.3 guy. Really good short shuttle, like almost a 4 on the short shuttle. He had like a 6.8 something on the 3 cone. He's fast, guys. He's really fast. Keith Taylor, big physical guy, 6'2", 180-ish or so, like lanky, late round guy. He might even be you might even be able to get this guy undrafted unless they keep going with these crazy runs on corners. But Kerry Vincent Jr. still on the board, isn't he, Mike?
Say it again.
Kerry Vincent Jr. I think he's still on the board.
Oh, from LSU, yeah.
Yeah. He's a slot. He's a nickel corner, guys. I don't know how much versatility he's going to have, but I got a feeling he's going to be coming off the board soon.
If our first pick is a slot corner,
people are going to go crazy. I know. Sean Wade was a slot corner that he's got some size to him. He's a taller slot corner, but they tried to bounce him outside, and they thought that it was going to be way more productive than what it was. He didn't have a great 2020, guys. If he had came out last year, he would have been a much higher pick than he's going to be this year.
And you know what would have happened? The team that got him on the NFL level would have said, "Man, you're tall. We will bounce you outside." That would have been
exactly. Yep. Rodarius Williams, Mike's boy, probably my second, if not my first corner right now.
Yeah. So why you talk about him like 30 corners deep?
Who? Rodarius?
Hey, Rodarius, don't listen, my man's
He's trying to get me now. Well, in my defense, apparently I'm not the only one, Rodarius. Just to be fair.
Oh man,
I'm not the only one, Rodarius. Just to be fair. Marco Wilson would be the next guy. Marco Wilson, physical traits are there.
I'm gonna watch. Listen, between tomorrow morning, I'm gonna watch a little bit as much as I can on Marco Wilson because I don't. You keep saying him, I don't even know who he is.
I didn't either, Mike. That's why I keep saying him. But I didn't know who he was either, man, until I started watching film on Pitts. And like I said, man, I watched C.J. Anderson, and Marco Wilson never stood out to me. I may have heard his name, but it didn't register. And then I started watching Pitts' film this year, and I noticed him a little bit. But if I was you guys, I would take a look at Marco Wilson. Don't pay attention. Like he's not good right now, guys. He's got to be coached up. There's deficiencies in his game. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat a turd and tell you that it's a lollipop.
Real quick, Israel Mukuamu is a guy who I had on the channel too, and I love him as a person, but he can't play. He's not gonna be able to play corner in this league. He's gonna be a safety, if that.
Yeah. Good ball hawk guy though.
He's he got ball hawk, but safety.
Yeah, exactly. Marco Wilson is very similar to Rochelle, guys. I would look up both of those guys. He's 6 foot, 190-ish pounds. He's got a little smaller in the arms. He's about 30 3/4. So he doesn't have really long. He doesn't have that really good reach per se, guys. But he's a 4.3, 740 guy, 6'8" 3 cone, 4.13 short shuttle. All the physical traits are there for the guy. It's just that this is a guy that it's a work in progress. I know Chris Sims is high on him. I like Marco Wilson. I'm not quite like I think Chris Sims had him something ridiculous like his 6th best corner.
Wait,
I don't have him that high.
I got a serious question for you. Yeah. I know we're deeply wanting a corner. But if Jabril Cox is at 123, do you take him?
Probably.
over the
Probably.
corner. So over like
Probably. You know what, Mike? At some point, we got to start trading picks and getting up in this draft and getting actual players that can play football. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like we do, man. Like at some point, you got to because we're down to Marco Wilson, Robert Rochelle, like Rodarius Williams, and probably who am I missing? Tay Gowan are probably the most enticing outside corners right now.
yeah, listen, you got to go Jabril Cox just off
Yeah.
just a player. But
Yeah.
my God, are we? Listen, maybe the draft's over and they're like, they gotta sign somebody, bro. They can't go in with the same secondary.
Yeah. I mean, you
Just
could
don't
go like
even have enough.
Shakur Brown. You might be able to get him to play outside, but I don't know, man. Like he's a guy that he took snaps in the slot. He took snaps at corner. He's got some versatility. He's not very tall though. Like I don't know that look, maybe Gannon's system's going to be different than what was in Minnesota and what was in Indianapolis, but he's not a tall guy. He's like 5'10", 185. He's got 30-inch, reach to him. Dude, the thing about Shakur Brown that bothers me, man, he's like a 4'6", 40 guy. Like,
Hey,
that bothers me a little bit to play outside, guys. Like, that's got a smaller Jalen Mills written all over it to me.
a J Rock saying, "Hey, we might have to trade Fletch just to get another secondary piece."
I don't know what we're gonna do at this point, Mike. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like,
I know, I'm laughing.
they better be really
but
good.
I really don't know. It's
I don't know. I don't know who's still
I'm
in the
pissed.
chat, guys, but
It's disgusting.
this might suck, guys. But I don't know who's still in the chat. But
It's
Trey
bad.
Brown's a good cornerback. Okay, he's an incredibly good cornerback. All right, he's played on the outside at Oklahoma. He's only 5'9". I already know. Oh my God, what are we doing? So basically, we're going to run out another Avonte Maddox outside. I don't know what's the best option at this point if you can't get a veteran or can't get a guy through trade. If you miss on Tay Gowan and a few other guys at this point, I don't know what you do, man. You might have to
So
take
hold
a
up.
trade.
So wait. So you're saying if this was a baseball game, we already got 2 strikes.
Yeah. What's up, Brunson? How you doing, buddy?
Oh man.
I imagine you're in misery like the rest of us, bro.
Hey,
Trying to
listen,
figure out
Brunson.
who's left on the corner board.
Hey, Brunson, look. Do you know what Gates said he's doing now? He's digging. He's not digging for gold. He's digging for cornerbacks because,
Yeah.
bro, what? Listen, it's bad, bro.
We waited too long at corner.
We waited way too long.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Bro, when we did our mock drafts, I was upset that we waited too long at defensive end.
Listen. He's older. He's older. Like I said, he had a situation. The dude took care of his kid before he went to college. So he's going to be, listen, Greedy Williams, the cornerback for the Cleveland Browns, is Rodarius Williams' brother, but it's his younger brother. Again, he went through some stuff. Look, do I think he's a day one starter? Nope. But is anybody out here right now a day one starter? Nope. But guess what? Do we have a day one starter? Nope.
Yeah, what's up, Brunson? Shakur Brown's a 4'6", 40 guy, though, man. At you know what I'm saying? Like at 5'10", runs like a 4'6", 40, man. I don't know if he's going to be an outside corner. I mean, look, sometimes 40 times are overvalued, they're overrated. Sometimes it's more about technique and your feel for the position. But it does concern me, Brunson, to be honest with you, man. Like 4'6", 40 guy playing on the outside, man. It just seems like a shorter Jalen Mills situation that could materialize there. I'll be honest with you at this point, Mike. Let's be real. Would you not kill to have Jalen Mills outside at corner right now?
Yes, I'll take him for another year.
I'm not even going to lie. I'm not even going to front. I probably would right now.
Listen,
I mean, at least we know that the worst case scenario would be Jalen Mills.
Yeah, an occasional look. Shout out to JB with the $5 super chat. He said, "Just wait till y'all watch the presser. I can't make this stuff up." And listen. Again, when everybody was writing Jalen Mills off, I said the same thing. I agree with you guys. He's not a good player. But before we get rid of a player, which we didn't get rid of him, he left. He was a free agent and he signed with the highest bidder. But before you get rid of somebody, Avonte Maddox is a slot. If you put him on the outside, he's burnt chicken. Nickel Roby-Coleman, Crevion LeBlanc, the same. Also, they're free agents. We haven't even re-signed them yet. So who is CB2? You could have got him with the 37th. I understand. Landon Dickerson, although he's hurt, long-term might be a good pick, but there was no reason why at 70 with Paul Adubi is your boy from Syracuse. There was too many people.
Paulson Adobe is I'm drunk at this point, bro. Mark Takeem, Mark Gilbert, Duke, bro. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I know who he is. I'm biased. I hate Duke, bro. I'm an NC State guy. I can't stand Duke. I hate him with a passion, man. They're a bunch of, I'm not even gonna say it, bro. A bunch of rich. Let me not even go into it, bro. 6 foot, 185-ish pounds, man. You know, he's got decent length, 31-inch arms. He's got adequate foot speed. You know, to be honest with you, you might be onto something, Takeem. He might have to be in consideration for one of the best available corners. I didn't watch a ton of film because I wasn't completely interested in him. But at this point, you might have a legitimate point that he might potentially be one of the better options left on the board at this point at corner. I hate to say it, but you might absolutely be right there on that one.
I'm going to come out and say this too now.
You think Brunson, you think Marcus Epps is going to be CB number 2?
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
But no, real talk. I think now when the Eagles get on the clock at 123, we might be reaching for a corner because you might have a Jabril Cox there. You might have players on other positions that are BPA, but we're in a desperate situation. Like, I don't understand, man. Like, I just think that you're going to have linebackers. You're going to have probably running backs. You're going to have safeties. You're going to have other positions other than cornerback that are higher rated. And we're going to be forced to go to try to find something. Now, again, we left off at 105, right? So what? We're pick 123.
Yeah. Bro, number 1, Tay, whoever you are, bro, you're doing too much, my guy. Like,
you get him.
You ain't got nothing to do with your time, bro, for real.
That's where the people supposed to do
really,
man.
No, what he did is he left yours and came over to my channel, so I got him, bro. Like, yo, you doing too much, bro. Like, for real, man.
Yeah, well,
like,
we about to end this anyways, man. Like,
look, man, if you're like 10 years old, then I apologize, young man, but you got to grow up, bro, for real.
Yeah, but he can grow up. He can grow up. Hey, shout out to JB again. He said, I want Jerry as our HM. One thing about him, he's going to get talent regardless.
I think he's trying to hit GM and hit H.
I know. I think it is what it is. But yeah, listen, my goodness. I mean, they got Kevin Joseph. Like, they got some talent, man. And the Eagles started out so great, man. It was like how he put a puzzle together. And he used all the brain power for that first day puzzle. He couldn't manifest nothing.
Yeah, hey, so Brunson said, and the Landon Dickerson pick is just terrible. I'm sure he's probably hurt as we speak. Shoot him the link, Mike. We can put him on. He can come on if he wants. Like, we're just rounding out.
Hey, if you want it, I give it to you. We about to close out in 5 to 10 minutes. You just come on here and talk.
If you want to jump off for a few minutes, Brunson, we just kind of bull crapping for a few minutes before we jump off.
ACL. Listen, the whole chat was defending him. I was super negative. I put a little video out while I was doing this. They were like, "Man, you're so negative. You're so negative." I am an offensive line guy, but without we need defense. More importantly, secondary. Every fan base knows. Like, do you remember us putting out Jaquette? Jaquette had 9 receptions for $181. What happens if that comes again? If Darius Slay gets injured, we might as well not even play defense. You might as well give him 7 every.
Bro, it's crazy, man. Like, I just, look, I like the player in Dickerson. Like, Jesus, there's just no way of saying that name. It doesn't come off without needing a pause. I don't know what to call this dude, bro. There's just like no way saying this guy's name where it doesn't come off wrong, bro. Any way you say it. But I like the talent in the player. Like, I do. But like I said, Mike, as soon as we made the pick, I was like, yo, I just don't get that being the position we need at that exact moment. Like, I would have almost been in favor of like, yo, if we're going to go interior offensive lineman, like why not do Jalen Williams' suggestion and trade back? Maybe you miss on that player. Maybe somebody takes him. Possible, but it's not like there weren't other interior offensive linemen still on the board. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we started it.
I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I'll never
it's
get
been a
mad.
crazy night.
Yeah, I'll never get mad at an offensive line pick because that's where you strengthen your team to start. But again, I think the offensive line men we have here, whether the ones that are the starters, talking about Brandon Brooks, Lane Johnson, Andre Dillard, or if you want to talk Mulata, I think we have enough people to come in and fill in under the tutelage of Jeff Stoutland. We'll be all right as long as we don't have 10 guys injured.
Yeah,
go through 2 or 3 injuries, we'll be able to survive. But we can't we can survive 2 injuries on an offensive line. We can't survive 1 injury in the secondary.
Hey, no problem, PA Philly, man. We appreciate you, buddy.
So if you want to talk depth, what I'm trying to say is this. The Eagles had 10 offensive linemen injured, and that's why our offensive line stunk. But if you want to be realistic, let's talk realistic. It shouldn't happen back-to-back seasons. So 2 offensive linemen injured compared to 1 secondary player injured, the secondary is way worse. That's how bad our secondary. We're 1 injury away from being non-existent.
Yeah. I just feel like, look, I don't know where Dickerson was going to go. I'm not going to pretend to know the value where other teams had him. I have no clue, guys. But I just know that I like the player, but it just felt like a move you could have probably got extra compensation for to counteract what you were doing. Because that you have to get I don't know if you have to get a corner because who knows what we're going to do. Like, I mean, we might be out there with LB suggesting. I don't know. Maybe Marcus Epps is CB number 2. I don't know, bro. I have no clue who we're throwing out there CB number 2 at this point. But I would assume there's got to be a trade in the works or there's got to be a free agent we're going to target following the draft. I can't see, like, Mike, I don't get it, bro. Like, I just don't see where you walk a dude out there at CB number 2 right now. Like, it's a big risk, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yo, I said a lot of nice things about Kayvon Seymour when we signed him. I didn't anticipate that dude might be our CB number 2, man. Like, I thought he was going to be like the back of the end roster depth, dude.
You didn't think he had to be that dude. Man, look, we've been live for now 5 hours.
Yeah.
I spent 5 hours waiting to help my defense.
Yeah.
And I got Shake Milton's older brother, Milton Williams.
Yeah, exactly. Bro,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, man. I'm about to send Howie a bill for me having to try to come to some way of talking people down off that ledge from the Milt Williams pick. Like, that dude, seriously, bro, you owe me, Howie. I'm not, like, not even joking, bro. Like, the amount of, like, trying to keep everyone on board that it's not the young man's fault, this is your fault. Like, it's tough, bro.
She said, I bought his rookie card.
Seymour?
Wasted money. Listen, at this point now, like I said, as my guy Gates said, he said, we're bull crapping. The draft has been over. We decided to go to the length just because I don't even know why we did it. We just do it for, what I mean? People in here talking, we don't just cut it off. But at the end of the day 1 was so successful in so many ways because you had to understand, like, if you really look at the quality of Chase and Pitts and how they did not fall to 6, we would have been in no man's land. You could have pulled a cornerback there, I guess. Who knows? But you got a first-round pick for next year. That's still a positive. But day 2, with so much talent on the board.
Yeah, I don't know, Mike. I mean, we might have to make another freaking collaborative video, man. We're gonna have to, after the draft, depending on what happens here, man, we might have to actually make a video talking about what are we doing at cornerback. Like, we might actually have to legitimately talk about that. Like,
I need to see this video.
Options? Like, what are the internal options? What are, what I'm saying? Like, and I'm saying we might have to make it. Like, yo, this is crazy, Mike. I did not anticipate this happening.
Bro,
listen. I thought going into Saturday, I would have a legit idea of who the Eagles CB number 2 would be for the 2021 season. At this point, if I'm being completely honest, I don't have the slightest clue.
Me too. And the worst part is this. Like, I slept 2 hours in like 40 hours, bro. Like I could have took today off if this is what I was gonna get.
Yo, Jalen.
But no, but listen to what Max said. He said, "Did you guys see the video of our senior scout pissed at Howie?" I did not see that. Between going from the TV to the chat, if I need to find that video.
Jalen said, "I'm not on the ledge. I'm at Home Depot buying rope, duct tape, and a nail gun."
Somebody call 911. And also, this is 911 worthy. I also bought a DGB jersey, a Doyle Green Beckham jersey. Hey, I ain't gonna front though. When he was the receiver, I said, man, with his physical appearance, he was what, like 6'5", 6'4"?
Yeah.
Thought he was gonna be the next Plexico Burris. Psych.
Hey, and the crazy thing is, guys, you want to see something funny? Go back to the video I put out today about how do we feel about Howie Roseman, right? We were all feeling so good after that first round pick. It looked like, hey, man, like we got guys that legitimately know how to set up a draft board. And as long as Howie executes the draft board, finds the value, moves and gets the players that fit the board, these, the scouts and Ian Cunningham and, Donahue and Andy Weidel are putting in front of them, we're in good shape. To where we are right now, like, man. Oh, boy.
Yo.
Is it bad?
He's mad, bro. Howie Roseman goes to give him a fist pump. I'm gonna send it to you too, though. He goes to give him a fist pump. He hesitates. Howie stops. He gives him a fist pump, but a hard, like, ha. And then Howie's like this. And you can see he has his hand in his pocket now. He's like flaring his jacket out, like old man grumpy mad. And Howie's like, what did I do? His hands are like this. First of all, nobody can when your hands are like this, what does it mean? Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. It's a
Who?
confusing,
Me?
confusion posture. Yeah.
It's a look. And but Howie
PA,
Paul
Philly, man, I think that's a fair grade. C minus.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to Patra for sending me on Twitter. Sorry if I messed your name up. Appreciate that. The last dude not happy. But how he stays there and asks is why. He's like asking why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like it's
man,
if he's going against what Andy Weidel in the scouting department, director of player personnel, and these guys are telling him, this is not going to be good, man. I hope that's not what's going on, guys. I hope we're missing context to something. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know, guys. I'm not in the room with them, but
at least I'm watching Sixer highlights right now.
Man.
126, 104. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Hey, but listen, shout out to you guys, man. Look, we will be here awake, because that's very important because I'm very tired. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to be streaming live at 12. I don't know if my guys are ready to go, but at the end of the day, man.
You know what, Max? I would take that. I would honestly accept that, even though I know it's flawed. It's not what we would want 3 days ago, but I would take it.
First of all, that is the best case scenario right there.
Yeah. I would take it and say, you know what? That's way better than what some of the alternatives would have been. Getting Casey Hayward, who's been a long-term starter, that yes, he's on the downside of his career. This is not the same Casey Hayward of 4 or 5 years ago. Sure, still would take him. You get two decent prospects. I love Rodarius Williams. He's an older guy that you probably could trust to be your third corner in year one. And then, Marco Wilson, that made Chris Sims, his favorite guy. I don't know why Chris Sims had the guy up at 6. I like Marco. Yeah, I like him too, but I think the 6th best corner might be a bit of a stretch, but
Hey, that's true.
Chris ain't here to defend his point, so I'll let that slide.
Again, as Nikki said, he was mad because we missed Aaron Robinson. She said, we missed Aaron Robinson for our 6th rounder. So that 191st pick we got, Aaron Robinson was a pick in between. Now, we weren't really high. I mean, I like his talent, and you did talk about him, but he is more of an inside guy. Not saying he can't play outside, but at the end of the day, even if he's on the board, I don't think I don't think Howie Roseman at this point in time understands that you got to have guys who run with wide receivers. What are they called again? Cornerbacks, defensive backs.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't understand. I'm not saying you should have automatically took Asante Samuel Jr. with the 37 overall pick, but between the 37th and the 70th, you should have made your secondary move. No if, and, or buts. I could be tired. I could sleep 1 hour out of 2 days. I could drink a whole bottle, and I still would have said, hey, somebody get me a cornerback. Please, God. And he just saw the video. I'm going to send you the video.
All right.
It's telling.
I'll check it out, man. Like, dude, this has been one crazy night, guys. We appreciate y'all staying tuned in with us, guys. Like, yo, we know this is a crazy night. We identify it, guys.
The
All
only
right, Mike,
reason
you
I'm up this late is
you got
because I
any
don't
other
have to
words,
wake
man?
up tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to get up too, man. You got any final words for everybody?
Hey, no matter what happens today, I'm upset. But tomorrow at 12 o'clock, when we have 123, 150, 189, the brand new 191, 224, 225, and 240 something, all these crazy, ugly high picks. But remember, Zach Ertz is still on the board. Cough, cough. I don't even know if that's true anymore. With that being said, we will be more in a brighter mood tomorrow because we will just try to go off tomorrow's stuff and not everything. And it will be day, and I'm not a day drinker, so I'll be normal and hopefully a little bit more cheerful.
Yeah. So, Mike, I gotta add. Let's. What do you do as a content creator when you should make a reaction video, but you're so, I don't want to get us demonetized, angry,
Disgusted. Just say that.
disgusted, triggered by the actions. You can't even make a reaction video. Like, yo, I've never had a reaction that's so strong I can't make a reaction video. That's about where I'm at right now.
Yeah. I think I'm leaving my Landon Dickinson's reaction only, which I think I was a little unfair there. I'm not gonna lie. But it is what it is.
I might sleep on it. I might sleep on it and put one up tomorrow morning. I'll be honest with you guys. I might not be up till tomorrow morning, guys, just because like I need to think on it, man. I know it's supposed to be a reaction video, but I got to take time to digest it and give this kid a fair assessment before I just let loose on, opinion. You know what I mean?
He said Howie struck again. Hey, shout out to everybody. Look, at the end of the day, I could complain tonight for the rest of the night. I can complain all the way to 12 o'clock. I'm lying. I'm very tired. Much love and respect. Listen, hit the subscribe button if you're new. Hit the like button. Again, normally we would have been cut this off at the 4-hour mark. We went a whole nother hour just because I was like the guy in the video.
What am I missing, Jalen? How bad was it, Mike? Was Donnie that mad?
No, you can see in the body language is everything. With that being said, tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock. We'll try to catch you then. Until next time, y'all know what time it is. He said Dickerson or Milton, the one you hate. I'll take Milton. I'll be fine with Dickerson, I guess.
I'm going to say this, Jalen. Hate's a really strong word.
Yeah. Dislike. Sorry.
Yeah. Milton's the one that I'm more concerned about.
People dislike my videos all the time, so I can dislike Milton. It's cool. Much love. Yeah. We out.
No, I'm just trying to be careful because I don't want I don't want to put down a guy that hasn't,
exactly
had an opportunity to show up yet.
The dislike button helps the algorithm as well.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Milton.
You're right.
Peace.
You're right, Mike. That's true.
We out.